action of all other commodities 191, i.e. apart from the collective actions of all commodity producers. The particular act of evaluating the cloth would be impossible, since by this act the cloth through T-mediation of gold is equated with all other commodities, i.e. gold in this case fulfills the role of money. The general form of value can only arise as the joint contribution of the whole world of commodities. A commodity only acquires a general expression of its value if, at the same time, all other commodities express their values in the same equivalent, and every newly emergent commodity must follow suit. 192. These words from Marx emphasize all the more strongly the dependence of the act of evaluation by the given producer on the activities of all the other commodity producers. The given producer can evaluate his product in terms of gold as money, and not gold as a concrete product, only provided that all other commodity producers do the same thing simultaneously. And conversely, in the latter circumstance, our commodity producer is also compelled to evaluate his product in gold and, in response to the fluctuations of market prices for this product in terms of gold, to expand or curtail his production. The quantitative aspect. 193. We now turn from the qualitative aspect of the act of evaluation to its quantitative aspect. It is not only cloth in general that equates with gold as the universal equivalent, but a specific quantity of cloth, 1 yard, which equates with a specific quantity of gold, 3 rubles. Gold is already not just the universal equivalent but also the measure of value. 194. The evaluation of a yard of cloth as 3 rubles does not mean that its producer will never, in any circumstances, agree to sell the particular yard of cloth more cheaply. In a bad market conjuncture he will be forced to do so. On the other hand, this does not mean that the cloth producer would not like to receive money for it. In a favorable conjuncture he will attempt to raise his price. Finally, the evaluation of the cloth also does not mean that in this way the producer summarizes his subjective appraisals of the usefulness of a yard of cloth on the one hand and of a certain quantity of gold on the other. The evaluation of a yard of cloth as 3 rubles represents a preliminary mental statement of the proportion of exchange with which the producer wishes to and is able to continue the reproduction of cloth on the former scale. 195. This preliminary evaluation or normal estimate of the commodity is a mental anticipation of the conditions of the market conjuncture that correspond to a state of equilibrium in the economy. It services regulator for the individual commodity producer, to which he adjusts his economic activity. A deviation of market prices above or below this normal calculation leads him to expand or curtail production. The continuity of price formation. 196. The ability of the commodity producer, through his calculation, to anticipate the condition of equilibrium in the social economy is explained by the fact that this calculation is itself the result and reflection of a long and spontaneous process of interaction and mutual adjustment of all the branches of the economy, between which a relative condition of equilibrium is ultimately established through numerous frictions and disruptions. This equilibrium corresponds to a specific condition of the productive forces in the various branches of production and is sustained, with constant deviations, but the mechanism of fluctuations in market price around an average level that corresponds to the labor value of individual products in the conditions of a simple commodity economy. The result of this process of mutual adjustment between all the branches of production is a certain average evaluation of their products, which in the calculation of the producer becomes a mental anticipation, expectation, of the future condition of equilibrium between these branches of production. With the given state of labor productivity in the cloth industry, specifically, with the price of 3 rubles per yard, which corresponds to the labor value of the cloth, equilibrium is established, in the form of a tendency, between this branch of production and the others. The average price of 3 rubles result and sedimentation of a long process of competition is already fixed as the normal evaluation for a yard of cloth. This precisely fixed price of 3 rubles also serves as starting point for the producer in the process of calculating his commodity. In the event of a change in the conditions of production, for example, an increase in the price of material, a cheapening of production due to technical improvements, etc., this figure will be subject, of course, to correction and change. But the producer, in any case, has a starting point for his calculation, in which the social process of competition has already been summarized and the condition of the productive forces in the given branch has been objectively taken into account. The producer has no need, with each new production process, to begin all of his calculations anew or to involve himself with a subjective accounting of labor productivity and of the labor value of the product. Failure to understand this point is where theories in the theory of subjective labor value. He begins with prices that are already determined, namely, with the given prices for material, machines, and so forth, i.e. the costs of production, on the one hand, and with an assumed and anticipated price for his product on the other. Marx never thought to deny that each given state of prices arises on the basis of the previous state of prices, nor did he ever assert that with each new production process the evaluation is derived 197 underlined in pencil anew on the basis of the labor values of the products. 198 However, one must not, of course, as happens with the cost of production theory, take this observation of a fact, that is, of the incessancy of price changes and of the connection between separate phases of price formation, as a causal explanation. It is still necessary to disclose the causes that regulate both the relative magnitudes of average prices for different commodities and also, particularly, their movement, i.e. the process of their changes. The task of the theory of value is to find these causes. Thus, the quantitative aspect of the act of evaluation also turns out to be dependent upon social conditions. This dependence is manifested in the fact that 1. Evaluation is not an expression of subjective appraisals by the producer but rather of the objective condition of the productive forces. 2. This condition of the productive forces is summarized in the form of evaluation or the calculation of commodities not by the efforts of a single commodity producer, but by the collective activities of all commodity producers, the result of which serves as the starting point for the act of evaluation by the given producer. In other words, a change in the productive forces is not registered directly in the consciousness of the commodity producer in the form of a corresponding change in subjective value underlined in pencil, but rather evokes a series of collective actions on the part of commodity producers, the curtailment and expansion of production, the move from one branch of industry to another, etc., whose result is objectified or crystallized in the social properties of things, for example, as certain average prices, which in turn are already noted and taken into account in the consciousness of the individual commodity producer and serve as the point of departure for his calculations. Thus, the dependence of the act of evaluation of the commodity upon the preceding state of prices expresses nothing other than the dependence of the individual producer's activities upon social conditions. The continuity of reproduction. 199 The uninterrupted process of price formation, which we have been describing, reflects the uninterrupted process of reproduction. It does not begin with a clean slate but already presupposes the results of past production that are fixed in the form of determinate prices. Although social relations only connect the commodity producers indirectly through the act of market exchange and are interrupted thereafter, their result is to affix to the products of labor a determinate social character, for example, determinate average prices. Once the commodity producer has purchased material, machines, and other things on the market and put them into operation in the process of production, they have ceased to be commodities and become elements of production, but this does not mean that the social form that these commodities acquired in the exchange process, their determinate exchange value or price, vanishes without a trace when the latter is completed. On the contrary, it becomes fixed and crystallized in these things as a social property that appears to inhere in them and is preserved by them upon completion of the production relation of purchase and sale in which they have been involved in the market. The cotton having left the market for the spinner's workshop, does not cease to be regarded by him as a thing with a determinate price. In his technical operations with the cotton, he must not for a moment forget the price of this kind of material. Thus the prices that are established in the process of exchange continue their activity in the ensuing process of production. On the other hand, since the given process of production must be followed once more by the process of exchange, the prospects for the product's future realization are already considered, calculated and taken into account in the process of production itself. The product, while it is still in the production process and has yet to become a commodity, already has an anticipated price that is expressed, as we discussed in detail above, in its evaluation or normal accounting. Thus, if we said in the theory of value that in the direct production process the given commodity producer acts independently of other commodity producers, the anarchy of commodity production with whom he is connected only in the process of exchange, this statement would be correct insofar as we spoke of the processes of production and exchange while considering each separately, from an abstract point of view. In actual reality, however, the given process of production is only one of the repeating phases of an uninterrupted social process of reproduction, a phase that precedes and is followed by the act of exchange. For this reason, the dense network of social connections, which tightly ties the producer to the process of exchange in the market, is not interrupted during the intervening period of production but rather continues its activity as the result of the preceding process of exchange and as anticipation of the one to come. This network of social connections, through its offshoots of the past and filaments of the future, embraces the production process, thereby establishing the continuity of social connections between people, and of the social form of things, throughout the entire process of reproduction. The commodity producer, whose activity in his workshop is formally autonomous and independent of other commodity producers, in reality does not escape for a moment from this dense network of social ties that unite him with them and determine his economic activity. In exactly the same way, the means of production locate in his workshop as well as the finished product gradually maturing from them, cannot for a moment be considered as purely technical elements of production, deprived of social form. Removed to the quiet of the workshop, and absorbed by the technical process of production, they are momentarily not active carriers of the production relations between people, but this does not cause them to lose their character as carriers of past and future production relations. They preserve the imprint of their social origin and destiny. Herein lies the fundamental sociological meaning of Marx's teaching concerning the measure of value, which represents nothing other than a doctrine of the evaluation of the product of labor in the process of production, which precedes the act of exchange. Evaluation prior to exchange. 200 Marx strongly emphasizes that the act of evaluating the commodity in terms of money occurs even prior to the latter's entry into the exchange process, not in the sense that in the act of exchange itself, before paying his money, the buyer must establish a price for the commodity through mutual agreement with the seller. 201 but in the sense described above of the normal calculation or evaluation of the product that occurs during the actual process of production. The fixation of exchange proportions, with a formal mutual agreement between seller and buyer, in fact it may be determined unilaterally by the seller or by the buyer, occurs not only in regular but also in the casual exchange of two commodities, and not only in monetary but also in natural exchange. It is another matter with the valuation of the product that precedes the exchange act itself, occurring in the production process and anticipating the conditions in which normal reproduction can continue, and which can preserve the equilibrium between the given branch of production and the others. It is precisely this act of preliminary evaluation of the product that is an indispensable attribute of commodity production. The latter is characterized not by the fact that products of labor are sold, but by the fact that they are already produced for the purpose of sale. With occasional exchange, the product of labor acquires a passing form as an object of exchange, a commodity, only at the very moment of the exchange, without being a commodity or exchange value either before or after the exchange act. The articles A and B in this case are not as yet commodities, but become so only through the act of exchange. 202 This means that we still do not have commodity production as a determinate and stable system of production relations between people, with the corresponding reified category of value as a stable social form of the thing. Commodity production develops only to the extent that the products of labor begin to be produced intentionally for the purpose of exchange. 203 Once products are produced especially for the purpose of being exchanged, their character as values has already to be taken into consideration during production. 204 And this becomes evident precisely in the fact that in the production process itself the product is assigned a definite evaluation based upon the previous exchange process, with its inherent phenomena of price formation, and in anticipation of price formation in the future process of exchange. Once the product already acquires a preliminary evaluation in the production process itself, the consequence is that it enters the exchange process possessing an exchange value already determined and corresponding to its price. Marx is forceful in emphasizing this condition. Commodities enter into the process of exchange with a determinate price 205 and as use values with determinate prices 206. Marx refers to the absurd hypothesis that commodities enter into the process of circulation without a price 207. These persistent comments by Marx have usually been understood in the sense that during the working up of the product, in the course of production, a certain quantity of socially necessary labor is already expended so that the value of the product is consequently determined not by the conditions of market exchange but by the technical conditions that characterize the production process and by the act of exchange that precedes it. However, such an understanding has the effect of narrowing Marx's meaning. Marx claimed that in the production process itself we already have in finished form not only certain technical conditions but also a determinate social form of production, production for the purpose of sale, or a commodity economy. For that reason, the product of labor is already, in the production process itself, not only the result of a determinate labor expenditure but also a thing with a determinate social form, namely, a commodity that has acquired a certain evaluation in terms of money. Marx's teaching on the function of a measure value which is fulfilled by money even prior the process of circulation, will only become fully understandable to us in connection with his teaching that the character of things as values has already to be taken into consideration during production, and that the product of labor therefore acquires a certain evaluational ready in the production process itself and enters into the process of circulation with a determinate price. But in order to understand this possibility of an evaluation of the product of labor even prior to the act of exchange, we must remember that before the given process of production there was already a process of exchange, the results of which, in the form of the determinate social properties of things and the system of prices for different commodities, serve in turn as the presuppositions of the given process of production. The ideal character of evaluation. 208. Once the act of evaluation of the commodity takes place even before the latter enters into exchange, it follows that this act has an ideal character, and in its function as measure of value, money therefore serves only in an imaginary or ideal capacity. 209. The preliminary evaluation of the product establishes, so to speak, an equilibrium price of the commodity, i.e. the level of price that corresponds to the condition of equilibrium between the given branch of production and the others. And since in commodity society, with its anarchy of production, such an equilibrium condition is possible only as an ideal average, from which the actual distribution of social labor constantly deviates in one direction or another, this preliminary evaluation of the commodity is only an anticipation of its ideal average price, from which prices also constantly deviate upwards or downwards. The establishment of their price is merely their ideal conversion into the universal equivalent, an equation with gold which still has to be put into practice. 210. The possibility of realizing this preliminary and ideal evaluation of the commodity on the market depends on whether or not the commodity turns out to be a use value, whether or not the quantity of labor time contained in it proves to be the quantity of labor time necessarily required by society for its production. 211. Here we encounter a very essential difference between price, i.e. the exchange value of the commodity, expressed in money, and the exchange value that we investigated in the theory of value. In the theory of value, we presupposed equilibrium between the separate branches of production so that the products of different types of labor equate with each other as values, and the same holds for different types of labor. But, in commodity economy, such an equation of labor is not a conscious presupposition of the social process of production, only the result of a spontaneous process of competition with inequalities and disproportions that inevitably arise in the distribution of labor. This peculiarity of commodity economy is also reflected in evaluation of the commodity in terms of money, demonstrating that the equation of a given commodity with all other commodities, and thus of a given type of labor with all others, is not an accomplished fact but is only subject to future realization. 212. Equation of a given commodity with all others is only possible through its equation with gold. But gold, precisely because all other commodities are equated through its mediation, i.e. all commodity producers exchange their products for gold, possesses the special social form of money, which does not characterize all other commodities. This specific feature of the detached commodity, or money, consists of the fact that it can always be exchanged for any concrete commodity, whereas the latter cannot always be exchanged for gold. The evaluation of the yard of cloth as 3 rubles means that it is possible at any moment to acquire a yard of cloth for 3 rubles, it does not mean that, conversely, the yard of cloth can at any moment exchange for 3 rubles. 213 This means that evaluation of the commodity in terms of gold involves both the moment of their equality, equation of the commodity with gold, and also the moment of inequality, the difference between the social form of money and the social form of the commodity. In other words, equation of the given commodity with all others has not yet occurred and depends upon whether it is actually equated in the market with gold, with which it is unequal in terms of social form. Evaluation of the commodity, therefore, entails the necessity for alienation of commodities in exchange for glittering gold and thus the possibility of their non-alienation. In short, there is here contained in latent form the whole contradiction which arises because the product is a commodity, or because the particular labor of an isolated individual can become socially effective only if it is expressed as its direct opposite, i.e., abstract universal labor. 214. The act of evaluating the commodity reveals its ideal character not only because, as an ideal act, it precedes the process of exchange, but also because its realization by way of the latter is always completed more or less approximately, with deviations of the market price upwards or downwards compared with the evaluation. The possibility, therefore, of a quantitative incongruity between price and the magnitude of value, i.e., the possibility that the price may diverge from the magnitude of value, is inherent in the price form itself. 215. 7. Medium of circulation. From the ideal act of evaluating the commodity, which precedes the process of circulation, Marx then turns to the latter. Only in the actual process of circulation is it discovered how far the commodity can be realized in accordance with its preliminary evaluation, in other words, the degree to which the market price approaches the commodity's value. The greater is the factual deviation of labor distribution between individual branches of production from a proportional distribution of social labor, the greater will be the deviation of market price from value. A 10-hour expenditure of labor by a given producer may, on the market, be reduced to 5 hours of socially necessary labor, i.e. the product of his 10 hours of private and concrete labor may be sold on the market at a price corresponding only to 5 hours of social and abstract labor. This can occur because, at the current moment there is a lack of social demand, expressed as effective demand, for the given product, because the volume of production of the given product quantitatively exceeded the current demand for it, or because the given producer works in backward technical conditions and his individual labor expenditure exceeds the average, socially necessary labor. 216. Investigating the function of money as medium of circulation. Marx uses the same method as when studying the function of money as measure of value. At first sight, it seemed to us that money, in itself, has the property of measuring the value of the commodity. Marx showed that it acquires such a property as the result of a long process of the generalist acquisition of all commodities with one another through the mediation of money, i.e. as the result of the generalized activity of all commodities, which in fact represents the generalized activity of all commodity producers. Marx takes the same approach in analyzing the medium of circulation. At first sight it seems that money, on its own, possesses the property of medium of circulation. It buys every sort of commodity, as if setting them in motion with its own force. Marx derives this reified property of money, however, from the movement of the commodities themselves, which reflects, in turn, certain activities and interconnections between the commodity producers themselves. Accordingly, Marx first of all analyses the movement, or the metamorphosis of commodities and in lie subsequent turns to the circulation of money. Turning to analysis of the process of commodity circulation, Marx distinguishes within it 2 aspects, Stoffwechsel and Formwechsel, the metabolism of things and the change of forms. Insofar as the process of exchange transfers commodities from hands in which they are non-use values into hands in which they are use values, this process is a social exchange of things, i.e. a movement of material things. 217 The material moment of this process consists of the fact that, 1. There first of all occurs a real exchange of the commodity for gold, of an ordinary commodity and the money commodity. 218 Both of which move in the form of determinate material things, in opposing directions, the commodity from the hands of the seller into those of the buyer, and the gold from the hands of the buyer into those of the seller, and 2. After this happens, the same opposing movement of commodity and gold is repeated once more. The former seller now parts with his gold and receive in exchange the products that he requires. As a result of this entire process, the product of one kind of useful labor replaces that of another. 219 As far as concerns its material content, the movement is CC, the exchange of one commodity for another, the exchange of quantities of social labor, in whose result the process itself becomes extinguished. 220, i.e. the social aspect of the process. As we can see from the foregoing, the material technical side of the circulation process, consisting of the movement of things, commodities and gold, from hand to hand, conceals from us its social form, which is the real subject matter of Marx's investigation. Things interest Marx only as the carriers of production relations between people, i.e. not in terms of their material technical properties but in terms of their social form or social properties which they acquire only in the presence of determinate production relations between people. The things, which appear in the circulation process and at first sight are distinguished only by their material properties, gold and the other commodities, are in fact distinguished from one another by their social forms. Gold enters the exchange process as a product of labor that is already equated with all other commodities, able to exchange directly for any other commodity, and for that reason fulfilling the special social function of universal equivalent or the expression of abstract social labor. The commodity opposes gold as a product of labor yet to be equated with other commodities, in other words, as the product of private and concrete labor. Once the commodity and gold are distinguished by their different social forms, the exchange of the commodity for gold means not just the replacement of one material thing by another but also a change in the very social form of the thing, Formwechsel. Marx is interested in precisely this change in form or the metamorphosis of commodities. 221 which serves the social exchange of things. His goal is to investigate the whole process in its formal aspect. 222 that is, the social form rather than the material properties of the products of labor. But Marx cannot stop there. The point is that the entire social form of things is a reflection of a determinate social form of labor organization, i.e. of determinate production relations between people. The circulation process is not only the material movement of things, the exchange of things, and the change of their social forms, the metamorphosis of commodities, but also the movement of production relations between individual commodity producers who are the participants in exchange. The contrast between the social form of the commodity and money reflects the contrast between the different social activities fulfilled by the seller and the buyer. These two antithetical transmutations of the commodity are accomplished through two antithetical social processes in which the commodity owner takes part, and are reflected in the antithetical economic characteristics of the two processes. By taking part in the act of sale, the commodity owner becomes a seller; in the act of purchase, he becomes a buyer. 223. As we know from the theory of commodity fetishism, the differentiation of production relations between commodity owners, consisting of the fact that in the act of exchange they fulfill opposing roles, as buyer and seller, finds reified expression in the differentiation of the social form of the things being exchanged, the commodity and money. Differentiation of the products of labor into the commodity and money results from a change of production relations between commodity owners and the squeezing out of natural exchange. But once the altered exchange relation has congealed or become reified in the form of the money function of a detached commodity, gold, possession of the latter by a given commodity owner also determines his role in the act of exchange as buyer, and conversely, the commodity owner's possession of other commodities, i.e. ordinary commodities, apart from the one that has become detached, predetermines his role in the given exchange act as seller. Thus, if the social forms of the commodity and money result from a determinate structure of the economy and of the production relations between people, so, on the other hand, the position of the individual in a given concrete act of exchange is determined by the social form of the things belonging to him. In the exchange process they confront one another in the antithetical roles of buyer and seller, one personifying a sugar loaf, the other gold. Just as the sugar loaf becomes gold, so the seller becomes a buyer. 224 The change in the social character of the commodity owners occurs in parallel with the change in the social form of things. To understand the latter process, it is necessary to clarify the particular characteristics of the former. It is not surprising, therefore, that in this case, as in other parts of his system, Marx concentrates his attention on an investigation of the type of production relations between people that assigns a special form to money circulation. We find such an analysis of the production relations between people in Marx's well-known teaching on the circuit CMC. Searcherhobegeintjes analysis with the external phenomena of money circulation will see and heldernoth more than a mass of random purchases and sales taking place simultaneously. 225 Each of these acts is absolutely no different from the others, all of them representing exchange of a commodity for money. The very same act that, from the seller's side represents sale or CM, from the buyer's side is the purchase MC. In each of these acts, money plays the role of means of purchase and successively realizes the prices of various commodities that on their own appear to be immobile. 226 Once commodity C1 has been purchased with a particular ruble, the former seller, with the same ruble, purchases another commodity C2, while the former owner of the second commodity uses the same ruble to purchase C3 and so on. All of these acts of exchange are uncoordinated and not in any way connected. A new commodity figures in each of them and has nothing in common with the previous one. Each commodity is sold only once, i.e. it exchanges only one time for money and then immediately enters into the buyer's sphere of consumption. The entire process of exchange has the appearance of a chaotic mass of purchases and sales, randomly coinciding or occurring successively with nothing to link them together. In order to find a lawful pattern in this seeming chaos, we must refocus our attention away from money and commodities as such and onto the commodity producers. The two moments of this metamorphosis are at once distinct transactions by the commodity owner selling, or the exchange of commodity for money, and buying, or the exchange of the money for a commodity and the unity of thetwo acts selling in order to buy. 227 As soon as we take the commodity producer as the starting point for our investigation, the acts of exchange quickly arrange themselves in a definite, lawful, and necessary sequence. The actions of each commodity producer must follow in definite order, first the sale CM and then the purchase MC, with the sale being completed precisely. For the purpose of becoming able to make a purchase, in other words, a regular sequence of one act after another resulting from the internal connection between them. And this internal connection, in turn, is determined by the fundamental character of commodity economy. Once the commodity producers are connected with each other by the social division of labor and are producing commodities for the market, the process of production must be followed by the process of circulation. Only the latter enables the commodity producer to acquire his other means of subsistence and of production. 228 In place of the commodities he has worked up and does not need himself. Until he acquires the latter, he cannot renew the production process without having the means of production the tighter quires and the has expended in the previous period of production, or the means of subsistence for feeding himself and his family during the next period of production. But, in order that he might appropriate the necessary means of production and subsistence for himself, according to his own choices, he must first convert the commodities he has prepared into money, i.e. sell them on the market. The social division of labor makes the nature of his labor as one-sided as his needs are many-sided. This is precisely the reason why the product of his labor servitium sol lias in exchange value. But it cannot acquire universal social validity as an equivalent form except by being converted into money. That money, however, is in someone else's pocket. 229. A man who has produced, does not have the choice of selling or not selling. He must sell. 230 This means that the necessary completion of the production process is the act of selling the commodity and, in order to be able to begin a new process of production, the commodity producer, having sold his commodity, must necessarily appear in the role of buyer of the corresponding means of production and subsistence. The circulation process, in the form of a lawful repetition of the two acts, CM and MC, is the necessary mediating link between two processes of production, completing the first and preparing for the second. The circulation process appears as part of the general process of reproduction, and the lawful course of the latter presupposes the lawful flow of the former. Independently of the will of particular individuals, the very mechanism of commodity economy necessarily imparts the following form to the entire process of reproduction: 1. The production process, 2. The circulation process, sale, or CM, and purchase, MC, 3. The production process, and so forth. The periodic pulse of the reproduction process includes the pulse of the circulation process in a proper sequence of its two acts, CM and MC, which oppose and complement each other. 231 At first glance, the internal connection of the two acts of circulation, CM and MC, which enter into the same process of reproduction and complement each other, is concealed because they each appear in a distinct and separate form. Indeed, what constitutes the specificity of monetary exchange is that the direct identity between alienation of the product of his labor and the acquisition of someone else's labor is divided into the two antithetical segments of sale and purchase. 232 This division of the two acts is manifest in the fact that, 1. In the act of purchase, our commodity producer, having previously sold his commodity to person A, now enters into a production relation with another person B. 2. The act of purchase can proceed in some other place and not where the act of sale occurred, and 3. The act of purchase can be postponed for a certain time and need not follow immediately after the act of sale. There is a personal, spatial, and temporal separation between the two acts of the circulation process. Each individual sale or purchase stands as an independent isolated transaction, whose complementary transaction may be separated from it temporally and spatially. Any MC may follow any particular CM, i.e., the second section of the life cycle of any commodity may follow the first section of the life cycle of any other commodity. 233. This separation of the two acts in the process of circulation gives the latter the appearance of an exceedingly haphazard coincidence and succession of motley of various complete metamorphoses. 234 The actual process of circulation appears, therefore, not as a complete metamorphosis of the commodity, i.e., not as its movement through opposite phases, but as a mere accumulation of numerous purchases and sales which chance to occur simultaneously or successively. 235. This chaotic picture of the circulation process does not, however, give us a proper representation of the latter, for the process appears to lose its distinct form. 236 i.e. its law-governed social character. In order to disclose the latter, Marx, in his usual manner, tried to find behind this movement of things the determinate production relations between people. Having begun with the investigation of an economy of commodity producers, with its inherent proper and rhythmic sequence of the production process and of both acts of the circulation process, CMC, Marx found in the market the pivot around which the disorderly dance of commodities revolves. This pivot must be sought not in the things themselves but in the production relations between people, more precisely, in the activities of the commodity producers and their mutual relations with the world of other commodity producers. Beneath the personal, spatial, and temporal separation between the two acts of circulation, Marx found within them both a single stable center, the figure of the commodity producer, who participates in both acts of exchange, CM and MC. 237 and includes them both in the single process of reproduction that is fulfilled at his establishment. Without denying the enormous importance of the separation of exchange into the two opposing acts of purchase and sale, and sharply criticizing those economists who underestimated this moment. 238 Marx at the same time also revealed a certain internal unity of the two independent acts of the circulation process. 239 This unity consists of the fact that both acts, CM and MC, are complementary yet distinct links in the single circulation process of CMC. From this point of view, any transaction of purchase and sale is revealed not as an isolated act, but instead it has its place in the general system of commodity circulation. Insofar as this transaction is considered from the side of the buyer, as MC, it completes a previous act of sale into which the current buyer entered as seller, and it prepares for him the possibility of renewing the production process. Regarding it from the side of the seller, as CM, it completes the just concluded process of production and, in turn, must invariably find its complement in the ensuing act MC, even if the latter is postponed for a time and completed elsewhere. Separated spatially and temporally, the two opposing acts of CM and MC are tied together as necessary links of the single process of reproduction. They are connected not only with one another but also with other acts of circulation. 240 Since each of these acts arises from the interaction, exchange, between two establishments, it enters simultaneously into the reproduction process both of the given establishment and of its counterpart. At the same time as this commodity begins the first phase of its circuit and undergoes the first metamorphosis, another commodity commences the second phase of the circuit, passes through its second metamorphosis and drops out of circulation. The first commodity, on the other hand, enters the second phase of the circuit, passes through its second metamorphosis and drops out of circulation, while a third commodity enters the sphere of circulation, passes through the first phase of its cycle and accomplishes the first metamorphosis. Thus the total circuit CMC representing the complete metamorphosis of a commodity is simultaneously the end of a complete metamorphosis of the second commodity and the beginning of a complete metamorphosis of a third commodity. 241. The metamorphoses of the individual commodities are entwined with each other. The circuit made by one commodity in the course of its metamorphoses is inextricably entwined with the circuits of other commodities. This whole process constitutes the circulation of commodities. 242 We must remember well that not every exchange of products for money is included in the concept of commodity circulation. Exchange becomes commodity circulation only provided that 1. It is repeated periodically and 2. In the specific social form of CMC, which presupposes that the production of a given establishment is alienated with the aim of using the money acquired to purchase the means of production and subsistence required for further production. Where this is not the case, there may be monetary trade, but there is no circulation of commodities in the form that characterizes commodity economy. Consider an example from the economy of the late Middle Ages. The peasant sold a portion of his grain in the city for money and paid the latter as quit rent to the feudal landlord. The latter used it to buy luxury items from the merchant, which the latter imported from the East. Here we have a series of transactions of purchase and sale, or monetary trade, but there is no circulation of commodities in the form CMC. The peasant sells his grain, but the money that he receives is handed over to the feudal lord. For the peasant household, the act CM is not followed by the act MC. Conversely, the feudal lord completes the act MC, but the latter is not the completion of the act CM since the feudal lord acquired the money not from sale of his products but rather as quit rent from the peasant, i.e. he received it in his capacity as feudalist and not as a commodity producer. The feudal form of production relations between people creates a special form of exchange. 243 that is distinguished from the form CMC, which characterizes commodity economy with its inherent production relations between people as commodity owners. It is only in this social form of CMC that exchange becomes the circulation of commodities, and it is only as mediator in the process of commodity circulation that money fulfills the function of medium of circulation. 244 People usually understand the function of medium of circulation simply as the role of money as instrument of exchange. That, as we now see, is incorrect. It is only in a determinate social form of economy, namely, the commodity economy, with its associated form of exchange, namely CMC, that money fulfills the function of medium of circulation. Money emerges thus as a mere medium of exchange of commodities, not however as a medium of exchange in general, but a medium of exchange adapted to the process of circulation, i.e., a medium of circulation. 245 In a differential context distinguished by a different character of the production relations between people, money can serve as the instrument of exchange without functioning, however, as medium of circulation in the sense indicated. Thus, from a determinate type of production relations between people as commodity owners, Marx derives a determinate form of commodity circulation, CMC, which in turn stipulates the specific function of money as medium of circulation and a determinate form of the movement of money. The uninterrupted and periodically repeated process of reproduction, organized on the principles of commodity economy, presupposes that the commodity producer periodically produces the commodity, periodically puts it into circulation, i.e. sells it for money, and, with the money acquired, periodically purchases the products that he requires in order to resume production. The commodity producer's expenditure of the money in this form already presupposes that the production process will be repeated and that the newly worked up commodities will again be sold, and thus that the money resulting from the act CM will return to the commodity producer in order to depart from him again in the act MC. In other words, a periodic pulse beat of money occurs, periodically flowing into a given establishment and then flowing out of it. But since there are new use values produced continuously in the form of commodities, which must therefore be thrown continuously afresh into the sphere of circulation, the circuit CMC is renewed and repeated by the same commodity owners. The money they have spent as buyers returns to them when they once more become sellers of commodities. The perpetual renewal of commodity circulation is reflected in the fact that over the entire surface of bourgeois society money not only circulates from one person to another but that at the same time it describes a number of distinct small circuits, starting from an infinite variety of points and returning to the same points, in order to repeat the movement afresh. 246. Insofar as simple reproduction is involved, i.e. reproduction on the previous scale rather than expanded reproduction, one and the same sum of money periodically flows into a given establishment and periodically exits from it, assuming that the value of commodities and of money does not change. Since every sale is simultaneously a purchase and vice versa, this means that every inflow of money into a given establishment, in the act CM, signals a simultaneous outflow of the same sum of money from other establishments, in the act MC. Conversely, every outflow of money from one establishment means its inflow into other establishments. In other words, money continually flows from one establishment to others, pausing in each for an interval of time, now shorter, now longer, between the moment of the act of sale CM and the moment of the ensuing act of purchase MC. Money accordingly is continually moving in the circulation process, and this is precisely its function as medium of circulation. If we take a so-called national economy, consisting of a determinate number of interconnected private undertakings, then in the condition of simple reproduction and the absence of foreign trade, a determinate sum of money circulates in the given economy, constantly flowing from one establishment to the others and remaining, with the exception of worn-out coins, in the given sphere of circulation. It is only in the form of commodity circulation, CMC, that the sum of circulating money represents, for the given sphere of circulation, a determinate and constant magnitude, other conditions remaining the same, analysis of which involves the question of the quantity of money. The character of commodity circulation in the form is determined by the fundamental specificities of money's circulation, its constant movement in circulation, its periodic inflow into each establishment and, finally, the function that money fulfills in each separate act of purchase and sale. Here we come to a unique aspect of Marx's teaching on money that has not been given sufficient attention. The process of replacing gauge of an commodity, linen, with gold, money, and the latter with another commodity, Bibles, is described by Marx as a process involving a change of form of the first commodity, the linen. This is the central idea of Marx's theory of the metamorphosis of the commodity, and for a better explanation of this we shall cite a few excerpts from Marx. What is it that we observe directly in the act of purchase and sale? The striking phenomenon here is that a commodity and gold, 20 yards of linen and 2 pounds, have changed hands and places, in other words that they have been exchanged. 247 But behind this external appearance of one having been replaced by another, Marx discerns a process involving a change of form on the part of the first thing. At the outset the commodity possesses a particular use value, then sheds this form of existence and assumes that of exchange value or universal equivalent which is entirely distinct from its natural form. Finally it sheds this as well and emerges as a real use value which can serve particular needs. In this last form it drops out of the sphere of circulation and enters that of consumption. 248. In the circa CMC, linen gold Bible, the goldanth Biblir Namerethan forms that the linen assumes. With the sale of the linen, what occurs is a leap of value from the body of the commodity into the body of the gold. 249. The bodies of commodities, their use values, change over to the money side, while their soul, the exchange value, is turned into gold. 250. The linen changes its commodity form into its money form, which becomes the first term of its final metamorphosis MC, its transformation back into the shape of the Bible. 251. In the second act MC, purchase of the Bible, it is still the movement of the linen itself that continues. Only now transformed into the money form, the commodity passes through the second phase of its circulation, no longer in its natural shape, but in its golden state. 252. The entire process CMC represents the conversion off form or the metamorphosis off the first commodity thelinen. At first sight, this teaching on the metamorphosis of the commodity cannot help but seem strange and even to contradict reality. It seems to us that in the act CM gold has replaced the linen, and there is no change of form on the part of the linen. We are confident that simultaneously with the act CM, i.e. with sale of the linen, the latter leaves the sphere of circulation and enters the sphere of consumption. Marx claims that although the commodity in its shape as an object of utility falls out of circulation into consumption. 253. Thelinen as a commodity or exchange value, still continues its movement within circulation in the form of gold. It is only when the gold, acquired for the linen, is given in return forth Bible that the linen actually moves from the sphere of circulation into the sphere of consumption. These claims by Marx concerning the reincarnation of the linen in gold and the Bible, while initially appearing somewhat incomprehensible, take on a completely real meaning from the point of view of his theory of commodity fetishism. The entire process described by Marx, the process of the metamorphosis of the commodity, must be regarded as a movement of the production relations between people which does not correspond with the movement of things, although it is closely connected with it. From the material point of view, i.e. from the point of view of the movement of things, there is obviously no incarnation of linen in the gold or the Bible, the linen is simply replaced by gold, and the latter by the Bible. But we come to a different conclusion from the point of view of the production relations of which these things are the carriers. Our commodity owner made the linen as a commodity with a determinate exchange value that already, in the production process itself, acquires a certain evaluation in terms of gold. 254. By the very fact of producing the linen, the commodity owner already enters into a certain production link with other commodity owners, he is a claimant upon other use values that are equal in value to his linen. The exchange value of the linen is an expression of this ability, on the part of its producer, to enter into such a production relation of exchange. But thus far we are speaking only of a possibility, or of a potential production relation of exchange. From the moment of the linen's sale, i.e. its exchange for gold, the potential production relation between the given commodity owner and the other is actively manifested, his productus swallow it up with the market, and he, as the owner of gold, becomes an active participant in the production relation of exchange. In purchasing the Bible, he realizes this production relation. One and the same production link between the given commodity owner and the others, founded upon the fact that he produces a product, linen, as a commodity. 255 extends through the ensuing phases, from being a potential it becomes active in order then to be realized. The unity of this production link, in all its phases, is shown by the fact that each previous phase necessarily presupposes the one that follows, and the latter is impossible without the former. The continuity of the different phases of the production relation of commodity owners is reflected in the continuity of things as the carriers of these consecutive phases. 256 Since people in commodity society are connected through things, each phase of the production relation between people corresponds to a special social form of things, the commodity form, linen, the stripping off of the commodity form, gold, and return to the commodity form, thebiable, point 257 on the other hand, insofar as the different phases of the production relation between people constitute a certain unity, the materially different carriers of these phases, linen, gold, Bible, are merely forms of one and the same value. Now we can understand why the linen, following its sale, continues its existence as value in the form of money and still remains within the sphere of circulation. Of course, the material body of the linen, following its sale, leaves the sphere of circulation for the sphere of consumption. But is there an end to the production relation, of which the linen was the carrier, namely, the production tie between the producer of the linen and the other commodity owners, a connection founded on the fact that the first among them produced the linen as a commodity for the market? With the sale of the linen, this production relation not only has not come to an end, rather, it is only now that it actively appears, so to speak, and has acquired a socially significant form. This means that the exchange value of the linen, as the expression of this production relation, still continues to exist, being attached to or reified in the gold. It is only through purchase of the Bible that the producer of the linen realizes and simultaneously terminates his production relation with all commodity owners, which is tied to the fact of the linen's production. Thus, it is only with purchase of the Bible that the linen, as exchange value, departs from the sphere of circulation for the sphere of consumption. If the linen, through sale, assumes the form of gold, it follows that the gold is a converted form of the linen. In circulation, the gold is always the converted or money form of the commodities. Marx strongly emphasizes this idea. Of course, at its point of production the gold enters into circulation as a simple commodity, opposed to others and exchanging for them in the act of direct barter. 258 The gold and the linen enter into such an act in identical social form, and the value of each of them is expressed in the other. But if we abstract from these points of entry of new gold into circulation and take the latter as a continuing and endlessly repeating process, then the gold enters not with the quality of a simple commodity but with the quality of money, i.e. a commodity already equated with all other commodities. Here the value of the linen is expressed one-sidedly, namely, only in the gold, whereas the value of the gold is expressed not in some quantity of linen, for which it is purchased, but instead can only be expressed in the totality of all commodities, i.e. in the general level of prices. In each particular act of exchange, the gold enters as the converted form of any commodity whatsoever. Every commodity owner, apart from the gold producer, can enter the act MC in the role of purchaser only provided that he has already previously sold his commodity and, consequently, the gold in his hands already represents the incarnation of his commodity's alienated form. 259 Our commodity owner can sell his linen to another commodity owner only on condition that the latter has already sold his commodity, for example, wheat. This means that and the given axiom, salio thelinen, the gold already enters with the quality of the converted or money form of the wheat. Upon completion of this act of selling thelinen, the same gold becomes the converted form of the linen until it is exchanged for the Bible, etc. The movement of gold is the movement of the metamorphosed commodity. 260. At first sight, Marx's assertion regarding the character of gold as the transformed commodity appears to us to be just as strange and incomprehensible as the claim we have just scrutinized, that after its sale the commodity continues to exist in the form of gold. The former claim is the conclusion drawn from the latter, and it likewise reveals its meaning to us only when translated from the language of reified relations into the language of production relations between people. From the reified point of view, a gold ruble is a gold ruble, completely apart from whether it is acquired through the sale of wheat or iron. It is impossible to know whether it represents transformed iron or transformed wheat. 261 But the character of the production relations of exchange into which the owner of the gold ruble now enters in the market, depends in no small measure precisely upon whether he acquired this ruble from the sale of wheat or of iron. The action by the owner of gold, who is entering into the act MC in the role of buyer, depends upon the preceding act CM, in which the same individual was seller, meaning that in the act MC the gold appears as the converted form of a particular commodity. This position helps us to understand the mechanism of market exchange. Let us suppose that we are taking a snapshot of the state of the market at any given moment. On one side we find the sellers, the commodity owners, and 262 on the other side the buyers, the owners of money. The latter appear as the active participants in exchange, according to their own choice and, as it appears at first sight, their own will, they select the commodities they want. Demand, represented by the sum of money in the hands of all buyers, for instance a million gold rubles, seems to stop the primary and determining force of market exchange. Being the determining sum, the demand, for its own part, appears to be completely undetermined in both qualitative and quantitative terms. In qualitative terms, because it represents a certain sum of homogeneous and abstract monetary units, rubles, each of which can be directed to the purchase of any commodities which therefore contain within themselves no evidence of a definite concrete demand. In quantitative terms, because the sum of a million rubles enters into market circulation as a final sum, given in advance, whose origin is unknown to us. This portrayal of the mechanism of market exchange is extremely one-sided and erroneous, singling out one link, demand, and declining to analyze those factors by which it, in turn, is determined. Such an analysis will show us first that the sum of money which represents demand from the side of buyers at this particular moment, is acquired by the latter through the preceding sale of the commodities they produced. This sum of money, therefore, is the converted or money form of the production be commodity owners war presently appearing in the role of buyers. 263 The current acts of purchase MC are the complements of previous acts of sale CM, and the current demand is determined, both quantitatively and qualitatively, by the preceding process of production. Above all, it is obvious that the volume of demand from the side of the buyers depends on the quantity of commodities or exchange values that they first produced and realized in the market in the preceding acts of sale CM. Furthermore, the character and volume of the production of each commodity owner also influences the qualitative side of the demand that they present in the market. This is self-evident insofar as we are speaking of demand for means of production, material, machines, supplementary materials, and so forth. Depending upon whether the given commodity owner acquired his money from the sale of iron or wheat, he will necessarily spend a part of the money received on the purchase of one or another means of production required in order to resume the labor process. He will spend the remainder of the proceeds on means of consumption. The quality and quantity of the means of consumption he acquires depend primarily upon the magnitude of the remaining sum, and that magnitude, in turn, is determined by the scale and method of his production. Thus, the volume and character of demand depend upon the volume and character of production. The acts of purchase MC are really complementary to the preceding acts of sale CM, and the gold that figures in the acts MC is the converted or money form of the production realized in the acts CM. It is not discernible whether a gold ruble is transformed iron or transformed wheat, but its further fate largely depends upon which it is. The same gold ruble represents transformed wheat for the peasant and, after it passes to the weaver, transformed linen, next a transformed Bible, etc. Imprinted upon the glistening, solid and constant gold ruble are the social production relations of which, in this case, it is the carrier. And here, as in other parts of his theory, Marx's analysis discloses from behind congealed things the flexible, dynamic, and fluid production relations between people. The reified economic categories acquire a magnified flexibility, reflecting all the diversity in the changing rainbow of social relations between people. As in his teaching on the measure of value, Marx's doctrine on the function of money in the role of medium of circulation reveals a deep sociological character in the fact that it takes as given a determinate type of production relations between people as commodity owners. The commonly accepted notion that, prior to the Exchange Act, gold fulfills the function of measure of value wherever it is conceivable to equate the product with a certain quantity of gold, and the function of medium of circulation wherever they are actually exchanged, does not apply to Marx's theory. That view suggests that gold fulfills both of these functions in every random exchange, provided only that it is the commonly used means for comparing and exchanging different products. For example, in the monetary exchange between tribes with a predominantly natural economy, or in occasional exchange on the periphery of a society with a commodity economy, etc. From Marx's point of view, it is only possible here to speak of money's process of emergence and development, not of the functions that are inherent in it with a regular process of commodity production. Here there is no function as measure of value, for there is no value itself as the regulator of production. Here there is no medium of circulation, for there is no commodity circulation as a necessary constituent element in the process of reproduction. It is only where the product is produced in advance as a commodity, and where it acquires even in the production process a preliminary evaluation in terms of gold which expresses the level of prices with which equilibrium is maintained between the given production branch and all the others that gold fulfills the function of measure of value. Only where the production process is invariably followed by the exchange process in both of its phases, CM and MC, as the necessary condition for resuming production, does gold fulfill the function of medium of circulation. It is easy to see that both of these functions presuppose a developed commodity economy, in which production is intended in advance for exchange, hence the preliminary evaluation of the commodity and the function of gold as measure of value, and on the other hand, exchange is only an intermediate stage of the entire reproduction process, hence the metamorphosis of the commodity and the function of gold as medium of circulation. 8. Money as a hoard. If the circulation of commodities in the form CMC occurs more or less uninterruptedly, and each act of sale CM is quickly followed by its complementary act of purchase MC, money will quickly pass from hand to hand and fulfill the function of medium of circulation. But as soon as the series of metamorphoses, of the commodity IR, is interrupted, as soon as sales are not supplemented by subsequent purchases 264 the money remains for a long period in the hands of the seller, fulfilling the function of a hoard. In historical terms, the collection of treasure began very early. Even before precious metals became money, they were readily accumulated as a concrete item of consumption, i.e. as a luxury item, that was most suitable, because of its durability, for the preservation of wealth. As exchange and money develop, accumulation of precious metals already concentrates in the hands of the owners not merely stable and highly prized items of consumption but also the absolutely social form of wealth which is always ready to be used. 265 Only from this moment is it possible to speak of a hoard not in the sense of a sum of concrete and useful items but rather in the sense of a social force that is concentrated in the hands of private persons. 266 So long as the slave or feudal economy prevails, money, of course, is not the only social force because the members of society are not private persons who relate to each other as independent and equal commodity owners. The members of society are still connected by relations of feudal domination, serfdom, etc. But, if the owner of money is compelled to reckon with a prince or feudal landlord, he possesses all the more advantage because of that same backwardness of social relations, by comparison with the owner of use values when both parties occupy an equal social position. It is precisely the prevalence of natural economy and the inadequate development of exchange that makes it impossible, or in the best of cases problematic, to transform any use value into money. 267 This means that the seller endeavors all the more to retain the money received as a hoard, as a social force that while it does not yet replace all other social ties already successfully supplements, modifies and to some extent dissolves them. Describing the widespread custom in the East, especially in India, of collecting a hoard, Adolf Wagner says, for many little people a hoard plays the role of a savings bank in the event of need or of high prices, with which to guarantee survival. For the wealthy, for the aristocracy and the princes, a hoard serves as a means of social and political domination, specifically for gift-giving. 268. Paying for services, retaining servants, waging war, paying taxes, etc. 269 In ancient and feudal society, the professional hoarder frequently became a moneylender and, through his activity, contributed all the more to dissolution of the economic forms inherent in such societies. 270 In developed commodity society, the formation of a hoard is one of the normal, continuous, and necessary functions of commodity circulation. If, on the one hand, the latter presupposes the uninterrupted circuit CMC, on the other hand it ruptures this circuit into two acts, CM and MC, creating the possibility and occasionally even the necessity of a prolonged postponement of the second act. Every commodity owner must alternately assume the roles of seller and buyer, but at the same time he must retain for a time a portion of the money received from selling rather than put it into circulation. As we have seen above, the commodity producer spends the money received from sales on the purchase of means of consumption and means of production. For both of these a purpose must now and again withhold money in the form of a reserve fund or a hoard. The commodity producer completes the sale of his products periodically, at the end of each production process. The periods when sales occur, therefore, are conditioned by the periods of production. The peasant, for example, sells most of his products every autumn. The production periods are shorter in industry, but for every commodity producer these periods are fixed. Expenditure is bethellator and mensoff consumption depend on the character of the various needs and their periodic recurrence. 271 For certain requirements, sustenance, for example, periodic expenditures frequently occur before the production process ends, whereas for other needs, for example, clothing and housing, they occur less frequently. This means that after the production process and the sale of finished lots of commodities are completed, the commodity producer must retain out of the money received, 1. A sum needed for regular expenditures upon means of consumption, food, over the duration of the next period of production, and 2. A corresponding sum for gradual accumulation of the fund for one-time expenditures that occur over several periods of production. If the production process lasts 3 months, and the producer replaces his wearing apparel once a year at a cost of 200 rubles, then from the sum received from selling the products of each production period a sum of 50 rubles must be set aside for this purpose. The same forms of reserves must be set aside from the sums intended for purchasing means of production in the broad sense of the word. If wages are paid weekly to workers, and fixed capital, machines, is replaced every 5 years, then after each production period, lasting 3 months, the capitalist must allocate to the reserve fund, 1. A sum equal to 12 times the total of wages paid out weekly, and 2. A sum equal to 1/20th of the value of the machines that are wearing out. In a capitalist economy, where the fixed capital takes on enormous dimensions, such sums being set aside for its amortization or retirement are extremely significant. In simple commodity economy, the difference in the periods of expenditure of various sums on means of production also occurs, but it is not so great. Thus, in simple commodity economy it is also necessary to accumulate certain reserve funds although not so extensive for the purpose of both consumption and production. Still more profound is the difference between simple commodity economy and capitalist economy in terms of how the reserve funds are accumulated. With a developed credit system, and especially with a banking system, it is possible to speak of the accumulation of a hoard in a figurative note in a literal sense of the word. 272 The commodity producer does not accumulate reserve funds on his own but instead deposits them in the bank, which uses their temporary inactivity to lend them to other commodity producers who need cash at any given moment. But in the theory of money, Marx abstracts from the presence of a credit system and assumes real accumulation, i.e. retention by each commodity producer of a certain sum of money that serves as a reserve fund. Thus, even if we assume that the commodity producer intends to spend the entire sum of money received from sale of the commodities on means of consumption and means of production, a portion of this money will still be retained temporarily in his own hands as the reserve fund. A certain portion of this money will be spent gradually in the near future and thus constitutes his cash balance. This is his reserve fund of coin 273 or temporarily suspended coin, which may not be spent at the moment but still does not essentially leave the sphere of circulation. This cash reserve fund can be regarded as a constituent element of the total amount of money always in circulation, 274 as distinct from coin, therefore, it is not a hoard in the sense of money that is withdrawn from the sphere of circulation. 275 This role of money, withdrawn from circulation, is fulfilled by sums of money that are to be spent on means of consumption and means of production only after a more or less lengthy interval of time, for example, after the wearing out of fixed capital, and thus they temporarily leave the stream of circulation, settling or congealing in the form of a hoard. This is a reserve fund of purchasing power, formation of which is a necessary consequence of money's function as means of payment, i.e. as medium of circulation. With the expansion of credit transactions and of the payment function of money, the commodity producer must also gradually accumulate sums needed to pay his debts at the appointed time. A reserve fund of means of payment emerges, based upon money's function as means of payment. Both reserve funds, for purchasing and for payment, constitute a hoard or monetary reserve fund, as distinct from the previously mentioned reserve fund of coin. 276. Until now we have assumed that the money temporarily withdrawn from circulation as a reserve fund must at some definite time be returned to circulation. In other words, we have assumed that ultimately all money received by commodity producers from the sale of products is spent on the purchase of other products. It is possible, however, that the commodity producer will keep a part of this money with the intention of not returning it to circulation. In that case we are dealing not with a temporary interruption, very brief in the case of a reserve fund of coin and somewhat longer in the case of a reserve fund of money, between the acts CM and MC. Instead, the whole circulation ends with the act CM, which is not followed by the second act of purchase, MC. The money received from sale CM is transformed into a hoard, which we can distinguish from a reserve fund of money by designating it as an accumulating hoard. And this is the accumulation of a hoard in the precise 277 sense of the word. Nolatus consider which technical and social conditions of production permit such accumulation of hoards as a more or less continuous phenomenon. In order for the commodity producer to retain part of the money received from sale of products as an accumulating hoard, it is necessary that the receipts leave him with a certain surplus beyond the sums required for the purchase of means of consumption and means of production. The commodity producer cannot curtail purchase of means of production, since the inevitable consequence will be reduction of the scale of future production and consequently a decline of future receipts, or revenues. True, the commodity producer may curtail his personal requirements and reduce expenditure on the purchase of means of consumption. Such curtailment of personal consumption is, in fact, widely practiced in a peasant and handicraft economy, although it is confined, of course, within narrow limits. Most often economy in personal consumption, which characterizes the first stage of accumulating a hoard in the pre-capitalist epoch, consists not so much of curtailing personal consumption as of avoiding its expansion, which may be possible with the given level of development of the productive forces. The commodity producer's labor productivity has already reached such a level of development that the selling price of his products leaves a surplus to cover expenditures on the purchase of customary consumer items and of the necessary means of production. The technical conditions of production admit, therefore, of the possibility of expanding personal consumption, but the social form of the production process, namely, development of monetary exchange and of the social power of money, persuade the commodity producer to retain this money in the form of a hoard. Accordingly, the supportive conditions for accumulation of a hoard in the primitive form that we have been describing are, a certain level of development of labor productivity and the development of money as the absolutely social form of wealth which is always ready to be used. 278 and which, for that reason, is always attractive to the commodity owner. Thanks to the first condition, the commodity producer acquires a certain monetary surplus after selling his products and covering the necessary expenses, while the second condition persuades him to avoid spending this surplus on increasing his personal consumption. The result is that the monetary surplus is retained in the form of an accumulating hoard. The accumulation of a hoard, becoming a permanent feature, indicates that the economy of the given commodity producer has already outgrown the limits dictated by the need to satisfy his personal requirements and those of his family. The accumulation of money for the sake of money is in fact the barbaric form of production for the sake of production, i.e., the development of the productive powers of social labor beyond the limits of customary requirements. 279 In capitalist society, the accumulation of hoards is transformed into the accumulation of capital, and its character completely changes. As in the case of the person accumulating a hoard, the capitalist does not spend the surplus revenue, or spends very little of it, on expanding personal consumption, but instead he accumulates, This is the so-called accumulating part of surplus value, as distinct from the part being consumed. But unlike the accumulator of a hoard, he puts this additional money to work rather than withdrawing it from circulation. He either expands his own production, i.e. purchases new means of production and more labor power, or else he lends the money, usually through the mediation of a bank, to other capitalists for expansion of their production. Even for the brief interval of time during which this money is not at work, he does not keep it to himself but places it in a current account at the bank, receiving a corresponding payment of interest. A modern banking system makes it possible for the capitalist to retain the social power that money represents, namely, the possibility of entering at any moment, as an active participant, into the production relation of exchange, without keeping his money to himself. The capitalist concentrates in his own hands the social power of money without retaining in his own possession the things that in themselves have the properties of money. But, at primitive stages of development, concentration of the social power of money in the hands of individual commodity producers as with the reification of production relations between people that is inherent in commodity economy is possible only in the form of a real concentration of things, of money, as gold. To the simple owner of commodities among the barbarians, and even to the peasant of Western Europe, value is inseparable from the value form. Hence an increase in his hoard of gold and silver is an increase in value. 280 The item being accumulated is, so to speak, money in kind, in the form of gold and silver coins or bars that can be transformed into coins. The habit of burying money in the ground is widespread in the East. 281 While in Europe money was hidden in cash boxes, stockings, etc. This primitive form of accumulating a hoard was widespread during the pre-capitalist period and the early stages of the capitalist period, and it is still encountered in petty bourgeois circles, particularly among the peasantry. Along with the accumulation of a hoard in the form of coins and bars, there is also the accumulation of a hoard in aesthetic form, in the form of gold and silver commodities as concrete items of consumption and luxury, vessels, adornments, etc. The fact that these items are made from the same material that serves as money distinguishes them from other items of consumption. Although in their direct form they are concrete items of consumption, in the first place they can at any moment be converted into money, and secondly, their utilization acis value serves as the most flamboyant and demonstrative indicator of the social power of money that is concentrated in the hands of their owner. Although at certain stages of production the commodity owner hides his treasures, he is impelled to show to other commodity owners that he is a rico hombre, whenever he can safely do so. He bedecks himself and his house with gold. 282 Whereas in peasant and petty bourgeois contexts one often encounters avaricious types, who gather their hoards brick by brick at the cost of denying their own necessities, at further stages of the bourgeoisie's development there are expenditures on items of luxury. In tranquil times, their own norms of luxury emerge among circles of the middle bourgeoisie. It is shameful to have fewer gold items than is customary in the given social circle, but it is also shameful to flaunt an excess of luxury items that clearly does not correspond to the material status of the particular family. To exceed the norm dramatically converts use of precious things from a form of collecting a hoard into an indicator of the misappropriation of cash, into prodigality and extravagance. Such excessive use of luxury items is usually widespread among circles of the bourgeoisie who are rapidly becoming rich, among the upstarts of the nouveau riches. If the small and middle bourgeoisie, at the turning point from feudalism to capitalism, lead a Puritan 283 way of life and sharply condemn the feudal nobility for prodigality and extravagance, the upper bourgeoisie, who are rapidly becoming wealthy, endeavor to eclipse them the nobles with the splendor of their own way of life. 284 A gold that is withdrawn from circulation in a former another, a reserve fund of coin, a reserve fund of money, an accumulating hoard or a hoard in aesthetic form, is not separated by an insurmountable boundary from the gold that circulates. Gold routinely moves from the sphere of circulation into the form of a hoard and back again. If the two processes balance each other, the quantitative relation between circulating gold and the hoards remains constant. If the circulation sphere requires more gold due, for example, to an increase in the commodity turnover or a rise in commodity prices, then a portion of the gold flows from the form of a hoard into the sphere of circulation. Conversely, i.e. when the opposite conditions prevail, there is an increase of the hoard. Thus the hoard fulfills the role of a reservoir from which the sphere of circulation acquires any additional quantity of money it needs and into which it discards any excessive quantity of money. The quantity of money in circulation thereby adjusts to the needs of commodity circulation, and money circulation never overflows its banks. 285 With a metallic circulation, the quantity of money in circulation is automatically regulated by the spontaneous mechanism of money circulation. The link between hoards and the sphere of circulation differs, however, for different portions of the gold that is withdrawn from circulation. The reserve fund of coin flows continuously into circulation and, properly speaking, can be regarded as being constantly in the sphere of circulation. The money reserve fund flows into circulation at times determined by its character and purpose, for example, when a machine wears out or a payment falls due. An accumulating hoard, in a capitalist society, bank reserves, partially flows into the sphere of circulation, usually at moments when the latter has an increased need for money, for example, at moments when the conjuncture reaches its peak, when the quantity of circulating commodities increases at the same time as their prices rise. And finally, the most remote and weakest link connects the sphere of circulation with a hoard in aesthetic form, i.e. with gold and silver commodities. It is only in periods of social storms, wars, revolutions and so forth that such items of luxury are transformed into money in significant amounts. 286 The passage of gold from the form of a hoard into the sphere of circulation and back signifies an alteration of its social function or form, even though in most cases its natural form remains constant. The same gold coins can serve today as medium of circulation, tomorrow as a reserve fund, and subsequently as an accumulating hoard. Insofar as the latter consists not of coin but of gold and silver bars, they can enter, in the same form of bars, into the sphere of international circulation, or they can just as easily be minted again into coin to meet the needs of domestic circulation. Likewise, gold and silver commodities can easily be minted, if necessary, into coin. This ability of the precious metals to pass from the form of coin into the form of bars, and from the latter into the form of luxury items and back again makes them the material most highly suited to fulfill the function of money, which must constantly change from one form into another. 287 Marx's conclusions regarding the function of money as a hoard refer mainly to the primitive form of accumulating a hoard, which corresponds to the conditions of simple commodity economy. For that reason they provide us with comparatively little material for understanding the economic functions and character of a hoard in conditions of a capitalist economy, with its highly developed and extremely complex credit system. But, on the other hand, these conclusions from Marx do provide us with extremely interesting sociological material that often escapes attention and, for that reason, requires that we consider it in more detail. Earlier, in the chapter on the medium of circulation, we saw that money fulfills a determinate function, medium of circulation, only in the presence of certain production relations between commodity owners, who are alternately fulfilling the roles of seller and buyer, and a certain form of commodity circulation, the circa CMC. No must show some a link between various social phenomena, the production relations between people, the forms of commodity circulation, and the functions or forms of money. In the case of money's function as a hoard, we have already noted above that money is transformed into a hoard because the metamorphosis of the commodity was interrupted and a sale is not immediately turned into a purchase. 288 A disruption occurs between CM and MC, and the very character of commodity circulation changes as a consequence. The money is petrified into a hoard, and the seller of commodities becomes a hoarder of money. 289 What we see is the process of a simultaneous and parallel change in the social character of people, commodities, and money. Let us consider what this change in the production relations between people entails, i.e. what it is that distinguishes the position of the accumulator of a hoard in the social production process from the position of the commodity owner who is not accumulating a hoard. Money's function as medium of circulation, in an uninterrupted circuit of CMC, assumed that each private establishment buys products with the full sum of money for which it previously sold its own products, i.e. equilibrium was assumed between the production and consumption of each private undertaking. Accumulation of a hoard by a given commodity owner begins precisely when the equilibrium between his production and consumption is disrupted, when the former exceeds the latter, when more commodities are thrown into circulation, i.e. for a greater sum of exchange value or money, than are drawn from it in the form of commodities, and the entire difference is removed from circulation in the form of money and preserved as a hoard. The owner of commodities who has now become a hoarder of money must sell as much as possible and buy as little as possible. 290 The surplus of production over consumption means a change in the position occupied by the given private establishment in the total social production process. A change of the quantitative relationship between sellers and buyers means a qualitative change of the production relations that connect the given commodity owner with the others. Thus, when the collector of a hoard sells his commodity 291, this act of sale, cm, appears externally to be no different from similar acts of sale being completed by the commodity owners who are not accumulating a hoard. But there is an essential and profound difference between them. The commodity owner, as participant in the circuit CMC, sells his production, which later he consumes in changed FORM 292, i.e. after selling it and buying means of consumption and means of production with the money received, and thus after the social role of seller he fulfills the role of buyer. The collector of a hoard sells the commodity for a sum that creates an excess of his production over consumption. He acts one-sidedly in the social role of seller and simultaneously as the collector of a hoard. 293 The act of sale cm, occurring in isolation, differs from the act of sale cm as part of the uninterrupted circuit CMC, not only in terms of its origin and objective result but also in terms of its subjective motive. In the circuit CMC, sale occurs precisely for the sake of the ensuing purchase, and thus its goal is to replace one use value C1, by means of the money M, with another use value C2. The final goal of the circuit CMC lies in consumption. With the accumulation of a hoard, sale CM occurs not with the goal of acquiring money for purchasing, but exclusively in order to convert C into M, to acquire eths money equivalent in place of the commodity. Commodities are sold not in order to buy commodities, but in order to replace their commodity form. The thermony form. Instead of being merely a way of mediating the metabolic process Stoffwechsel, this change of form becomes an end in itself. 294 As we see, the transformation of money from medium of circulation into a hoard presupposes an entire complex of social phenomena involving a simultaneous and parallel change of the relation between production and consumption, of the production relations between commodity owners, of the driving motives behind exchange, of the forms of commodity circulation, and of the functions or forms of money. At first sight it may appear that the final cause of the move from circuit CMC to the accumulation of a hoard is a change in the driving motives of the commodity producer who is participating in the exchange. Such an understanding, which searches for the final cause of a change of economic phenomena in the psyche of an individual economic actor, could not be more foreign to Marx. True to the method of historical materialism, Marx strongly emphasizes in this case that the very fact of appearance among the actors in exchange of a new type of economic motivation is the result of a change that has occurred in the production relations between people. The endeavor to convert the commodity into money can become an autonomous motive of exchange only provided that there has already been a detachment of the money form of the product from its commodity form, that is, if commodity owners, through their activities, have already assigned to one commodity the character of money, which has the capacity for universal and direct exchangeability. The passion for enrichment by contrast with the urge to acquire particular material wealth, i.e., use values, such as clothes, jewelry, herds of cattle, etc., becomes possible only when general wealth as such is represented by a specific thing and can thus be retained as a particular commodity. Money therefore appears both as the object and the source of the desire for riches. 295. If the passion for enrichment is already the result of money's appearance, then conversely the latter necessarily gives birth to a new driving motive for exchange, the endeavor to exchange the commodity for money with the aim of accumulating a hoard. When the circulation of commodities first develops, there also develops the necessity and the passionate endeavor to hold fast to the product of the first metamorphosis. This product is the transformed shape of the commodity, or its gold chrysalis. 296 With the possibility of keeping hold of the commodity as exchange value, or exchange value as a commodity, the lust for gold awakens. 297 The simple fact that the commodity owner is able to retain his commodities in the form of exchange value, or to retain the exchange value as commodities, makes the exchange of commodities, in order to recover them transformed into gold, the specific motive of circulation. 298 New economic facts give birth to new economic motives, and the social activity of commodity producers, which results in the appearance of money, also calls to life a new type of economic motivation. This new type of economic motivation consists of the fact that the commodity owner already enters into exchange not with the goal of acquiring subsistence, or replacing one use value with another as in the circuit CMC, but with the goal of acquiring and retaining the money form of his commodity. His only wish is to complete the change of form, more precisely, to give his product a different social form, the money form, and himself a different social character, the character of subject of the social power of money, with the ability to appear at any moment as the active participant in the production relations of exchange. The accumulation of a hoard affects the first breach in simple commodity, handicraft and peasant, economy, which is based upon the idea of subsistence. The goal of economic activity becomes exchange value in itself, not as a means for acquiring use value. The underlying reason is the fact that exchange value as such becomes the goal, and consequently also an expansion of exchange value. 299 This drive to multiply exchange value is common both to the collector of a hoard and to the capitalist. 300 But there is a profound difference between them. The latter, in the presence of a developed capitalist economy, and particularly of a class of wage workers, has the ability to increase his value, throwing it into circulation. The formula for the movement of capitalism CS, M&M, i.e. the self-expansion of value and the process of circulation, which includes the process of production, and the per-capitalist epoch. The collector of a hoard has only one, quite different way to multiply exchange value, torpe the act of salic 1M1 C2 M2 C3 M3 etc., retaining some soft money in his own hands and gradually adding one to another. In place of the self-expansion of value, here only its accumulation is possible in the literal sense of the word, i.e. the accumulation or addition of one sum to another, M1 plus M2 plus M3 and so forth. Whereas the capitalist throws money into circulation, the collector of a hoard rescues it from circulation, keeping it to himself and preventing it from fulfilling the function of medium of circulation. Does this not mean that the money asat hoard fulfills no social function at all, that the hoarding of money, especially in the form of burying it in the ground, tears it from the network of social ties and represents the complete, even if temporary, cessation of its social functions? There are some economists who suggest that a hoard fulfills a special economic function only from the moment when it is put out by its owner as a loan to another person. 301 But not during the time when it is withdrawn from circulation. Marx foresaw this doubt and responded to it. His attention, as always, was focused not on the gold buried in the ground but on the social production relation of which it is the carrier. If the hoard were not constantly in tension with circulation, it would now simply be a heap of useless metal, its monetary soul would have disappeared and nothing but burnt-out ashes of circulation, its caput mortuum, would remain. 302 Marx's idea, expressed in a metaphorical way, only becomes understandable in light of his teaching on the social production relations between people. These social relations constitute the soul of things, without which they become burnt-out ashes, a body. Without a social nervous rerum. 303 In commodity economy, a social power, consisting of the ability to establish production relations of exchange, belongs to the individual as owner of an external object capable of becoming the private property of an individual. Thus the social power becomes the private power of private persons. 304 It is precisely in order to concentrate in his own hands this social power of commodity owners that he wrests gold from its social ties in the process of circulation. Social wealth is turned into an imperishable subterranean hoard with an entirely furtive private relationship to the commodity owner. 305 The social connection, in its compacted form for the commodity owner, this connection consists of the commodity, and the adequate form of the commodity is money, is withheld from the social movement. 306 By burying a hoard in the ground, however, its possessor does not tear himself from the network of social ties that connect him with the entire society of commodity producers. Denying essentials to himself and following an anchorite's 307 way of life, he is by no means an anchorite who has fled into the desert to avoid people. Gold's possessor, even when it is buried in the ground, does not cease to be possessor of the social power of which it is the carrier. This power remains a potential, and with the onset of favorable conditions it actively appears. The collector of the hoard then turns into the moneylender, the merchant, or the industrial capitalist. But even before that happens, Andispitalis character Heinfactor presents a certain definite social type. He acquires his hoard by means of certain social activities, namely, through a series of repeated acts of sale that are not complemented by acts of purchase. 308 He endlessly strives to repeat these activities. The words we have quoted from Marx saying that the hoard is constantly in tension with circulation refer, of course, to the collector of the hoard. The hoard itself can be buried in the ground, but its monetary soul and constant tension with circulation 309 continue to live in its possessor as the striving constantly to repeat the acts of sale and accumulation. Marx also derives this tendency of accumulation, its repetitiousness or unlimited character, from the social nature of money as the object of accumulation. Qualitatively or formally considered, money is independent of all limits, that is, it is the universal representative of material wealth because it is directly convertible into any other commodity. But at the same time every actual sum of money is limited in amount, and therefore has only a limited efficacy as a means of purchase. This contradiction between the quantitative limitation and the qualitative lack of limitation of money keeps driving the hoarder back to his Sisyphean task, accumulation. 310 The formation of hoards, therefore, has no intrinsic limits, no bounds in itself, but is an unending process, each particular result of which provides an impulse for a new beginning. 311 The social nature of money, as the universal equivalent, not only calls to life the accumulation of money as a new compelling motive of exchange but also continuously sustains the activity resulting from this motive. It creates the tendency towards repeated acts of accumulation and the intensification of its motives. Repetition and intensification of a particular type of economic motivation leaves its imprint on the entire psyche of the hoarder. Repeated acts of accumulation make their subject into a definite social type or economic character. Marx devotes a few lines to portraying the psychology of the hoarder, which is replete with contradictions and has often been described in literature. The collector of a hoard cares for wealth only in its social form, and accordingly he hides it away from society. He wants commodities in a form in which they can always circulate, and he therefore withdraws them from circulation. He adores exchange value, and he consequently refrains from exchange. 312 At the basis of this contradiction lies the contradiction between the functional and the material existence of money, between the social production relation and the thing that is their carrier. The need to retain the thing in his private possession, in order to have the ability to act as the subject of social relations, is what gives the accumulation of hoards its character founded upon contradictions. The repetitiveness of the acts of accumulation and their inherent driving motives make their subject into a definite social economic type. In this respect, the social role of the hoarder differs from the social role of the ordinary commodity owner who participates in the circuit CMC. The buyer or seller in the circuit CMC completes a definite social act or fulfills an economic function. 313 But fulfilling this sort of function, for example, that of the seller, already presupposes the need for the same person to fulfill the opposing function, i.e. of the buyer. Each person alternately fulfills different functions. Consequently, buying and selling are not functions that are fixed, but functions that are constantly changing in the process of commodity circulation in terms of the people who fulfill them. 314 As distinct from transient roles that are played alternately by the same actors in circulation, there are economic roles that are capable of a more rigid crystallization. 315 i.e. they become affixed to separate individuals, as their special economic function, and they make a permanent impression upon them. In Navarro Pening chapters will show it that the opposition between buyer and seller represents the first, rudimentary form of social differentiation between commodity producers. But that wasn't a differentiation of economic functions, without any differentiation of individuals. Since every commodity owner briefly and alternately fulfilled both functions. But insofar as an economic function creates a tendency towards repetition of a specific kind of actions and the exclusion of opposing ones, it makes the given subject into a definite social economic type. And precisely such capacity for crystallization is especially marked in the accumulation of a hoard, with its tendency to affix a definite type of economic motivation and to involve repetition of particular activities. Thus, accumulation of a hoard creates the professional hoarder, and the differentiation of economic functions becomes fixed as the differentiation of individuals. A given production relation of commodity owners, or what is the same thing, their social activity in creating the conditions for its continuous reproduction and repetition by one and the same individuals, makes a certain imprint both on the individual engaging in the activity and on the things that figure as the links connecting the individuals. Accumulation of a hoard, as a series of repeated actions, becomes fixed or crystallized, 1. in the function of money as a hoard, and 2. in the social type of the hoarder, with his characteristic mental disposition. The social character of people's activities determines the social type of the people involved and of their mentality, on the one hand, and the social form of things on the other. The differentiation of economic functions, i.e. of production relations, leads to differentiation of the economic characters of people on the one hand, and of material economic categories on the other. The transformation of the simple commodity producer into the collector of a hoard represents the first step on the road from a society of equal commodity producers towards a capitalist society, with its profound differentiation of individuals expressed in the class division of society. The passage from the transitory role of buyer or seller to the crystallized role of collector of a hoard has an interesting parallel in the passage from the transitory function of money, as medium of circulation, to its congealed or crystallized function as a hoard. Marx makes a precise distinction between money in its fluid form and money as a crystalline product of circulation. 316 To the first belongs the medium of circulation, to the latter, a hoard as well as means of payment. To clarify the difference between them, Marx often reverts to figuratively comparing them with the process of crystallization and with the general processes of a substance's transition from a liquid to a solid state. The medium of circulation stands opposed to a hoard, as the liquid form of wealth does to its petrification. 317 In order for money to flow constantly in the form of coin, coin must constantly congeal. 318 In the form of money. 319 The medium of circulation solidified, right, as money. 320 The passage of the medium of circulation into a hoard is characterized as solidification, the hoard, in the return passage into circulation, streams, urgiason. 321 Of course, in this case all of these comparisons occur to Marx because of a single fact that gold, as medium of circulation, really does move or flow, while as a hoard, as the primitive form of accumulation, it actually lies idle and solidifies. But we must not fail to notice that Marx uses the same comparisons in cases where there can be no talk of any real immobilization of one or another real thing. For him, crystallization most often means the enduring affixation to a thing of a determinate social form, or to an individual, of a determinate social character. Consequently, we must conclude that Marx designates the medium of circulation as the fluid form of money not only because the thing that fulfills this function really does move, but also because the corresponding economic functions of sale or purchase have a transitory character, being fulfilled briefly and alternately by different individuals. 322 A hoard is designated as one of the frozen and crystallized forms of money not simply because it lies immobile in the ground or in a cash box. but also because the corresponding economic function of collecting a hoard has a tendency to become crystallized, or affixed over a long period, to a particular individual. And here, as elsewhere in the Marxist system, a difference in the social form of things reflects a difference in the social production relations between people. Document 20. The dialectical development of categories in Marx's economic system, 1929. Isaak Illich Rubin. In the first document translated for this book, Ilarion Kaufmann questioned whether Marx was seriously indebted to Hegel or merely used Hegelian language to present conclusions drawn by analogy with the biological sciences. Since Marx was more realistic than all of his predecessors, Kaufmann had difficulty understanding why the external form of his presentation should be so suggestive of German idealist philosophy in the bad sense of the word. The issue of methodology has reappeared throughout the documents that we have translated, but nowhere is it more central than in this essay by Isaak Rubin, which specifically addresses the dialectical development of categories in the 3 volumes of Marx's Capital. There is no question that this essay represents a theoretical triumph on Rubin's part that far surpassed the insight of almost all of his predecessors and contemporaries. In his commentaries on Hegel's Science of Logic, Lenin made the famous notation that it is impossible completely to understand Marx's Capital, and especially its first chapter, without having thoroughly studied and understood the whole of Hegel's logic. Consequently, half a century later none of the Marxists understood Marx. Lenin added in his philosophical notebooks that the development of categories in Marx's economic system, 1929, 729. In his Capital, Marx first analyzes the simplest, most ordinary and fundamental, most common and everyday relation of bourgeois, commodity, society, a relation encountered billions of times, viz., the exchange of commodities. In this very simple phenomenon, in this cell of bourgeois society, analysis reveals all the contradictions, or the germs of all contradictions, of modern society. The subsequent exposition shows us the development, both growth and movement, of these contradictions and of this society in the sigma, the sum of its individual parts, from its beginning to its end. Point 2. We quote these comments from Lenin because they also summarize Isaak Rubin's theme in this essay, which is devoted entirely to Marx's dialectical method. Here Rubin completeth undertaking that Lenin projected he began with the initial cell of bourgeois society and then followed Marx in dialectically, that is, logically and historically, revealing all the fundamental contradictions of capitalist society. Like Lenin, Rubin understood that Marx's Capital was conceived in his critical appropriation of Hegel's logic. Rubin's work is all the more remarkable since it was published in 1929 at a time when Stalin's suppression of creative thought was already well underway in the Soviet Union, a fact reflected in Rubin's need, at the beginning of his paper, to refute spurious criticisms of his earlier essays on Marx's theory of value. These opening pages only emphasize all the more the elegance of Rubin's insight and his remarkable clarity of presentation. Rubin provides a methodological roadmap of Marx's work that remains unsurpassed. As in Hegel's logic, Rubin's analysis moves within a dialectical circle of necessity from the immediacy of a simple category, the commodity, for example, through its internal differentiation, the poles of value, to a new self-identity in a higher category, in this case money serving as universal equivalent for the circulation of commodities, which again proves contradictory, money as a private hoard or means of settling private credit obligations, each with the capacity to disrupt circulation. And thereby necessitates further movement. Rubin shows that in the entire dialectical movement of capital, there is a sequential process of immediacy dissolving into contradiction and then returning in the immediacy of a more complex butyl so transitory self-identity alof which expresses continuously changing production relations between people. Each group of phenomena, which constitutes a unity, gives way to polarization and difference, and each group, which appears to be contradictory, constitutes a unity within whose limits the phenomena are antitheses. In the first volume of Capital, Marx wrote, to say that mutually independent and antithetical processes form an internal unity is to say also that their internal unity moves forward through external antitheses. Point 3. Such adds Rubin, is the dual character of the law of the unity of opposites. Rubin emphasizes that, throughout this dialectical movement, nothing is ever lost. It is the self-movement of the commodity that results in wage labor and capital, but conversely, capital is inconceivable without commodity production. The higher categories always contain the lower, just as the lower give rise to the higher. Marx discovered this logical historical movement when he combined the analytical with the synthetic method. Through analysis he deconstructed capitalism to arrive at the fundamental concepts of labor and the commodity. Through synthesis he categorically reconstructed the contradictory, but still law-governed, unity of capitalism as a whole. This uniqueness of method was what enabled him to resolve the dilemmas left by his predecessors, particularly David Ricardo with his incomplete labor theory of value. Rubin points out that earlier political economy suffered from an essential deficiency. The classics attempted, with the help of analysis, to reduce the detachment and alienation of forms of wealth from one another to their internal unity in the final analysis, to labor. But the classical school was limited by this analytical reduction and did not take the reverse synthetic route. It did not show how different forms arise from unity, gradually separating and becoming externally independent of one another. It did not show us the process of the gradual development and formation of forms, the process of the genesis of forms. Marx, in contrast, looked beyond the appearance of phenomena to discover their internal connections as parts of the single process of social production. In Marx's analysis, phenomena that they've become detached are revealed as alienated production relations between people, or social forms of human relations that have, as Rubin says, coalesced with things. The reified determinations of form, at each level of analysis, are shown confronting one another in a condition of contradiction and struggle, yet ultimately the entire system points beyond itself to the restoration of human community. Marx's understanding of history begins with the patriarchal family and primitive community, it ends with the projection of a restored community that transcends class divisions but. The development of categories in Marx's economic system, 1929, 731. Also retains the wealth of history. As Rubin writes, a history of class struggle, culminating in the conflict between those who own and those who create the means of production, prepares the ground for a real removal of the alienated and detached forms of social life and for a genuine revelation of the unity that lies at their basis. The more the power of alienated labor, capital, grows over living labour conditions are created for the elimination of this alienation. It is precisely because capital develops the powerful productive forces of labor, which can no longer operate within the limits of capitalist production relations, that it also prepares its own end. In his 1924 essay on the differences between Marx's and Ricardo's theory of value, Rubin had already incorporated the 1844 manuscripts to explain the dual character of labor and value, which, through commodity fetishism, transformed things into the mediators and bearers of production relations between people. This essay completes the argument of that earlier essay by analyzing still more comprehensively the way in which Marx appropriated Hegel's dialectical methodology. In Hegel's system, the end is implicit in the beginning. Philosophy is the highest form of labor, but thought reflecting upon thought is also logic, and the logic is where Hegel's Encyclopedia of the Philosophical Sciences begins. For Marx, concrete labor is the beginning of the story, and rational, self-determining social labor reflecting upon itself, projecting its own future and thereby transcending abstraction and reification is the end. Marx, as Kaufmann said, was more realistic than all of his predecessors. However, as Lenin and Rubin understood, he was also able to achieve that realism precisely because of his ability to draw upon Hegel in a philosophically inspired science of political economy. Isaak Rubin on Marx's dialectical development of categories. 1. The subject matter of political economy. My objective will not be to give either an exhaustive or even a complete statement of the theme I have selected. A complete elaboration of the question of the dialectical development of categories in Marx would require the joint efforts of several comrades, including both economists and philosophers. I shall limit my theme in two ways. First, I shall not be touching upon the philo Sophical foundations of the dialectical method. That is a matter for philosophers. We economists adopt the basic positions of the dialectical method in the general form given by Marx and Engels, and our task is to show how Marx applied these basic positions of the dialectical method to various economic categories in capital. The second limitation will be the following: dialectical logic involves such a wealth of forms of thought that it would be impossible to exhaust them in a single report. My task, therefore, will be to trace the manner in which Marx applies the fundamental law of dialectics, the law of the unity of opposites, together with the law of negation to economic categories in the 3 volumes of Capital. Once we speak of the dialectical development of categories, we presuppose that the entire system of Marx's economic categories represents a single, orderly system that entails the internal unity and consistency of all its parts. In other words, we presuppose a single, orderly system of economic categories that reflects a system of production relations between people, even though it is replete with the greatest contradictions. At this point we encounter the following question: if we take the system of production relations as a whole, do we not thereby detach this system from the development of material productive forces? Are the critics, who say that we separate production relations from the productive forces, not correct? Are the critics not correct when they say that the subject matter of political economy involves, to the same extent and on an equal basis, both the production relations between people in capitalist society and the productive forces? In other words, we have to begin with the question of the subject matter of political economy. This question has provoked and continues to provoke lively debates in which 2 tendencies are evident. Some economists maintain the long-standing Marxist doctrine, which sees political economy as the science of production relations between people in capitalist society, and other economists, who do not have the courage to reject this traditional Marxist definition, wish to blunt the precision of this clear and vivid definition. They demand direct inclusion of the productive forces in the subject matter investigated by political economy. How do matters stand on this question that currently divides Marxist economists? Sergei Besanov gave the following formulation in his article, Political Economy investigates the linkage and the contradictions between productive forces and production relations. Point 4. He forgets that we can study the linkage and contradictions between productive forces and production relations from 2 sides, in terms of production relations and in terms of the productive forces. In theoretical political economy, we take our direct subject matter to be study of the production relations between people in a capitalist economy, and our objective is to reveal all of the regular patterns involved in this sphere. But the production relations do, indeed, develop in a way that depends upon changes in the productive forces. In turn, they also have a reverse effect upon development of the productive forces. Thus, to explain the development of production relations, we must continuously make reference to development of the productive forces. Secondly, before beginning a study of the whole system of production relations in a capitalist economy, we must clarify just which development on the part of the productive forces has brought about the existing system of production relations. But that is not all. Throughout our entire study we must look to the sphere of development of the material productive forces for the causes of change in economic forms and in the production relations between people. In the movement from one form to another, in the transition from value to capital, and in the explanation of why capital divides into industrial, commercial and money capital, we must look to the sphere of material productive forces for the causes that evoke changes in the production relations between people. We cannot always specify these causes that issue from the sphere of material production, and Marx did not always show us precisely which changes in the productive forces brought forth one or another change in production relations. But it is our duty, in principle, to look to the sphere of development of the material productive forces for the causes of changes in production relations. At the same time, we must also study the reverse influence of production relations upon the productive forces. However, this by no means implies that we take the productive forces to be the direct object of our study, and anyone who is familiar with the elementary principles of classification in the sciences will understand this without any difficulty. The various sciences study different aspects of a single reality. The various social sciences study different aspects of the life of society. Given the inseparable connection and interaction between the different aspects of social life, every science, which studies one aspect of life in society, must, in research intended to explain its own object, always include phenomena from the adjacent sphere, that is, phenomena that are the direct object of study for other related sciences. For example, the science that studies law cannot understand the development of law without reference to development of the economy, and particularly to development of the material productive forces. Otherwise, such a science of law would not be a Marxist science. Nevertheless, the science of law does not take the economy to be the subject matter of its investigation. To explain the production relations between people and how they change, political economy must refer to development of the material productive forces, but, given this fact, we do not take our objective in political economy to be study of all the regular patterns occurring in the sphere of development of the material productive forces. We invoke them in our investigation only insofar as we must do so in order to explain the laws involved in changes of the production relations between people. And even in this case, while we refer to material from the sphere of the productive forces, we do not so much become involved in a special analysis and investigation of this material ourselves as simply make use of what is given and established in the adjacent sciences. Thus we have an interest in seeing the science of social technology become sufficiently developed to provide us with adequate material concerning development of the productive forces within capitalism so that we may use this material to explain the development of production relations between people. And this also means that, for those of us in political economy, the direct object of investigation is the production relations between people. The presupposition of our research is the material productive forces. We frequently hear this sort of reproach: once you assign the role of presupposition to the productive forces, you attribute to them some kind of modest place in the development of society and deny their role as motive force for the whole of social development. This objection is based upon a crude misunderstanding. We do not counterpose the word presupposition to the term motive force. Every Marxist is obliged to recognize that the motive force for the whole of social development is precisely development of the material productive forces. But this motive force for the whole of social development is not what we study in theoretical political economy. We resort continuously to development of the productive forces in order to explain the production relations between people, and this means that the material productive forces are the presupposition of our research. The word presupposition does not stand opposed to the term motive force, it marks a distinction from the object of the investigation. Every science has its own direct object of investigation. All related phenomena, which we invoke in a given science insofar as they are necessary in order to explain the direct object of our research, are referred to in science as a presupposition of the investigation. Anyone who does not understand this distinction does not understand either the ABC of the classification of sciences or the ABC of the division of labor between the different sciences. Let us take an example to illustrate the idea. Everyone understands that there is an inseparable connection between the technical composition of capital and growth of the organic composition of capital. At the same time though, everyone who studies capital knows that Marx took for the direct subject matter of his research the growth of the organic composition of capital, that is, growth of the value relations between the parts of capital insofar as these value relations reflect the changing proportion between dead means of production and living labor, that is, insofar as they reflect changes occurring in the sphere of technique, in the sphere of the material productive forces. Does this mean that Marx made growth of the technical composition of capital the direct subject matter of his investigation? Anyone who has read Capital knows that Marx did not do that. Marx gave us the basic formula of growth of the technical composition of capital in order to explain growth of the organic composition of capital, and then he investigates in detail the influence of growth of the organic composition of capital on the concentration of production, one expansion of the reserve army of labor, and so forth. In a word, he explores the production relations between people, as expressed in an entire series of economic phenomena, and meanwhile, growth of the technical composition of capital, for Marx, is the basis or presupposition of his research, not the direct object. If Marx had wanted to study directly the growth of the technical composition of capital, he would have had to collect an enormous volume of detail, portraying the increase of dead means of production relative to living labor. He would have had to provide a great volume of material describing the development and condition of technique in capitalist society. That is not what Marx did, because that sort of special research into changes in the sphere of technique between dead means of production and living labor, research that is completely necessary and can cast much light upon the development of economic phenomena, cannot enter directly into the economic system that Marx provides. Bessonov objects to the existence of two sciences, one of which studies productive forces while the other deals with the production relations of capitalist society. Apparently he thinks that the existence of two sciences will create a rupture between the productive forces and the production relations. But it would surely be most naive to think that, in order to preserve the connection between the two phenomena, one must directly study them within a single science. Would the link between the productive forces and the relations of production really be guaranteed by looking at them in terms of a single science? Such a joining together into a single science of different sides of economic life, which differ in terms of their character and the laws of their development, does not in the slightest degree ensure us against a rupture between these two sides, and, contrariwise, you can study these two sides in terms of two different sciences while also study in Jakine advance as part of a single economic process, as a part that presupposes its other side and is inextricably connected with it. Only in this way can you ensure against a rupture, and not at all by joining together what cannot be joined, by doing violence to theoretical political economy, or by aiming to tear apart the entire structure of the economic system that Marx outlined in Capital. Bessonov says that I am dreaming up new sciences, a science of social technique and a science of the production relations between people. I could claim, with much greater justification, that Bessonov wants to invent a single science that studies both the production relations between people and the productive forces. You see, we Marxists always pride ourselves on the fact that, as soon as we begin to discuss production or the economy, we establish a precise distinction between the relation of man to nature and the relation of people to people. We have always considered this to be a superiority of Marxist compared to bourgeois science. We have always laughed at bourgeois scholars, who spend several volumes discussing production without taking the trouble to clarify whether the issue is the material technical side of production or the production relations between people. As I will further demonstrate, all Marxists, including Lenin, have drawn a clear distinction, as soon as they began to speak about production, between the material technical process of production and the production relations between people. Marx always said that political economy studies the production relations between people while the material technical process of production relates to the sphere of technology. Marx emphasizes the need to work out a special science, a critical history of technology that would show the material basis of every particular organization of society. Point 5 That is why, in my essays, I also pointed out that the material productive forces are studied by a special science of social technique, a science that must undergo extensive development. Point 6 Of course, the material productive forces are essentially a social phenomenon. They change in the course of historical development and bring about changes in the production relations between people. This means that the material productive forces are also, essentially, an historical and social phenomenon, just as the production relations between people are. But the point is that we are not obliged to include all social phenomena in a single science. The fact that the productive forces are a social phenomenon in no way requires us to include them directly in the subject matter of our investigation. Those economists who want to concoct a single new science of the economy are forgetting that every science is a product of long historical development, and that we Marxists are also obliged to approach science itself from an historical point of view. We cannot conceive our task in such manner that we can now sit at a table and begin anew the classification of sciences. Such a view would be non-historical and non-Marxist. What is it that we are disputing? Is it a question as to which object we should choose for a science that we will invent and create in the future, or are we arguing over the issue of what, in fact, is the object of political economy, which has developed in the course of 2 centuries and found its completion in Marx's system? It is precisely the latter that we are presently disputing. Political economy, which received orderly and finished form in Marx's Capital, is the science of the production relations between people. We can even explain why, by force of historical necessity, it became the science of production relations between people. How did political economy emerge? It began with the discussions and disputes of 17th-century mercantilists concerning wages, profit, and rent, that is, it began with questions relating to the distribution of aggregate value between the different social classes. It reflected the struggle of social classes for their position within the given system of production relations between people. Political economy originated as the result of a fierce struggle between different classes and groups. It developed as the science of wages, profit, and rent, in short, as the science of the system of values, or of the production relations between people. The various bourgeois schools struggled to strengthen their positions within the limits of the given capitalist system of production relations between people. Marx raised the question to an unattained height when he spoke of change of the production relations between people as such, of destruction of the entire system of production relations in capitalist economy and their replacement by a new system, by a socialist economy. It was precisely this grandiose task, encountered by Marx as the ideologist of the working class, that convinced Marx to define political economy as the science of production relations between people. And what was the substance of the harsh critique that Marx directed against bourgeois economics? It consisted of the following. Bourgeois economists argued that the basic phenomena of capitalism, profit, wages, interest, and rent necessarily result from the very nature of the production process and cannot be altered as the social form of the economy changes. Marx said to the bourgeois economists, all of these phenomena, which you attribute to the production process as such, are a result of the capitalist form of the production process. All of these phenomena have an historical and transitory character that is connected with the given social system of production relations between people. Consequently, said Marx, when development of the productive forces creates the necessity for demolition of the old system of production relations between people, all economic laws will acquire new form and all economic phenomena will be different. This was the sharpest critical weapon with which Marx struggled against vulgar political economy. This sharp critical weapon was the doctrine of the economic phenomena expressed the production relations between people. Anyone who wishes to throw away this definition of political economy, as the science of production relations between people, is lightheadedly relinquishing the sharpest weapon with the help of which Marxist science has achieved enormous successes. Our critics must take into account that they are rejecting the definition that all Marxists share, without any exception, and that has frequently been repeated in the works of Marx, Engels, Plekhanov, Lenin, Hilferding, Rosa Luxemburg and others. Plekhanov uses the following expressions to characterize the revolutionary upheaval in science produced by Marx: the economic categories themselves express nothing but mutual relations between people, or of entire classes of society, within the social process of production. Economic science only adopted the correct viewpoint when it understood this and became engaged in an investigation of these mutual relations that are hidden behind the imaginary qualities of things and behind the mysterious properties of economic categories. Volume 6, p. 170. Marx never ceased to repeat, at every step, that all economic categories are essentially an expression of the production relations between people. Value is an expression of the production relations between people, money is an expression of the production relations between people, and capital is an expression of the production relations between people. Marx produced a revolution in science, particularly in the teaching on capital, thanks to the fact that he saw in capital an expression of the production relations between people. And in The Poverty of Philosophy, Marx says that economic categories are only the theoretical expressions, the abstractions of the social relations of production. 7 Engels repeats the same idea. Political economy is not concerned with things but with relations between people, and in the final analysis between classes. These relations, however, are always bound to things and appear as things. Pod Xenomenum Marxisma, 1923, NOS 23. p. 56.8. This very same definition was repeated more than once by Lenin in his most diverse works and in various ways of expression. He wrote that the subject matter of political economy is not by any means the production of material values, as is often claimed that is the subject of technology, but the social relations of people in production. 9 Lenin was so fond of this traditional Marxist distinction between the two sides of the production process that he repeated it in practically all of his works. He mentioned it in his book on Sismondi 10, in What Are the Friends of the People 11, and in his review of the book by Alexander Bogdanov 12. Everywhere you find the idea emphasized that political economy investigates the social relations between people. We demand from our critics a clear and direct answer: do they agree with this long-standing Marxist definition of the subject matter of political economy, or do they not? If they agree that the subject matter of political economy is the social relations between people, and if they are simply emphasizing that when studying the production relations between people we must constantly refer to development of the productive forces, as the motive force that brings about change of the production relations between people, then a basis can be found for a mutual convergence of viewpoints concerning the subject matter of political economy. But if they persist in rejecting the established Marxist definition of political economy as the science of production relations between people, and if they say, as Bessonov writes today in his theses, that both the production relations and the productive forces are equally the subject matter investigated by political economy, then the consequence is their rejection of the definition that all Marxists have shared without exception. They are thereby introducing the greatest confusion into the definition of political economy's subject matter. They are obscuring a question already resolved thanks to Marx's ingenious efforts. They are erasing a fundamental distinction between Marxist and bourgeois political economy. I have no wish to burden you with quotations, but I can show you by reference to the example of Gustav Cassel, one of the potentates of thought in modern bourgeois political economy, that all of his efforts are aimed precisely at showing that the fundamental economic phenomena, particularly profit and interest, necessarily result from the material features of the production process. It is precisely in order to struggle against this basic direction of bourgeois thought that we must preserve the sharp weapon of criticism given to us by Marx, which consists of the fact that we regard all economic phenomena as the expression of production relations between people. Moreover, you would even say that those comrades who so love the productive forces actually wish to confine all study of the productive forces to those few chapters and separate observations for which we can find room within the sphere of our science, the sphere of theoretical political economy. They are ignoring the fact that, in order to study the laws of development of the productive forces in capitalism, we have to collect extensive materials and subject them to thorough analysis and research, that we require a special science that is now partially being created. Essentially speaking, those comrades who demand inclusion of the productive forces in the subject matter of political economy can only inhibit the development of a science of the productive forces, including development of a science especially devoted to study of the productive forces of a capitalist economy. In order to prevent a rupture between the productive forces and production relations, we certainly have no need to join both elements together within a single science, but we must define production relations in such manner as to connect them indissolubly with the productive forces, and at each stage of our investigation we must make reference to development of the material productive forces. In order to avoid any misunderstanding, I repeat that every Marxist must eagerly support the explanation of all changes of production relations in terms of changes of the material productive forces. If you were able to prove that the function of means of payment developed from the function of means of circulation, and did so directly under the influence of the material process of production, that would be a great achievement for Marxist political economy. But we have not yet done so. For the present, we still cannot always specify the causes, for example, of the appearance a given function of money, nor can we, at each stage of the investigation, specify exactly all of the causes of the change of economic forms that are included in the development of the material productive forces. In general terms, we can and must do so, but without obscuring the differences between various sides of the production process, and by remaining entirely on the ground of the established Marxist definition of political economy as the science of production relations between people. Many comrades say, why did Marx pay so much attention in Capital to questions of technology, to questions of the development of technique? But just read Marx, comrades, not by snatching individual pages but rather by taking him in the context of his ideas as a whole. Consider an example. Marx writes about the development of machines. In the lengthy chapter 15,13, which includes more than 115 pages, Marx devotes the first 12 pages to the development of machines in order to provide a basis for his further research, and following this first point, concerning the development of machines, you see another 9 sections that study the influence of the development of machines on the production relations between people. The second section speaks of value, of the transfer of the machine's value to the products, the third, of the effect of machines upon the workers, the fourth, of factories, the fifth, of the struggle between workers and machines, and the subsequent sections speak of the theory of compensation, of the repulsion and attraction of workers, of the effect of machines upon handicrafts, and finally, of factory legislation. Marx derives a whole series of economic phenomena from the fact of the development of machines. Moreover, if you read through these 12 pages that are devoted to the development of machines, you will see that Marx begins with the introduction of machines as a means for producing surplus value, and he ends once more with the study of machines as a specific mode of increasing surplus value. 60 years have passed since Capital was written. During that time the history of technique, and particularly the history of machines, has seen great accomplishments. Today's economist, unlike Marx, has no need to acquire information on the history of machines from scattered individual observations. And so I ask, is it possible to include the tens and hundreds of works on the history of technique within the theoretical system given to us by Marx? It is enough just to pose concretely the question of the actual classification of the sciences, which has emerged as a result of their 200-year history. It is enough just to look, with eyes wide open, at the actual division of labor that has been established between the sciences, and then you will see that any mention of including the productive forces and relations of production within the sphere of political economy, on an equal footing, is simply empty talk with no possibility of disclosing any real content. In the question of the subject matter of political economy, we are obliged to stick with the old position of Marx. We are obliged to preserve the definition of political economy as the science of production relations between people. We must continually emphasize that the production relations are only one side of the production process, and that their entire development is conditioned by movement of the material productive forces. In order to explain changes in the production relations between people, we must look for a corresponding cause in the material process of production. But the direct subject matter of our research in theoretical political economy remains the production relations between people. To the dialectical unity of the system of production relations I now turn to the second point of my report, to the question of the dialectical unity of the system of production relations between people. We have come to the conclusion that production relations change in a way that depends upon development of the material productive forces. But now we encounter the following question: if production relations change under the influence of changes in the material productive forces, is the unity of the whole system of production relations, which characterizes a given economic formation, still preserved? It is true that certain critics deny the very existence of this single system of production relations between people. Bessonov writes in his theses, "Political economy does not study a system of production relations, because a system is something frozen and completed, but rather the relations of production in a given, historically defined society, in their inception, development, and decline." The closing words are taken from the works of Lenin. Point 14. In a word, Bessonov does not recognize the system of production relations as the subject matter of political economy, but rather their development. But how can a system be counterposed to its development? Why can we not study a system of relations of production in their inception, development, and decline? Suppose we take seriously Bessonov's thesis that political economy does not study a system of production relations. In that case, what do we do with Marx's position, which says that we are investigating an economic structure? The point is that Marx's greatest service lies precisely in the fact that he found different economic structures, different social formations. In his early work on What the Friends of the People Are, Lenin points out frequently that this was Marx's greatest service. From a multitude of diverse and tangled social relations, Marx knew how to discern an economic structure as the unity of production relations of the given society. Can it be that an economic structure is not a system? Is an economic formation really not a system? In Lenin's What the Friends of the People Are, you find the following sentence: Marx takes one of the social economic formations, the system of commodity production. 15 The system of commodity production and the system of capitalist economy. Evidently Besanov believes we must not speak in such terms because a system, in his view, means something that is frozen. Marx always considered that the production relations represent a certain single system whose parts are interconnected. In The Poverty of Philosophy, Marx writes, the production relations of every society form a whole. 16 What does this mean? It means that they constitute a system. True, Marx does not say that this system is frozen and unchanging, as Besanov writes, for there are indeed systems, and we may mention to him in secret that this includes every system in the world that emerge, develop, and perish. At the end of his critique of political economy, Marx writes about Thomas Tooke. He says that Tooke studied the various functions of money instead of looking at one or another function one-sidedly, yet Marx says that he did so without paying any attention to the organic relation of the aspects either with only another or with the system of economy categories as a whole. 17 As Marx speaks of a system of economy categories. How is it possible Todany thought the production relations represent a single system? In his article on the critique, Engels thought it necessary to emphasize that hardly any attempt has been made since Hegel's death to set forth any branch of science in its specific inner coherence. 18 He regarded Marx's critique as an attempt to discern the internal coherency of all the elements of a given science, i.e. to consider, as a whole, the given system of economic categories and the economic relations between people that they express. This is all them are clearly evident in Lenin's writings and Hegel's logic, which have recently been published. There Lenin gives the following exact formulation. As the simple form of value, the individual act of exchange of one given commodity for another already includes in an underdeveloped form all the main contradictions of capitalism. 19 If you do not have a system of economic categories, how can this form of value include within itself, in underdeveloped form, the main contradictions of capitalism? Thus the production relations of a capitalist economy and its corresponding economic categories constitute a single, determinate system of interconnected parts, in which one form arises historically from another form and operates on the basis of that other form. But at the same time, as we have just mentioned, production relations change in a way dependent upon the material productive forces. How do we resolve this apparent contradiction? On the one hand, all production relations are interconnected and form a certain system, but on the other hand, production relations change in a way dependent upon a change of the material productive forces. The system of categories of political economy represents a developing and increasingly complex system of different production relations that are expressed in different social forms in the social form of value, capital, etc. Does the social form of capital arise from the social form of value or from development of the material productive forces? I am deliberately posing the question in such a ridiculous form as either or in order to demonstrate for you the impossibility of framing the question in this non-dialectical form. We know how this social form of capital emerged. We know that a simple commodity economy previously existed, although it was not yet adequately developed, and that it represented a unity of productive forces and their social forms. In particular, there existed in the simple commodity economy, although not yet adequately developed, the social form of value. We know that, precisely due to pressure from development of material productive forces, the production relations between simple commodity producers grew over into production relations of the capitalist type. We know that this growing over was not merely quantitative but was also qualitative. It was an entire historical upheaval, a leap. Besanov accuses me of making no allowance for a leap between different social formations. I wrote explicitly in my essays, p. 102, that an enormous historical revolution, described by Marx in the chapter on primitive capitalist accumulation, was necessary for the transformation of money into capital. 21 Social form arises from another simpler social form under the pressure of change on the part of the material productive forces. But it arises not in the empty vacuum of space, or directly as a passive reflex of the existing condition of the productive forces, nor in a manner disconnected from other social forms and other production relations between people. Thus, in response to the question posed above, it will be correct to answer as follows: within the limits of a given system of economy, each complex form of production relations between people arises from a simpler form of production relations under pressure from a change in the productive forces. Translating this formulation from the language of production relations into the language of economic categories, or forms, we come to this conclusion: within the limits of the given economic system, each economic category or form arises from the development of a previous, simpler economic category or form under pressure from development of the productive forces. Now you can see the total lack of any grounds for the charge hurled at me by certain critics. To deduce form from form, that is Rubin's closed circle of scholastic thought. To deduce a social form from content extraneous to it, that is the real course of Marx's thought. S. Besanov's review in Izvesty Yatsik, November 30, 1928. This is precisely the false, non-dialectical posing of an either-or question that I mentioned above. A complex social form arises either from a simpler social form or from content extraneous to it. That is how the critic poses the question. A complex social form arises from a simpler social form under pressure from a determinate development of content, that is, from the material productive forces. That is our response, which is in full agreement with Marx. The critic attributes to us the idea of an immaculate conception of one social form from another, without any intervention from the profane matter of the productive forces. But this accusation is totally groundless. The critic forgets that behind every social form are concealed the production relations of many millions of people, which recur day in and day out and represent enormous diversity. This is the constant sea of motion in which the process of changing production relations, under pressure from development of the productive forces, endlessly occurs, and new types of production relations between people appear. When you think in the language of categories or social forms, it appears strange that a new and more complex form is born from a preceding one that is simpler, since you regard a social form as something static and congealed. But if you recall that behind each social form are concealed the daily recurring relations of a multitude of people, then you will already find here the dynamic element, the presence of enormous diversity that makes continuous development possible under the influence, to be sure, of development of the productive forces. We must beware of two extremes. The first extreme can be encapsulated as follows: we take a determinate social form, value, for instance, and by way of a dialectical development of the given concept we try to deduce from it a whole series of other social forms, money, capital, etc., without making interference in explaining this development to the process of movement on the part of the material productive forces. This would mean replacing the dialectic of matter, or of real phenomena, with the dialectic of concepts. But I have always objected to precisely this way of thinking. In Essays, 3rd edition, p. 102, I wrote that in Marx's work, one concept is transformed into another, not in terms of the power of imminent logical development but through the presence of an entire series of accompanying social economic conditions. 21 It is not for nothing that certain critics, who do incline towards a dialectic of concepts, have accused me of replacing the abstract method with a concrete descriptive one. All of this demonstrates the complete lack of any grounds for the accusation, leveled against me by S. Besanov, of an inclination towards the self-development of concepts. But we must not, out of legitimate fear of the self-development of concepts, fall into the opposite extreme and sever the dialectical link between various social forms. If you are going to regard the economic form as the direct passive reflex of a change in the material process of production, then the entire scheme of social development appears incorrectly as follows. A given condition of the material production process exists, together with a corresponding production relation between people, or a social form. Then the material process of production changed, it assumed a new appearance, and we haven't forgotten our previous social form which already existed and was in effect. Regard the new social form as a passive reflex of the new condition of the productive forces, which arises in empty space apart from any connection with the already existing social forms. This means severing the dialectical connection between all social forms. Your new and more complex social form arose not directly from the productive forces, but from the previous, simpler social form. A new production relation between people emerged from the former production relations under pressure from development of the material productive forces. Only with this understanding can you preserve the internal unity and dialectical coherence of Marx's entire economic theory, in which all social forms, value, money, capital, etc., are inextricably interconnected both in their historical emergence and in their simultaneous operation. If Besenov followed his thinking through to the end, he would have this sort of picture. A definite condition of the productive forces exists, and corresponding to it are definite production relations. The condition of the productive forces changes, within the limits of the given economic formation, and then new production relations correspond to it, having nothing in common with the preceding ones. As with, say, two-storied houses, on the lower floor are the productive forces, on the upper are the production relations, and alongside the given house stands another house with no connection to the first one. Besenov is willing to allow passageways on the lower floors, but the upper levels must not communicate in any way. The more complex form of production relations between people has nothing in common with the preceding, simpler form of production relations, but is a direct passive reflex of the productive forces. In short, this is a genuine system of English, or if you do not like that appellation, Scottish cottages, which stand side by side and do not communicate. And I propose to my critics the following question: given your understanding of the dependence of production relations on the productive forces, how can you conceive the dialectical unity of all economic categories? How can you explain Lenin's saying that all of the contradictions of capitalism are included, in undeveloped form, in the simple form of value? How can you preserve the unity of the entire system of production relations, and the unity of the entire system of economic categories, which for Marx make up the content of the 3 volumes of Capital? In his theses, Besenov quite consistently denies the existence of a system of production relations between people. One might expect that he will be even more consistent and will deny the dialectical unity of the entire system of economic categories that constitute the content of the 3 volumes of Marx's Capital. Knowing that on the question of the subject matter of political economy we take our stand on the orthodox Marxist point of view, our critics make an about-turn and hurl another accusation at us. They charge us with studying not the production relations between people, but only the reified form of their manifestation. They say that, for us, the production relations between people disappear behind the reified form of manifestation. Therefore, having previously charged that we study the production relations but not the productive forces, they now accuse us of examining not the production relations but rather the reified form of their appearance. Our critics then draw the following conclusion: once, in their opinion, the type of production relations between people is occluded in my essays by the reified form of manifestation, all difference is then erased between social formations of the economy, including the difference between simple commodity production, a capitalist economy, and the Soviet economy. The distinction between types of production relations between people is wiped out because they have the same external form of expression, for instance, in the form of value and money. Besenov bases this accusation on the following 3 arguments. The first argument: the categories of a capitalist economy are regarded by him, by Rubin, simply as a complication of the categories of commodity economy. It is redundant to point out how little such a viewpoint resembles the Marxist conception. Capitalist society, according to Marx, is not a mere complication of commodity economy, it is a type of society that is different in principle, although it still has the same commodity basis, and it appears as the result of a cataclysm alias never as the result of a simple complication. There is no place for this leap for this cataclysm in Rubin's theory, which regards all societies, wherein relations between people are enveloped in reification, as merely being more or less complex but essentially no different one from the other. Review by Besanov and Izvesty Yatsik, November 30, 1928. The second argument, Rubin discards all questions having to do with the distribution of means of production between different classes and groups of the population, and from this point of view he once again obscures and erases the difference between the simple commodity economy, the capitalist economy and the Soviet economy. The third argument Biasinian exaggerate importance of theorified form of manifestation to value and money. Rubin thereby effaces the difference of production relations between people. Even without examining these arguments, one can say in advance that on this particular point the critics attribute ideas to me that directly contradict everything that follows from the way the question is formulated in the essays. Indeed, the whole formulation in the essays is intended to take examination of a given system of production relations between people, a given social type of economy and a given economic structure as the starting point. Explicitly claim that all of the economic phenomena investigated by our science are connected precisely with the given capitalist system of economy and can have no place in any other economic system. And after I draw such a sharp distinction between different systems of economy, I am accused of finding identical laws for different social forms, for different economic structures, for simple commodity economy, capitalist economy, and the Soviet economy. Let us analyze these arguments in detail. The first, Rubin regards capitalism as merely a complication of simple commodity economy and not a leap. In my essays, p. 42, I wrote, Marx's economic system analyses a series of production relations of increasingly complex types. These production relations are expressed in a series of social forms of increasing complexity, these being the social forms acquired by things. Point 22. But on the very same page 42 I wrote a footnote that Besanov either did not read or does not include. We have in mind various forms or types of production relations among people in a capitalist society, and not various types of production relations that characterize different types of social formations. Point 23. You can see how the question is formulated in the essays. I take a given type of economy, a capitalist economy, and within the limits of that given system I study the relation of different and gradually more complex social forms, or production relations, in both their historical emergence and their simultaneous operation. I emphasize that the issue concerns the increasing complexity of types of production relations within the limits of a capitalist economy, yet here the critic attributes the idea to me that a simple complication, without any qualitative leap, represents the transition from one system of production relations to another. The second accusation, Rubin is interested in the reified form of social phenomena, in the external form of their manifestation, and this external form of manifestation includes for him the various types of production relations between people. To make such a statement is to distort the central idea of the essays. Indeed, their central idea is the following: behind each social form of things there is concealed a definite type of production relations between people. If it happens that behind any and the same form of external appearance there are concealed different types of production relations between people, we must not confuse these different types of production relations but rather differentiate between them and separate them out. I wrote that we classify economic phenomena into groups and build concepts on the basis of the identity of the production relations that the phenomena express and not on the basis of the coincidence of their material expressions. Point 24. Is it permissible to confuse the price form in a simple commodity economy with that in a capitalist economy and in the Soviet economy? Can the price form be confused when behind it are concealed completely different production relations between people, based upon a different distribution of means of production between different classes? I shall not even speak of the fact that even the external forms of manifestation are not identical here. Even an external, superficial observer knows that the price established by planning organs, or by cooperative organs even in terms of external appearances, is fundamentally different from a price that is established on the basis of the law of value and the spontaneous activity of the market. Even the external form of manifestation of these economic phenomena is strikingly different. But aside from that, even if you do not sometimes discern a difference between external forms of manifestation, you are still obliged to look above all at the type of production relations concealed behind this external form of appearances. Only by completely distorting the fundamental idea, the foundation of the essays, can one say that, for me, the external form of appearance conceals and obscures the difference of production relations between people. To the contrary, the methodological rule, which I repeat in every of the essays, is the search everywhere for the specificity of production relations between people, and reveal the difference between them even when they are concealed behind identical external forms of manifestation. Always regard the social form of things merely as the expression of production relations between people. In political economy, we investigate the social form of things, value, money, capital, profit, and wages, because the production relations in a capitalist economy are reified. However, in studying each of these forms, we must constantly refer to the production relations between people that they conceal, and we must consider the role of given forms as an expression of the relations between people. That is the fundamental idea that I endeavored to emphasize in my essays, and my purpose was certainly not to direct your attention away from production relations to the social forms of things. I sought to reveal the role of the social forms of things as expressions of the production relations between people and as the regulator of the social process of production. Bessanove's third argument, Rubin obscures the difference between various forms of economy because he has absolutely no interest in the question of the distribution of means of production between various classes of the population. To substantiate this assertion, Bessanove cites one, as he calls it, astounding comment in my essays. Let us consider just who is amazed by this astounding comment. This shocking remark comes in a footnote on page 40 of the essays. Point 25. I write in the note that we must distinguish two problems. One problem concerns the influence upon the character of production relations of the distribution of means of production between classes of the population. This problem exists for every society, just as much for a feudal one as for a capitalist one. The other problem concerns the coalescence of production relations with the elements of material production. This is the problem of commodity fetishism in the narrow sense of the word. This problem exists only in capitalist society. Bessanove draws from this the following conclusion: since I write in the footnote that here, when we are investigating commodity fetishism, we are interested precisely in the latter problem, this means that Rubin completely disassociates himself from such a cardinal problem as the dependence of production relations upon the condition and distribution of the productive forces. And once that happens, Rubin mixes up the distribution of means of production between different classes in a simple commodity economy, a capitalist economy, and the Soviet economy. For him, Rubin, this question of the distribution of means of production is non-existent. The argument that he havasite demonstrates very clearly Bessanove's method of waging a polemic. Every one of us agrees that in order to understand a footnote it does no harm to read the text as well. A footnote customarily refers to some text, and in the text, pages 39-40, I write that the law of dependence of production relations upon the distribution of means of production between the various classes is a general sociological law that holds for all social formations, because even in feudal society production relations between people are established on the basis of the distribution of things among them and for things, but not through things. Point 26. This means that there exists for feudal society the problem of the dependence of production relations upon the distribution of means of production between various classes, but not the problem of commodity fetishism. The specific nature of the commodity capitalist economy resides in the fact that production relations among people are not established only for things, but through things. Point 27. What is the consequence? The consequence is that for a commodity capitalist economy, two problems exist. One problem is the dependence of production relations upon the distribution of means of production. The other problem, which is specifically new, is the problem of commodity fetishism. In my footnote on the same page 40, I explicitly wrote that the first problem exists in the economic sphere of various social formations. The problem of commodity fetishism holds only for capitalist economy. You can see, therefore, just how critics have contrived to distort my thinking. I said that the problem of the dependency of production relations upon distribution of the means of production holds for all formations, including capitalism, I write that for capitalism there exists not only this problem of the dependence of production relations upon distribution of the means of production, but also the problem of commodity fetishism. Yet Bessonov writes, for Rubin there exists only the problem of commodity fetishism, and for him the problem of the dependence of production relations upon the distribution of means of production does not exist. Where I write not only, but also, the critics inscribe the word only a slight alteration but one that significantly alters the text. You can see that this method of polemicizing is rather monotonous. The only variation is that one time the text is read without reading the footnote, the next time the footnote is read without reading the text. Thus, the first device of the critics is the following, where the author writes not only, but also, the critics write only. And the second device is this, where the author has included no such word, the critics write in only. On page 139 of his article Bessonov writes, Rubin says that only exchange inseparably includes within itself the social, economic and material objective moments. Take page 26 of the essays, to which Bessonov refers, and you will see that a new paragraph begins with the word exchange. Point 28 The word only is added by Bessonov. Nowhere do I claim that only exchange includes within itself the material, technical and social economic moments. To the contrary, in tens of places I write that the process of production also has two sides, the material technical and the social economic. In the present case, evidently, Bessonov has no inkling of the fact that when I write that exchange contains within itself the social, economic and material moments, I am repeating a phrase that Marx used on tens of occasions. Marx says that exchange includes the exchange of things and the change of forms. The third device of the polemic is to enclose words in quotation marks and then attribute them to me when I used no such words. On that same page 139 Bessonov says, Rubin, in 100 different ways, explains to us that technology is something belonging to the natural relations of things. I knew that such words as the natural relations of things were not mine, and after a search I discovered in Bessonov's article a long quotation from a book by Alfred Ammon, in which it was obvious that these words belonged to Ammon but were attributed to me. These examples are sufficient to characterize the polemical devices used by our critics. In concluding this part of my report, I address to my critics the following two fundamental questions. On the first topic, the subject matter of political economy, my question is this: do they recognize the traditional Marxist definition of political economy's subject matter? Do they acknowledge that political economy examines the production relations between people, or do they lack the courage to repudiate this definition explicitly? With regard to the second topic, I ask them, if they deny the existence of a system of production relations between people, if they deny that some social forms arise from other social forms under pressure from development of the productive forces, and if they sever the connection between various social forms and economic categories, then how is the dialectical unity of Marx's entire system preserved? Disclaiming the traditional definition of the subject matter of political economy, and repudiating the dialectical unity of Marx's entire system, such is the truly orthodox doctrine that Bessonov and other critics are proposing to us. I now turn to the question of the dialectical development of categories in Marx's Capital. The first thing that will be of interest to us is how Marx applies the law of the unity of opposites in connection with the law of negation. In other words, not only do I not deny leaps in the transition from one system of production relations to another, but I consider that even within a given system of production relations, within the system of capitalism as Marx shows us, when moving from one category to another, each successive category is not merely a further development of the preceding one but also its negation. Here we have a qualitative change in production relations within a given system and within a given economic structure. From Marx's point of view, a given group of phenomena, by virtue of their internal contradictions, take on a new form, a more developed and complex form in opposition to the first form. Gradually becoming more complex, the phenomena take on a new form that is opposed to the first original form. These idea constitutes the central position of Marx's dialectical method. Marx shows that within each group of phenomena, which constitute a certain unity, differentiation, polarization, separation of different qualities and the appearance of opposing elements necessarily occur due to internal contradictions. In other words, there is a necessary appearance of opposition within a group of phenomena that constitute a known unity. This is the first aspect of the law of the unity of opposites. This position also leads to the reverse position. If contradiction necessarily appears within every group of phenomena that constitute a certain unity, then we can say, conversely, that a group of phenomena, which are opposed to and distinct from one another, form a certain unity within whose limits they are antitheses. Such is the dual character of the law of the unity of opposites, the appearance of contradictions within a group of phenomena that constitute a unity, and the maintenance of unity within a group of phenomena that constitute opposition. These two sides of the law are emphasized by Marx in the first volume of Capital when he writes, to say that these mutually independent and antithetical processes form an internal unity is to say also that their internal unity moves forward through external antitheses. Point 29 If processes that are apparently independent of each other form a unity, then from the other perspective this is a divided unity, a unity with internal contradictions that move within this unity and propel the movement of the entire process. If, from this point of view, you recall the method that Marx used in political economy, you will see that this method displays the characteristics of his dialectical method in general. We know that under all the reified categories Marx saw the production relations between people. Viewed externally, the whole economic life of capitalist society appears as the movement of things and changes in their character. We see the movement of prices, commodities, the value of money, the level of wages, etc. All of these phenomena are reified. From the outside they appear to be separate and opposed phenomena, dispersed alongside one another in the spatio-social life, understanding space of course in the allegorical sense. We see that these phenomena act upon one another, but they act from without, as if they are alien to one another, as if they are independent and separated, and that is why we cannot always reveal the true cause of their movement. For instance, we see that a change in the prices of commodities that are means of subsistence for worker changes the level of wages. The value of products has an influence upon the wage level. But, in capitalist society, we also see the reverse phenomenon. The level of wages, at least in part, causes a change in the prices of commodities. When we observe the external side of this series of reified phenomena, which are dispersed alongside one another, we may come to the most contradictory and mistaken conclusions. Adam Smith, for example, when he observes this external side of phenomena, arrives at two opposing conclusions concerning the interrelation between value and incomes. Smith says that the value of products breaks down into incomes, wages, profit, and rent, meaning that value is something primary and that the change of value determines the movement of incomes. But Smith also falls into the opposing view, saying that a change in the magnitude of incomes, wages, profit, and rent, changes the magnitude of the value of the product. Until now this debate over what is primary, value or income, that is, whether value must be taken as primary and then be divided into incomes, or whether incomes must be taken as primary and then be used to constitute value, to this day the debate has yet to be resolved in bourgeois political economy. Marx followed Ricardo and took the view that value is primary. But modern bourgeois political economy occasionally attempts to take the magnitude of incomes as the starting point. Point 30 I use this example merely to demonstrate that, in viewing phenomena from the outside, we are frequently confused when explaining their mutual connections. We notice that one phenomenon acts upon the other, while the second also acts upon the first, but we do not know where the motivating cause of the entire system of given phenomena originates. Marx succeeded in replacing the study of phenomena from the outside with an investigation of the internal laws concealed behind them, and he did so precisely because behind the external form he revealed the movement of production relations between people. The specificity of the dialectical method is already expressed in this revolution accomplished by Marx, i.e. in the replacement of reified categories by the production relations between people. What the dialectical method demands of us is that we replace examination of congealed things, isolated from one another, with the study of fluid and dynamic processes that are connected with one another. This is the first methodological directive that Engels frequently reiterated. And Marx's method in political economy actually fulfills this directive, transforming all the congealed forms of things, differentiated from one another, dispersed and immobile as it were, into eternally changing, fluid and fully dynamic processes into the change of production relations between people, a process that is evoked, in turn, by change of the material productive forces. Moreover, Marx shows us how determinate production relations between people, in particular the relations between commodity producers, become more complex due to internal contradictions and give birth to new forms of relations between people that are opposed to the previous ones and differentiated from them. Marx shows us the gradually increasing complexity of production relations between people, the genesis of new and qualitatively different forms, and the appearance of antithetical forms within a group of phenomena that previously constituted a unity. Marx thereby discloses to us a system of production relations, becoming gradually more complex and assuming a new form that is antithetical to the former one and, at the same time, constituting a unity with it, a unity within which they interact. He likewise makes full use in political economy of the law of negation, i.e. the law of the appearance of new forms that are antithetical to the previous ones, and at the same time he shows the unity of all these forms, revealing to us the unity of opposites. In this way, Marx realizes the fundamental demand of the dialectical method, the demand of the law of the unity of opposites, the demand that we recognize opposition within phenomena and at the same time apprehend their unity. I shall now attempt to show briefly how the law of the unity of opposites is deployed by Marx throughout the 3 volumes of Capital. 3. Division of the commodity into commodity and money. Let us begin with the question of the division of the commodity into commodity and money, or the doctrine of the different forms of value. This teaching on the break-up of the commodity into commodity and money is, at the same time, a teaching on the dual character of the commodity. According to Marx, the dual character of the commodity is an expression of the dual character of labor as concrete and abstract. The dual character of labor, in turn, points to the contradiction concealed in the very structure of commodity economy, which, on the one hand, is a sum of labor activities that complement one another and constitute a certain material unity, while on the other hand it has a spontaneous character and rests upon the dispersal of means of production between separate individuals who produce products as commodities and sell these commodities to each other. This contradiction in the structure of commodity economy is manifested in the dual character of labor. The dual character of laboris reflected in the dual character of the commodity. The dual character of the commodity finds expression in the appearance of the commodity and money. Let us think further about Marx's teaching on the dual character of the commodity. This involves one of the most important and, at the same time, most difficult points of Marx's theory. Critics of Marx have often reproached him for his teaching on the dual theory of the commodity, claiming that he engages in metaphysical discourses that have no basis in real economic phenomena. In order to demonstrate that Marx was by no means involved here in a purely logical splitting of concepts, having no correspondence to real phenomena, I suggest that you first consider this question analytically, i.e. beginning not with the contradictory character of labor and the commodity but rather taking the reverse approach, beginning with the more complex and already developed forms that occur on the surface of economic life. What is it that we see on the surface of economic life? We see the commodity and money, opposed to each other in the space of social life, replacing each other and moving about from one place to another. In the critique, Marx says that if you regard the phenomenon of exchange from without, it seems that what you have before you is a whole series of activities with no interconnections. You see how a given ruble today buys item A and therefore changes places with item A. Subsequently, the very same ruble travels onward and takes the place of commodity B, then of C, etc. Here, says Marx, the process loses its distinct form. 31 We do not know the social process because it is concealed behind this movement of money and commodities. However, Marx says, let us consider the process differently, more precisely. Remember that the commodity and money, which at first sight appear to be opposed to each other in space, in reality represent two sequential phases in the movement of one and the same commodity. Instead of saying that linen stands opposed to a certain quantity of money, and instead of examining these two things that are changing places, focus upon the change of social form that is occurring here. Then you will see that, essentially speaking, when linen takes the place of money, its conversion into a certain sum of money represents nothing but movement of the linen itself, and thus also of the linen's value, through two opposing phases. Conversion of the commodity into money is nothing but the movement of the commodity through two opposing phases. Thus you see here the first example of Marx's method, which consists of the following: he regards two things, opposed to each other in space, as the expression of two phases of one and the same process, as the passage of one and the same commodity through two phases. The necessary result is that value must also pass through these two phases, at first being a value that is fastened to a restricted use value, and then taking on another form of value, the money form. Once Marx has reduced the commodity and money to two sequential phases in the movement of one and the same commodity, the question then arises, why is it that the commodity must invariably pass through these two phases, through the commodity phase and the money phase? Marx's answer is, this occurs because the commodity has two antithetical aspects that must find their expression in movement and, for that reason, cannot be revealed otherwise than by the passage of the commodity through the two opposing phases of the process. In other words, it is precisely because Marx saw, in the exchange of the commodity for money, two phases in the movement of one and the same commodity, that he came to the idea that the commodity itself is necessarily distinguished by an internal contradiction. In turn, Marx traced this dual and contradictory character of the commodity to the dual and contradictory character of the labor that creates the commodity. Consider this one typical remark that Marx makes in the first edition of Volume I of Capital, a remark that takes us directly to the very essence of the teaching on the dual character of labor. Since private labor is not directly social labor, the social form of labor is first of all a form distinct from the natural forms of real useful labor, a form foreign to them and abstract, and secondly, all the different kinds of private labor get their social character only antithetically, gegensätzlich, by all being equated to one exclusive kind of private labor. 32. What is Marx saying in this sentence about the dual character of labor? He is saying that since labor in its natural form is not directly social labor, the social form of this labor is an abstract form that is alien to it and contradicts the natural form of the given labor. There emerges a contradiction between the two forms of labor, the natural form of labor and the social form of labor. The social character of labor is separate and alienated from the labor itself, being opposed to it as the abstract form of labor. To put it differently, the labor of each commodity producer, in order to reveal its social character, must invariably assume this form of abstract generality, or the labor of the commodity producer must have a dual form in order to reveal its social character. It must have a natural form and simultaneously it must be equated with labor that is abstract and alien to it. This means that the labor of every commodity producer must pass through two antithetical phases of movement. From the natural form in which it now finds itself, it must pass over into the abstract form, into a form that is antithetical to this natural form. This does not mean that in its first phase of movement the labor is solely natural. On its own, the very fact that this labor must invariably pass over into the following phase imposes upon it from the very outset a dual character. Thus labor, in each of its phases of movement, has a dual character. In the first phase, labor is directly natural labor, yet ideally, or potentially, it is labor of an opposite type, abstract labor. Only in the second phase is this social character of labor finally disclosed and realized. The commodity, which is the product of this same labor, must pass through the same two phases for the full disclosure of its social character. Here we come to the fundamental doctrine concerning the contradictory character of the commodity, namely, that the commodity contains within itself a contradiction that must be resolved by movement, by the passage of the commodity through the two antithetical phases. What does this contradiction involve? It involves the same contradiction as in the case of labor, and Marx has much to say about it in the Critique. On the one hand, the commodity is a value in terms of labor. 33 A property that makes it possible for its owner to exchange it for any other commodity. It has an acknowledged social character. On the other hand, this same commodity is a use value, a natural product in which value is fixed as a certain social property. So long as this property is naturally fixed in the given commodity, so long as value is fixed in the linen, this linen represents, as Marx says, a product of individual whose social character is not yet recognized and certified by society. As Marx comments in one place, on the one hand, commodities must enter the exchange process as reified universal labor time, on the other hand, the labor time of individuals becomes materialized universal labor time only as the result of the exchange process. 34 The labor that creates the commodity must, on the one hand, be social labor even before the process of exchange, while on the other hand it is only through the process of exchange that its social character is revealed. And this means that the commodity, in order to reveal its social character, must invariably pass from the form in which its social character is still constrained, due to the limited use of value in which it is fixed, to the form of a directly social product, that is, to the form of such product as may be exchanged for any other product, to a form that represents the direct embodiment of social labor and gives its possessor the ability to acquire the same amount of social labor in the form of any other product. We therefore find ourselves at the next stage of our discussion. We can say that commodities exist. Every commodity is a unity of value and use value. And in every commodity there is a contradiction. On the one hand, it has the social character of value, but on the other hand its social property, being fixed in a limited use value, can still neither be revealed directly nor give the owner of the commodity the possibility of having at his disposal a certain quantity of social labor in the form of any other product in natural form. Following this teaching on the dual character of the commodity, or the doctrine of value in general, Marx turns to his teaching on the simple form of value, or the doctrine of exchange value. What is the essence of this doctrine of exchange value? It consists of the following. If we take a group of commodities, which in terms of their character all resemble one another since each of them represents a unity of value and use value, if we take this group of commodities that are similar in terms of their social character but internally contradictory, then the moment these commodities enter into exchange for one another a differentiation of functions between them must necessarily appear, and the different characters of these commodities must be revealed. Here we come to Marx's teaching on the simple form of value, or the teaching that concerns their differentiation and the appearance of the polar opposite functions of both commodities, with the resulting need for the appearance of two forms of value, the relative form of value and the equivalent form of value. In other words, what is involved is the breakup of the whole world of commodities into two groups, into the group of simple commodities and the universal equivalent money. In this doctrine we have a strikingly clear example of the application of the law of the unity of opposites, according to which a group of items with a singular character splits, due to the contradiction that inheres within them, into two opposing parts. The social form of the commodity, which was previously identical but at the same time internally contradictory, divides into two opposing forms, into the form of the simple commodity and money. In the Critique of Political Economy, Marx does not show us the development of this process. In the Critique of Political Economy, Marx shows us the dual character of labor. This dual character of labor corresponds to the dual character of the commodity, which finds expression in the division of the commodity into the commodity and money. In the Critique, this division of the commodity into the commodity and money is, so to speak, the correlate of the dual character of the commodity and the dual character of the labor creating the commodity. However, Marx does not show us how the commodity, as a unity of use value and value, divides into these two opposing forms. He only completed this work in capital with his doctrine of the forms of value, which is one of the most important parts of Marx's teaching. How does Marx show us that two commodities, which enter into exchange for one another, must invariably perform different functions in this exchange? We can say that the teaching on the simple form of value is a doctrine of the appearance of initial differentiation in the relations of commodity producers, of the appearance of initial contradiction within a group of commodities that hitherto had a perfectly identical social character but were internally contradictory. And that is precisely why we have here the appearance of the initial differentiation of production relations between people and the social forms of things, within the limits of a commodity economy, and why the simple form of value is significant as the cell form, which in Lenin's words already has concealed within itself all the contradictions of the capitalist economy. 35 Why must a differentiation of functions invariably begin between commodity A and commodity B, which exchange for one another? In his article on the Critique of Political Economy, Engels explains briefly, once we have a relation of two commodities, we also have two sides of this relationship. Once we have two sides of a relationship, they differ from one another and are opposite to one another. If we apply this general guidance to the case at hand, then we must see Marx's doctrine of the simple commodity form approximately as follows. Two commodities, A and B, enter into exchange for one another in conditions where the character of both commodities is perfectly identical, but each commodity is internally contradictory. In what sense is each commodity internally contradictory? In the sense that, on the one hand, it reveals its social character, its character as value, only through equalization with the other product. A reveals its social character through equalization with product B. But product B, at the same time, reveals its social character only through the same exchange with product A. In this act of exchange, each product must perform two completely antithetical roles. Each commodity must disclose its social character through exchange for the other product, and at the same time it must serve as the material for disclosing the other product's social character. The impossibility of a single commodity fulfilling these two functions at one and the same time is self-evident. As Marx says, the form of direct and universal exchangeability is an antagonistic, Gegensatzgleich, form, as inseparable from its object, the form of non-direct exchangeability, as the positivity of one pole of a magnet is from the negativity of the other pole. 36 The form of universal direct exchangeability, the directly social form characterizing one product, excludes such directly exchangeable form for any other product that enters into exchange with it. Indeed, let us suppose that product B has the direct social form, i.e. is the product of recognized social labor and can be exchanged for the product of any other social labor. But if commodity B has the significance of being a product of directly social labor and thus can take the place of any other product, for instance, product A, by the same token the other product, in this same act, cannot play such a role of a directly social product that has the form of direct universal exchangeability. In the given act of exchange, the two commodities perform different functions. Commodity A appears as a product of private labor, commodity B as the product of directly social labor. But the point is that each commodity is contradictory in character, being the product of both private and social labor. Accordingly, the two commodities not only perform different functions in the given phase of exchange, but each of them must also, in another phase of exchange, fulfill a function opposite to the one being fulfilled by it in the given phase of exchange. And this also means that the dual character of the commodity cannot be expressed in any other way than by the fact that each commodity, in the exchange process, must pass through two phases. The first phase consists of the fact that commodity A, by means of exchange for the natural form of B, the other commodity, discloses its social character and acquires the form of direct universal exchangeability. It acquires this form only as a result of the given act of exchange. In the second phase, this commodity already enters into the exchange process as the directly social commodity, freed from its connection with the restricted natural form of the given product. In other words, no single commodity can express its social character in any other way than as means of exchange for the natural form of the other product. The result, therefore, is that the value of product A is equal to the use value of product B in its natural form. Here we have the differentiation of functions, of the roles of the two commodities that enter into exchange. The one commodity expresses its value through the natural form of the other commodity, and the other commodity, in its natural form, serves as the expression of the first commodity's value. The appearance of this differentiation in the hitherto uniform world of commodities was developed by Marx in his doctrine of the simple form of value. It would be a very protracted process to retrace all of the subtle dialectical transitions with whose help Marx shows us how two commodities, which are fully equal to each other, begin in the act of exchange to play an unequal, dissimilar, and differentiated role. It is very interesting to trace how Marx comes to the idea, through the equality of the two commodities A and B, of the need for the polarization of functions, the need for them to fulfill two contradictory functions. In the beginning, the term that Marx uses is the value relation of the two commodities, i.e. the relation in which they both fulfill the same role. Marx then goes one step further and says, if you have the value relation of two commodities, A and B, then from this value relation, Wert-Verhältnis, of the two commodities we can also find the expression of value, Wertesdruck, for one of these commodities. We can express the value of commodity A in commodity B. As Marx says, in the value relation of the two commodities is included the expression of value of one of these commodities in the other commodity, or Wertesdruck is included in Wert-Verhältnis. If you read the first chapter of Marx's Capital, you will see that Marx draws a distinction between the value relation of the two commodities and the expression of value of the one commodity in the other commodity. 37 What does this distinction involve? When you speak of the value relation A to value B, what you mean is that the value of commodity A equals the value of commodity B, i.e. value figures on both sides of your equation. You have discovered the equivalence of two values, but you have not found the value of either product. All you have found is that the value of A equals the value of B, but you have not determined whether this value is 1, 10, or 100. If you wish to know the value even of one of these commodities, you have no alternative but to take the value of one commodity as given and express the value of the other in the use value of the first. The value of commodity A equals product B. In its natural form. Now value will figure on the left side of your equation, and on the right side an item in natural form, an item that you take as such in its own skin, as Marx said to be the embodiment of value. Compare these two expressions, 1. The value of A equals the value of B, 2. The value of A equals B. At first glance these two expressions do not appear to be different from one another, yet there is a fundamental difference between them. In the first formula you have value on both sides of the equation, yet value is not expressed, and in the second formula, the value of one product is expressed in the use value of the other. The two commodities play completely different roles. This difference of roles consists of the fact that commodity A has value only insofar as it is equivalent to commodity B, i.e. commodity A represents value not directly but rather indirectly, by way commodity B, i.e. it appears indirectly as only as use of value. Commodity B, in its natural form, appears directly as the embodiment of value. The internal opposition, Gegensatz, between use value and value, hidden within the commodity, is therefore represented on the surface by an external opposition, i.e., by a relation between the two commodities. 38 In this formula we already see an initial differentiation, although still weak, between the two commodities, an emergence of two different and antithetical forms of value. Commodity A has the form of value apart from its own natural form, and commodity B has value in its own natural form. Generalizing, we might say that we have reached two forms of value, one form of value apart from the natural form of the product, and another form of value directly fused with the natural form of the product. We have found two forms of value directly opposed to each other, the relative and the equivalent. 39 So long as we taken lie the twageven commodities and these commodities possess their forms of value, relative and equivalent, only within their given relation to each other. It is only when we correlate commodity A with commodity B that the first acquires the relative and the other the equivalent form of value. The active role here belongs to A, it is A that expresses its value in commodity B. It is only because the producer of commodity A correlates his product with commodity B that a latter within he limits off the given relation between the two commodity producers, fulfills the special function of equivalent. In the given relation of two commodities, for example, 20 yards of linen equals 1 coat, value is focused and polarized on one side, in the coat, yet the issue is precisely the value of the linen itself, which has found expression in the natural form of the coat. Here the linen's own existence as value comes into view or receives an independent expression. 40 We must turn our attention to the following terminology of Marx. Marx says that the value of the linen, because it is expressed in the coat, receives an independent expression. In the first edition of Capital 41, Marx wrote that the commodity receives a value form distinct, separate, and independent from its natural form. Exchange value is therefore in the first place the independent form of appearance of the value of the commodity. 42 The value of the linen has received a separate form apart the item in which it finds itself, the form of another natural item that opposes it. Value has received an alienated and separate form as exchange value. A process of alienation and isolation has occurred. The value of the linen, as it were, has separated from the linen itself, or as Marx often says, the internal contradiction, concealed within the commodity itself, has taken the form of an external contradiction. When we are speaking of the exchange of two commodities, a polarization of functions occurs and these commodities play a different role. But this difference, as Marx explains in the first edition of Capital, p. 29, is merely passing and formal. There is only a formal differentiation of the functions of A and B, which only prevails within the limits of their given relationship with each other. If B is taken out of its relationship with A, it will not play the role of equivalent. In a word, the separation of money from the sphere of all commodities has yet to occur. An equivalent B is the same kind of commodity as all the rest. You can reverse the given equation, and then B will no longer play the role of equivalent in relation to A. Thus, the given relationship between these two commodities has a passing and transitory character. Their difference of functions has not yet become fixed. In this simple form of value, therefore, it is still difficult to keep hold of the polar antagonism in the functions of the two commodities. 43 True, this simple form of value already contains within itself this antithesis, but it does not fix it. 44 i.e. it does not fasten a specific function to one commodity or the other. As Marx says in the first edition of Capital, p. 23, the development still occurs uniformly for both of the commodities, A and B, which are found on the two sides of the equation. This uniformity of development of the two parts of the equation already disappears in the developed form of value, because product A reveals its social character only through its equalization with an entire series of other products playing the role of equivalence. The difference and antithesis between the two poles of the expression of value acquires here a more profound character. Finally, when the social division of labor and commodity exchange expand, all commodities begin to be compared with one commodity gold, and the function of universal equivalent coalesces with the natural form of the latter as the antithesis between the two sides of the expression of value further develops and hardens. 45 In the simple form of value, where commodity B fulfills the function of equivalent only within its given relationship with another commodity, the illusion arises that it has the equivalent form independently of this relation. 46 In the money form this illusion becomes stronger and finally ossifies. Verno shirt. 47 The form of universal equivalent coalesces with the natural form of a certain type of commodity, or crystallizes in the money form. 48 This process of the ossification or crystallization of social forms is traced by Marx through all three volumes of Capital. In the present case, this term means the following: whereas previously commodity B assumed the property of equivalent only within its given relationship with commodity A, and whereas until now a thing acquired a social property only in the presence of a given relationship between two commodity producers, in the money form the universal equivalent possesses the property of being directly the embodiment of value and of abstract labor, independently of the concrete relationship into which it enters with some other particular commodity. Gold is the universal equivalent not only at the moment when linen is equated with it but even apart from this act. This social function becomes fastened to it as a thing with definite natural properties. Whereas previously commodity B acquired the property of equivalent because commodity A exchanged for it, the matter is different when applied to gold. Every commodity must be directly exchangeable into gold because gold has the property of universal equivalent. Without any initiative on their part, the commodities find their own value configuration ready to hand, in the form of a physical commodity existing outside but also alongside them. 49 The inner contradiction of the commodity, requiring its necessary movement through the two sequential and antithetical phases of the exchange process, has taken the form of the external contradiction between the commodity and money, arranged, as it were, side by side in space. Every commodity now finds the form of money readily available and detached from the commodity itself. In Marx's words, the commodity finds the ready form of money, a fixed and crystallized money form. It finds the objective stability of a universal equivalent in an objectively fixed form. We saw previously that all commodities, through their own activity, create the social property of the commodity that separates out as the universal equivalent. But now that this separation is completed, it appears Titus Themini thought sets the commodity as in motion. Whereas in reality the money form is merely the reflection thrown upon a single commodity by the relations between all other commodities. 50 It appears that the commodities, for their own part, are passive and are set in motion by this most detached commodity, by money. In this connection Marx uses a formulation to which he often returns later. He says that gold essentially became money only thanks to the movement of all the commodities that exchange for it, yet the movement through which this process has been mediated vanishes in its own result, leaving no trace behind. 51 The entire complex social process of the detachment of money from the commodity world has taken place behind the backs of commodity producers. It has vanished in its own result, and gold in itself, in its natural form, is money. We do not see the entire social process that has created this result. An enormous force of analysis is required in order to reconstruct the whole process whereby a complex form detaches from a homogeneous setting, a process involving the emergence of antithetical forms when previously they were uniform, i.e. a process subject to the action of the law of negation and the law of the unity of opposites. In his teaching on the forms of value, Marx has traced the process of gradual intensification of the contradiction between the two poles of the value expression, ending with the bifurcation of the commodity into the simple commodity and money. In accordance with Thela-Wolf unity of opposites, however, Marx shows us not merely the necessary emergence of opposition in a previously homogeneous setting but also the necessary preservation of unity between two phenomena that have been released from each other. Parallel with the intensifying antithesis between the two commodities participating in exchange, there is also intensification of the unity that binds them together, and this happens precisely because each of them takes on an increasingly one-sided character, which demands to be supplemented in the form of another commodity that is distinguished by the opposite properties. In the simple form of value, the difference between products A and B had a passing and formal character. The unity that connects them was also transitory and contingent. Product A can be just as easily exchanged for any other product C, D, E, etc. as for the given product B. In the money form of value, when product B, gold, has finally become the universal equivalent, product A must be directly exchanged for B. It is correlated with B and has the money form in advance, even before the act of exchange. Along with the intensifying contradiction between A and B, the unity that binds them together also intensifies. What does this entail? In the first place, it entails the unity of their genesis, of their historical origin from a group of homogeneous commodities that subsequently divided into two groups. This unity is manifest, secondly, in the fact that every commodity must invariably pass through the two stages, through the two phases, of simple commodity and money, and only by passing through both of these phases does it reveal its social character. In the third place, this unity appears in the fact that the relative form of value is inconceivable without an equivalent, for the very concept of relative form presupposes a relation to some other commodity that is the material for the given commodity's expression of value, and conversely, the equivalent form is impossible without the relative form, or in a word, without the interdependence of these antithetical forms. Finally, we have note on the interdependence a budelseth interpenetration of these forms, since from the moment when the break-up of the commodity world into the simple commodity and money has occurred, every commodity must invariably pass through the two phases and be converted into money. This means that every commodity, without yet being really converted into money, still has the potential or the ideal form of money, which fulfills the role of measure of value. The commodity includes within itself the potential form of money, and money is essentially the metamorphosed commodity, that is, it bears the imprint of the previous exchange of the given commodity for a given sum of money. Thus we have a genetic unity of the origin of these two antithetical forms, an internal bond between them as two sequential phases in the movement of one and the same commodity, a mutual conditioning because neither of these forms can be conceived without the other, and finally, their interpenetration since each of them is not simply a single form but also potentially the other form. Therefore, in the doctrine of the bifurcation of the commodity into simple commodity and money, in this doctrine of their intensifying antithesis and at the same time their mutually complementary character, i.e. their unity, we have a striking illustration of the law of the unity of opposites. This teaching from Marx concerning the genesis of money must, in the first place, explain the historical process of the emergence of money from the commodity, or more accurately, from products that find themselves in the process of conversion into commodities, and secondly, it must disclose the laws of the simultaneous and mutually conditioned movement of commodities and money in the developed capitalist economy. Correspondingly, the law of the unity of opposites, in the given case, must also demonstrate to us first the unity of historical roots and the process of gradual separation of the two antithetical forms of the commodity, and secondly, it must reveal the unity and difference between the movement of commodities and money in the capitalist economy. Marx's critics have asserted that in his teaching on the contradictory character of the commodity and its bifurcation into the simple commodity and money, Marx resorted to the self-development of concepts. This is untrue. Marx's teaching reflects a real social process that, on the one hand, took place in a definite historical period, different for different peoples, and, on the other hand, has left its result in the capitalist economy by way of two opposing and interacting spheres, commodity circulation and money circulation. The separating out of money was the result of the increasingly frequent repetition of the movement of commodities in exchange. This movement of commodities reflected a determinate character of the production relations between members of society as commodity producers. Finally, the spread of this particular type of production relations was brought about by the requirements of the material process of production. We can observe the connection between these phenomena approximately as follows. Development of the social division of labor, both within a single community and between foreign communities, strengthened the demand for a social exchange of things, for acquiring the products of foreign labor. Arising on the basis of an already existing difference between spheres of production, exchange reinforced and further developed this difference. Within the community, separate parts and spheres of production, which previously had a directly social character, attain such a degree of independence that the sole bond still connecting the various kinds of work is the exchange of products as commodities. 52 Independence, Verselbständigung, of different types of labor, done by different individuals, develops. Within the community, partly under the pressure of exchange with foreign, fremd, communities, there arises a relation of mutual estrangement, fremdheit, between its individual members who turn into commodity producers. The labor of separate individuals becomes independent, while at the same time the material connection strengthens between individuals and different types of labor. This fundamental contradiction of commodity economy increasingly deepens, on the one hand, as the social division of labor develops, and on the other hand, due to the disorganization and spontaneity of the economy. The activities and production relations of commodity producers become increasingly differentiated, segregated, and alienated, while at the same time a parallel reification and coalescence with things occurs. The differentiation of activities and of relations between commodity producers, the objectification, Versachlichung, of production relations, their coalescence with things, and their ossification, Vernocherung, as thesischal forms of things, the gradually growing independence, Verselbständigung, and alienation, Entfremdung, of production relations and the corresponding social forms of things, the genesis from simple forms to the more complex, which are antithetical to the former and at the same time constitute a unity with them. All of these are simply different aspects of the grandiose process of the development of a society of commodity producers that is becoming ever more complex. This process is the simultaneous realization of the sociological law of the social division of labor and of the differentiation of functions between the individual members and groups of society, of the economic law of the reification of production relations and their coalescence with things, and of the general dialectical law of the unity of opposites. With these three dimensions, let us now briefly take a closer look at the process we have been describing of the bifurcation of the commodity into the simple commodity and money. Marx shows that the bifurcation of the commodity is a reflection of the bifurcation of the functions of commodity producers. The commodity owners entered the sphere of circulation merely as guardians of commodities. Within this sphere they confront one another in the antithetical, Gegensatz, roles of buyer and seller, one personifying as sugar loaf, the other gold. Just as the sugar loaf becomes gold, so the seller becomes a buyer. These distinctive social characters are, therefore, by no means duetto human individualitiasuk but both exchange relations of persons who produce their goods in the specific form of commodities. 53. In this passage Marx excellently conveys the link between the differentiation of activities and of the social characters of people, between the personification of things and the growing antithesis, and unity, between the activities of people and the social forms of things. The process of the commodities bifurcation means not only the original differentiation of the functions of commodity producers but also the original reification of production relations in things. The doctrine concerning the genesis of money is a teaching on the coalescence of the production relations between people with the natural form of things. In this teaching, Marx showed us how social functions, which were initially acquired by things only within given determinate production relations between people, become congealed in the thing alongside of the given production relations. Marx emphasized many times the specificity of the equivalent, which consists of the fact that although it initially acquires its social form only within the given relations between commodities A and B, it appears to us that this social form belongs to it by nature. And when this social form, due to the development of exchange and of the activities of all commodity producers, coalesces with gold, we come directly to a social form, naturally inherent in the given product, which is independent of all those production relations in which it figures at any given moment. We reach a social form that is frozen, ossified, crystallized, and has coalesced with a thing. On the one hand, therefore, you have here a striking illustration of Marx's doctrine concerning the reification of production relations, their coalescence with the natural form of things, and the acquisition by the thing of social functions that it possesses independently of the concrete production relations within which it figures at a given moment. On the other hand, we also have in this doctrine concerning the forms of value a clear example of the gradual intensification of the antithesis between commodities and money that expresses the two sides of the commodity's character, the gradual strengthening of this contradiction that was originally only temporary and transitory. Marx's teaching concerning the break-up of the commodity into two opposing forms is a striking illustration of the dialectical laws of negation and of the unity of opposites. In the process of the commodities bifurcation, the differentiation of functions between people, the reification of production relations and the development of contradiction within unity still have an elementary character. Indeed, the opposition, Gegensatz, between buyer and seller still has a superficial and formal character. 54 Since the person who at one given moment comes forth in the role of seller appears sometime later in the role of buyer. It is true that, corresponding to the difference between commodity and money, there are the different economic functions of commodity producers to antithetical trends. Mutations of the commodity, CM and MC, are accomplished through two antithetical social processes in which the commodity owner takes part, and are reflected in the antithetical economic characteristics of the two processes. 55 But the owner of the commodity successively changes his role from seller to buyer. Being a seller and being a buyer are therefore not fixed roles, but constantly attach themselves to different persons in the course of the circulation of commodities. 56 The different economic functions have not yet crystallized and permanently fastened themselves to specific persons. Just as the differentiation of functions between buyer and seller still has a preliminary and undeveloped character, so the process of the reification of production relations between people and the commodity and money also has an elementary character by comparison with more complex forms, capital, interest, etc. Finally, the development of contradiction within unity still has an elementary character in the process of the bifurcation of the commodity. But since the contradiction, Gegensatz, of commodity and money is the abstract and general form of all contradictions inherent in the bourgeois mode of labor. 57 We shall many times encounter the further development and growing complexity of this contradiction in what follows. For the functions of money. 58 Marx regards the formation of value as a process in which the production relations between people, as commodity producers, find their expression in the form of value, a property inherent, as it were, in the product of labor. Marx regards the formation of money as a process in which the relation between commodities as values is expressed in the form of their relation to one particular commodity that plays the role of universal equivalent, or money. Marx expressed the inseparable link between these two processes in the following words. The fact that commodity owners treat one another's labor as universal social labor appears in the form of their treating their own commodities as exchange values, and the interrelation of commodities as exchange values in the exchange process appears as their universal relation to a particular commodity as the adequate expression of their exchange value. This in turn appears as the specific relation of this particular commodity to all other commodities, and hence as the distinctive, as it were naturally evolved, social character of a thing. 59. These words from Marx clearly demonstrate the process of gradual fetishization, or the reification of production relations between people. The production relations between people take on the form of the social properties of things. As production relations between people become more complex, the social forms of things likewise become more complex. The process of fetishization of social relations between people involves, therefore, many stages. In the case that we are considering, the movement of production relations between people assumes the form of the movement of commodities, and the movement of commodities is reflected in the movement of prices. Value, being the expression of production relations between people, in turn represents the basis upon which money emerges as a more complex and fetishized social form of things. The task of a dialectical examination consists of demonstrating the necessary emergence of the more complex forms of things from simpler ones. The investigator must reconstruct a picture of the development of production relations between people and of the corresponding social properties of things, moving from the simpler forms to the more complex. It is precisely this synthetic path of investigation, moving from the production relations between people to the commodity, and from the commodity to money, that Marx outlines in the excerpt quoted above. Obviously, the synthetic path of investigation, from simpler forms to the more complex, does not exclude an analytical approach but rather presupposes it. Every investigation begins with analysis of a complex form for the purpose of discerning the simpler forms from which it has developed. With the help of analysis, we detect behind the movement of money the movement of commodities, and we examine the latter as the expression of production relations between people, which are determined, in turn, by the requirements of the material technical process of production or by the exchange of things. The different determinations of form that money assumes in the process of circulation are essentially only crystallizations of the change of forms on the part of commodities themselves, which in turn are only the object of expressions of changing social relations in which commodity owners conduct their exchange of things. 60. Here Marx analytically sketches the path of investigation from more complex forms to the simpler ones, from money to the commodity, and from the commodity to the production relations between people. In both types of study, the analytic and the synthetic, money appears before us as theory-ified expression of production relations between people. We cannot, however, reduce money directly to people's production relations, nor can we deduce it from the latter. Money is the product of a very complex process of the reification of production relations between people, a process that we must examine in terms of all the intermediate links. The mediating link between people's production relations and the money category is the category of the commodity, or value. Our investigation, therefore, divides into two stages. In the first stage, the theory of value, we study the process of the materialization of people's production relations in the value of commodities. In the second stage, the theory of money, we must demonstrate how the movement of commodities is expressed in the movement of money. The link between the commodity and money represents the principal theme of Marx's theory of money. And in this regard, being true to his fundamental methodological principle, Marx indicates that our main task consists of examining the genesis of the complex form from the simpler one. The difficulty lies not in comprehending that money is a commodity, but in discovering how, why, and by what means a commodity becomes money. 61 The teaching concerning the genesis of money from the commodity has already been set out above. We presuppose that the division of the commodity into the simple commodity and money has already been completed, and that two separate yet closely related spheres face one another, commodity circulation and the circulation of money. Now we must examine the movement of money, since on the one hand it has a special character that is distinct from the movement of commodities, while on the other hand it reflects the movement of the latter. We must indicate how the various forms of the movement of commodities are expressed in the different forms assumed by money. It is precisely this connection between the forms of movement on the part of commodities and the forms of money that Marx continuously emphasizes. The moving relations of commodities to each other crystallize as different determ in ions of the universal equivalent, and thus the process of exchange is simultaneously the process of the circulation of money. 62 The determinate form in which gold crystallizes into money depends on how the commodities represent their own exchange value to each other. 63 The change of form on the part of commodities themselves simultaneously crystallizes into determinate forms of money. 64 With regard to this process, Marx frequently uses the term crystallizes. Marx's critic Sheva thought that when he speaks of the crystallization of labor in the value of the commodity, he has in view the material technical process of the settling or congealing of labor in the product. As we see, the term crystallization is in fact used by Marx in another sense. Marx uses this term to characterize social, not technical processes. When Marx says that the change of form on the part of commodities themselves simultaneously crystallizes into determinate forms of money, he has in view the process of the gradually increasing complexity and congealment of the social forms of things, a process in which the development of simpler forms leads to formation of more complex forms. This formation from a simpler form of more complex forms, which differ in character from the former, is what Marx calls the process of crystallization, i.e., it is the process of detachment of more complex forms. It is readily understandable that Marx speaks so frequently of the process of crystallization, because the fundamental task of a dialectical investigation consists of explaining the necessary formation of more and more complex forms of phenomena. There is a dual task involved in studying the genesis of complex forms of phenomena from simple ones. On the one hand, the investigator must show how development of the simplest form leads to formation of a complex form. Here the investigator must emphasize the inseparable connection between the two forms, what they have in common and what makes the more complex form a further development or expression of the simpler form. On the other hand, however, the investigator must also show that the complex form, which has grown out of the simple one, simultaneously differs from it in character, i.e. that it represents not only further development but also negation of the properties characterizing the first form. He must demonstrate that the complex form, although it has grown out of the simple one, is at the same time its antithesis. Applying this general principle to the theory of money, here too we charge the investigator with a dual task. He must show that money has its basis in the commodity, and also that money, in the process of its development, detaches from the commodity and becomes opposed to it, so that the commodity is thereby also turned into a simple commodity, i.e. the opposite of money. While in the passages quoted above Marx showed the internal connection between the commodity and money, in other places he emphasizes that they are opposed to one another. Marx often says that money is essentially a distinct and specific commodity that is detached from the sphere of other commodities. Gold and silver oppose other commodities as the materialization of general labor time. 65 Gold and silver, as the direct embodiment of social labor, confront other profane commodities. 66 Money, consequently, has not only developed from the commodity but is at the same time opposed to the commodity and alienated from it. The process of the formation of money from the commodity is at the same time the process of the gradual alienation of money from the world of commodities, a process of gradual polarization between the character of commodities and the character of money. The different forms of money express different stages in this gradually intensifying alienation of money from commodities. We shall demonstrate this factus in examples of the separate forms of money, which we shall consider in the same order as Marx examined them. Insofar as money fulfills the function of the measure of value, the alienation of money from the commodity involves its elementary, insufficiently developed character. This close connection between money, as measure of value, and commodities becomes manifest in both the origin and the character of the measure of value. As for the origin of the measure of value, Marx never tires of repeating that the measure of value is called to life by the movement and general activity of the commodities themselves. Commodities themselves initially create the form in which they ideally appear to each other as exchange values. 67 Because the commodities themselves assume the form of exchange value for one another, they turn gold into the universal equivalent or into money. 68 That is, into the form of measure of value. Marx wants to demonstrate that the genesis of the measure of value finds its explanation in the movement of the commodities themselves. It is not only the genesis of the measure of value, but also its character that reveals the close connection between money and commodities. When we say that the value of a table equals 10 rubles, the conversion of the commodity into money still has a theoretical and conceptual character, and the money itself is still ideal money. Money does not yet exist as a real object, separated from the commodity, but rather appears here only as an ideal money form, which inheres in the commodity itself and represents a property of the latter. We may even say that money represents here nothing more than a special property of the commodity itself, its money existence or its money form. The existence of commodities as money is indeed not yet separated from their real existence. 69 It follows that here the value of the commodity, likewise, is actually not yet distinguished from the natural form of the latter and does not have the form of a real thing that is opposed to the commodity. The exchange value of the commodity acquires only an ideal existence, as distinct from the commodity. 70 Of course, this does not mean that there is still no difference between commodities and money. If money fulfills the function of measure of value, this presupposes that the separation of money from the sphere of the commodity world has already occurred. But in its function as measure of value, money still retains a very close link with commodities and appears as one of the properties of the commodity opposed to its other properties. When we determine the value of the commodity as 10 rubles, we oppose one property, i.e. its value, which equals 10 rubles, to the other properties whereby it distinguishes itself as a determinate material object. Value appears as one of the properties of the commodity itself, a property that is ideally the antithesis of its use value. The alienation of money from the commodity still has a preliminary and ideal character, and gold is the antithesis of the real commodity only as a conceived measure of value. 71 When money is regarded only as the money form of the commodity itself, the latter appears as a dual existence in reality as value, and ideally as value. 72 The value of the commodity has still not really separated from the natural form of the product itself, as the product of concrete labor, and thus abstract labor has still not become separated and found expression in the form of a particular real object. Thus money in its form as measure of value still retains a very close link with commodities. Money appears as the money form of the commodity but not as a real object that is opposed to the commodity. This is what Marx has in mind when he says that money, as measure of value, has a nebulous and chimerical form. 73 This form of money, as we shall see below, is the antithesis of the fluid and firm forms of money in which the process of the alienation of money from commodities finds its further development. With the goal of following the subtle dialectical transitions from one form of phenomena to the next, Marx, in the paragraph on the measure of value, already points to the need for conversion of money from the gaseous and ghostly form just described to a more stable and fixed form. Money already partially acquires a more fixed form in the transition from measure of value to a standard of prices. When we express the value of a table not as a certain quantity of gold in terms of units of weight, for example, ounces, but rather as a certain quantity of money units, rubles, for instance, we now have greater stability and exactitude of the proportions. 74 Gold emerges here as the standard of prices. 75 However, in the form of standard of prices, the fixation of money still has an exclusively technical character. 10 rubles here fulfills the exact same role as does ascertain quantity of gold in ounces and accounting money do as not cease to be ideal money. In order to disclose the need for further alienation of money from the commodity, we must reveal the need for the conversion of ideal into real money. This need follows from the very character of ideal money. Although ideal money appears in lies the external form of the commodity itself, we must not forget that the commodity here is ideally equated with another commodity, gold, that is distinguished from it. Gold is a commodity distinct from wheat, and consequently the ideal equalization of wheat with gold is an ideal equation with gold that still has to be realized. 76 Thus, in the ideal form of money, as measure if value is already hidden the necessity for alienation of commodities in exchange for glittering gold and thus the possibility of their non-alienation. 77 From this follows the necessity of a transition from measure of value to means of circulation, from the less alienated form of money to the more alienated. As means of circulation, money has a more alienated form than as measure of value. Here alienation of money from the commodity finds its further development. This is manifested in the conversion of ideal into real or actual money. Gold, which as measure of value was only ideal money and in fact figured only as the money name for commodities themselves, is transformed into actual money. 78 From the money form of the commodity itself, money is transformed into a real object existing alongside the commodity and opposed to it. If, as measure of value, the money existence of the commodity was still not separated in fact from its real existence, now the commodity, which exchanges for money as means of circulation, already acquires an existence free of any tie to its natural form of existence. 79 Movement of the commodities themselves acquires the form of movement as a special thing, gold, which is external and foreign to them. The changes in the form of a commodity, its transformation into money and its retransformation from money, in other words the movement of the total metamorphosis of a commodity, accordingly appear as the external movement of a single coin. 80 The movement of forms of the commodity, a movement occurring in the form of a process, appears as money's own movement. 81 It appears to us that money sets in motion the commodities, which themselves appear to be motionless. Money is not only alien to the commodities and opposed to them, but movement of the commodities themselves also appears to us to be the result of the movement of money, which is external to them. But since the movement itself of commodities is nothing more than an expression of the commodity producer's own activities, it is not surprising that their own overall movement, that of the commodity producers, by means of which they complete the metabolism of their own labors, opposes them as the movement of a thing, as the circulation of gold. 82 However, this alienated form of money in relation to commodities must not obscure from the investigator the indissoluble internal connection between them. This close bond appears in this context both in the origin of money and in the character of its movement as means of circulation. If gold became the measure of value, it is only because all commodities measured their value in its terms, and now it becomes real money thanks only to the overall alienation of the commodities for gold. 83 Money, both as measure of value and as means of circulation, reveals in its genesis its dependence upon movement of the commodities themselves. This dependence is also revealed in the character of money's movement as means of circulation. From the excerpts that we have already cited, we have seen that the movement of money, which seems as though it is alien and external to the movement of commodities, is actually only a reflection of the latter. The circulation of money is merely a manifestation of the metamorphosis of commodities, or a change of form through which the social exchange of things is completed. 84 The means of circulation is simply the metamorphosed commodity, and the movement of gold's metamorphosis is the movement of the metamorphosed commodity. 85 The process of the circulation, of money, is the movement of the metamorphosis of the commodity world and must, for that reason reflect a latter in its general movement. 86 The movement of commodities is reflected or reverberates in the movement of money as means of circulation. 87 This is exactly why the quantity of means of circulation depends upon the sum of the prices of commodities in circulation, and thus money, in its function as means of circulation, which is only a passing expression of the value of the commodity itself, can be replaced with symbolic money. While money, therefore, as means of circulation, acquires the form of a specific object, existing alongside commodities. In this function, money only plays the role of mediator in the movement of commodities. As means of circulation, money serves simply as the intermediary link in the dynamic unity CMC, or as the merely transitory form of exchange value. 88 Money serves as mediator for the conversion of one commodity into another commodity, and gold in this function is imply the commodity's own transitory money form. 89 Up to this point we have been considering money in its function or form as means of circulation. In this form, money has been only a means for the circulation of commodities, and it has represented or reflected in its own movement the movement of the commodities themselves. However, in this process of detachment, the alienation of money from commodities does not come to a stop. In its subsequent development, money assumes a form that is even more alienated and thus becomes more strikingly antithetical to the commodity. In this case, we have money in the proper sense of the word, money as such, the hoard, means of payment and world money. Let us begin our analysis with hoards. In this connection, as elsewhere, Marx endeavors first of all to show the origin of a new and more complex form from a simpler one, and to reveal the most subtle dialectical transitions between them. For this purpose, he shows first that money, as means of circulation, already includes within itself the possibility for the emergence of a more complex form of money in the form of a hoard. The function of money, as means of circulation, has presupposed that the circuit CMC represents a moving unity in which purchase immediately follows sale. But the division of the process of exchange into two acts, of sale and purchase, already conceals within itself the possibility of an interruption of the metamorphosis of the commodity following completion of the first act. 90 The possibility of such an interruption resides in the fact that the commodity, as a result of the act of sale, has assumed the form of money, the golden chrysalis, and in this form it possesses its own stable existence. 91 The golden chrysalis state forms an independent phase in the life of the commodity, in which it can remain for a shorter or longer period. 92 In order for this possibility to become reality, it is necessary to indicate the causes that are at work within the sphere of commodity production and circulation itself that bring about a suspension or interruption of the commodity's metamorphosis. One such cause is the circumstance that the production process continues over a more or less long period of time, whereas the purchase of commodities, to satisfy the needs of the producer and his family, must occur more frequently. Thus the commodity producer, after selling the commodities he has produced, must retain a part of the money in order to spend it gradually on the purchase of items for personal consumption. This retained coin is the transitional form between coins, or means of circulation, and a hoard. While it remains in the hands of the seller, who receives it in return for a commodity, it is money, and not coin, but when it leaves his hands it becomes a coin once more. 93 Or as Marx put it in Capital, money appears for a short time as a crystal of value in order soon afterwards to dissolve into the transitory equivalent form of the commodity. 94 In the form of retained coin, there are already indications of the conversion of money from flexible means of circulation, expressing the fluid unity of the two acts of sale and purchase, into the congealed crystal of value, which indicates a suspension or freezing of the process of circulation on the part of commodities themselves. In that event, the producer withholds money for himself precisely in order to be able to spend it whenever necessary. So that money as coin may flow continuously, coin must continuously congeal into money. 95 In this sentence, Marx clearly emphasizes the contradiction between the two forms of money as fluid and congealed together with the origin of the latter form in the former. The form of retained coin, in which the first signs of the congealing of money appear, is still not regarded by Marxists the form of a hoard. Their tension of cash is only a necessary technical aspect of the circulation of money, and thus the retained money is not considered to be a hoard but only a part of the general fund of means of circulation temporarily awaiting its turn to enter into actual circulation. 96 Marx refuses to regard retained coin as a hoard because a temporary pause in the metamorphosis of the commodity, which we considered above, does not in the slightest degree alter the character of the commodity producer's activities. As before, the commodity producer sells his commodity in order to use the money earned in order to purchase necessary means of subsistence. It is precisely in order to have the possibility of buying these necessary means of subsistence that he temporarily keeps for himself the retained cash. In order for money to acquire the new form of a hoard, the character of the commodity producer's activity must change. Such change has already been fully prepared by the preceding development of the circulation of commodities and money, and it necessarily arises from this source. The commodity, being transformed through sale into money, acquires thereby a form that is capable, at any given moment of being converted into some as value. It acquires a form of always being alienated, i.e. a form always capable of alienation. This circumstance alone, that the commodity producer can retain the commodity in its money form, which is always suitable for alienation, has the capacity to evoke a change in the character of the commodity producer. The sale of commodities, in order to convert and retain them in the form of gold, becomes the motive for circulation itself. The metamorphosis of commodities, cm, takes place for the sake of their metamorphosis, for the purpose of transforming particular physics, equal wealth into general social wealth. Change of form instead of exchange of matter becomes an end in itself. Exchange value, which was merely a form, is turned into the content of the movement. 97 Now we can already see a qualitative change in the character of the commodity producer's activities and motives. He now sells his commodity not in order to purchase use values, but instead to retain in his hands value itself, in its money form, always ready for alienation. It is only from this moment that money acquires the new form of a hoard. From various perspectives, Marx illuminates the dialectical connection between the new form of money as a hoard and its previous form as means of circulation. On the one hand, he meticulously discloses their internal link. We have seen that this link already appeared in the origin of the new form of money as a hoard. The emergence of this form was prepared by development of the preceding form and necessarily resulted from it. This link is reflected in the entire character of money's functioning as a hoard. At first sight, the withdrawal of money from circulation, as a hoard, is the direct antithesis of money functioning as means of circulation. But this contradiction is only absolute so long as we limit our investigation to the sphere of money itself and leave out of account the sphere of commodity circulation, which is concealed behind it. When we also include the latter in the scope of our investigation, we shall see that the withdrawal of money from circulation occurs precisely in order to preserve the commodity in its money form, always ready for circulation. Commodities remain wealth, that is, commodities, only while they keep within the sphere of circulation and remain these fluid station lines so far as they ossify, vernoshert, into silver and gold. They remain within the flow of movement as crystals of the circulation process. But gold and silver are themselves confirmed in the role of money only insofar as they are not essentially means of circulation. As non-means of circulation, they are essentially money. Thus withdrawal of the commodity from circulation in the form of gold is the sole means of keeping it constantly within circulation. 98. With these words, Marx masterfully discloses the unity and connection between phenomena that have a different appearance externally due to their antithetical character. It is precisely because the movement of commodity takes the form of alienating from itself the movement of money that the endeavor to retain the commodity in a form constantly suitable for circulation takes the form of the withdrawal of money from circulation as a hoard. The necessary internal connection between means of circulation and a hoard is also manifested in the fact that the commodity producer, who is accumulating a hoard, strives to multiply it continuously and, for that purpose, must throw into circulation newer and newer masses of commodities. The hoard, even if buried in the ground, is in constant tension with circulation. 99 The hoard may be buried in the ground, but its money soul, its constant endeavor to enter into circulation, moves to the person who has gathered the hoard. 100 Furthermore, the hoard maintains close contact with the sphere of circulation insofar as it represents the reserve fund from which money continuously flows into the sphere of circulation, and into which it continuously flows back from the latter. The need for these continuing inflows and outflows of money results from the character of money as means of circulation. As means of circulation, money functions in a quantitative that is determined by the requirements of commodity circulation itself. And since the requirements of commodity circulation vary continuously in terms of money, depending upon changes in the volume of commodities, their prices, the velocity of the circulation of coin, etc., there also emerges a continuous need to increase or decrease the quantity of money functioning as means of circulation. This increase or decrease is effected thanks to the continuous flows of money from the reserve fund of hoards into the sphere of circulation and back again. What occurs is solidification of circulating money into hoards and the flowing of the hoards into circulation. 101 This congealing and outflow, in turn, reflects the movement of the commodities themselves. The movement of money from the form of a hoard to the form of means of circulation occurs when there is a fluid unity of purchase and sale in the commodity world. And contrariwise, when the movement of commodities slows, the means of circulation congeal into money in unusually large measure, and the reserves of the hoards are replenished beyond their average level. 102 To this point we have been considering the connection of a hoard with the sphere of circulation. However, this connection did not at all prevent Marx from emphasizing the antithetical character of money as a hoard and money as means of circulation. Marx frequently characterizes this change in the form of money as its conversion from a fluid into a congealed condition. The money is petrified into a hoard, and the seller of commodities becomes a hoarder of money. 103 A contradiction emerges between the fluid form of wealth and its petrified form. 104 The investigator must examine both of these forms of money, in their unity as well as in their contradiction. The mistake of various economic schools has consisted of the fact that they one-sidedly considered money only in one of these two antithetical forms. Thus the mercantilists considered money only as a hoard, and the classics, only as means of circulation. By contrast with the monetary and mercantile systems, which knew money only in its determinatio formas a crystalline product of circulation, it was perfectly opposite that classical political economy regarded money, above all, in its fluid form. 105 Ricardo examined the fluid form of money in isolation as means of circulation. 106 Marx often calls the conversion of money from the fluid into the congealed form its conversion into a crystal of the process of circulation or the crystalline product of circulation. This process of congealment or crystallization of money indicates that the movement of money has gained greater independence and autonomy in relation to the movement of commodities than it possessed with the functioning of money as means of circulation. In the latter case, money was only the passing money form of the commodity. As a hoard, money is no longer the same passing form of the commodity. 107 Whereas money, as means of circulation, only expressed the value of the commodity itself, in its capacity as hoard of the commodity's value money has already assumed an independent external form and been distinguished from the commodity itself. As a hoard, money is the first independent existence, Verselbständigung, of exchange value. 108 It is money or exchange which has assumed an independent existence, Verselbständigter. 109 While Marx regarded the measure of value as a gaseous form of money, and the means of circulation as fluid, the hoard already emerges as the congealed, solid and crystalline form of money. This process of the gradual condensation of money signifies that money's movement is more and more standing apart and acquiring an independent character in relation to the movement of commodities. As measure of value, money was only ideally the antithesis of the commodity. With the development of new forms of money, the antithesis between commodities and money intensifies. As means of circulation, money was already the real antithesis of commodities, but only in order to become the passing money form of the commodity itself in the circuit CMC. As a hoard, money acquires a much more independent character. Just as Catholics recognize only the Pope as being infallible, so gold and silver now stand opposed to all simple commodities as the direct embodiment of social labor. 110 If money, as means of circulation, only played the role of representative of commodities, now, insofar as the hoard is concerned, all commodities emerge merely as the representatives of gold. 111 Whereas previously the commodity producer viewed money as a means to acquire commodities, now he views commodities as means for the acquisition of money. What this discloses is the process of gradual isolation and alienation of money from commodities. Despite the fact that money arose from the commodity and is subordinated in its movement to the movement of the world of commodities, it acquires ever-growing independence in relation to the latter. The transition of money from measure of value into means of circulation, and from the latter into a hoard, is presented to us by Marx as a process of the gradual alienation, congealment, and crystallization of money. Since we have already looked in detail at the process of the congealment or alienation of money in the form of a hoard, we can only deal briefly with money as means of payment. Above all, Marx believes it necessary to prove that the appearance of a new and more complex form of money results from the development and requirements of commodity circulation itself and its underlying conditions of production. Since production of diverse commodities requires different periods of time, the moments of beginning and end for the production of different commodities do not correspond. The commodity producer frequently has to appear as a purchaser before he has sold his own commodity. Purchase, or MC, must be completed before sale, or CM, is completed. Since the producer has not yet sold his commodity and therefore does not yet have money, he can only complete a purchase on credit. The seller becomes the creditor, and the buyer the debtor. After the commodity producer has completed the act of purchase, or MC, on credit, he must, according to the date specified in the agreement, retire his debt. For that purpose he now needs to complete his hitherto postponed act of the commodity's metamorphosis, i.e. the sale CM. But since CM is now completed only after the act of MC, the character of the first act changes entirely. Now the commodity producer sells his commodity not in order to use the proceeds to purchase means of subsistence for himself, but instead he sells his commodity in order, with the help of the proceeds, to retire his debt. Now he wants to acquire money not as a means of purchase, but as a means of payment, as the absolute form of exchange value. 112 Money acquires the new form of means of payment. Whereas money as a hoard was taken out of circulation, now money as means of circulation returns to circulation no longer, however, as a passing means of circulation but rather as the universal equivalent in its settled existence, as the absolute commodity. 113 Means of payment enter into circulation only after the commodity has already exited from it. Money no longer serves the process. It independently completes it as the absolute form of existence of exchange value, in other words the universal commodity. 114 Because money turns from being a mediating moment of the circulation process into its final link, it appears in more striking form as the antithesis of commodities. Money enters into circulation as the only adequate equivalent of the commodity, as the absolute embodiment of exchange value, as the last word of the exchange process. 115 In money, as means of payment, we no longer have a passing money form of the value of the commodity, but we have instead reached the independent, verselbständiger, existence of exchange value. 116 Since sale of the commodity now serves the commodity producer only as a means for the acquisition of money, which he needs for repayment of a debt, all commodities now serve him only in the modest role of representatives of money. From being a modest representative of commodities, money has become the absolute existence of value. The contradiction between commodities and money acquires here the most striking and acute form, especially in periods of monetary crises. It is true that the hoarder also regarded money as the sole wealth, and commodities in their natural form as things deprived of. The development of categories in Marx's economic system, 1929, 787. True value. But in that case it was a matter only of the imaginary annulment of the value of all commodities in face of gold as the solely embodiment of value and true wealth. So far as money as means of payment is concerned, at moments of crises we observe not just the conceivable but the actual devaluation and worthlessness of all physical wealth. 117. Now money can no longer be replaced by profane commodities. The use value of the commodity becomes valueless, and the value of the commodity vanishes in the face of its own form of value. Only yesterday the bourgeois, drunk with the flourishing of industry, considered money through the haze of enlightened philosophy and declared it to be an empty appearance. Only the commodity is money. Today the cry of those same bourgeois, in all corners of the world market, is, only money is a commodity. As the heart thirsts for fresh water, so the bourgeois soul now thirsts for money theonly wealth. Intimi of crisis, the antithesis between the commodity and money, its embodiment as value is raised to the level of an absolute contradiction. 118. The alienation of money from the commodity has assumed here its most acute character by comparison with the forms of money that we have considered to this point. We have followed the gradual intensification of the antithesis between the commodity and money. But we have become convinced, at the same time, that the different functions of money are inseparably linked with one another, and that the money circulation reflects, as a whole, the movement in the world of commodities. Moreover, we can even say that parallel with the intensification of the antithesis between the commodity and money, the unity that binds them together also intensifies. Money fulfills the function of measure of value for every particular commodity, and the function of means of circulation presupposes the circulation of commodities in which the circuit, described by the series of metamorphoses of every given commodity, is inseparably interwoven with the circuit of other commodities. 119. The extension of the function of a hoard indicates that the goal of the production process has become exchange value, not use value. 120. Finally, the degree to which money develops as the exclusive means of payment indicates the degree to which exchange value has taken possession of production in its entirety. 121. The increasing complexity of the forms of money, which we have been describing, reflects the increasing complexity of production relations between commodity producers. The process of the metamorphosis of commodities, which gives birth to the various determinations of the form of money, also involves a metamorphosis of the commodity owners, or changes in the social character of their existence for each other. In the process of the commodities metamorphosis, the commodity owner changes character as menitamesis, the commodity changes character, or as many times as money assumes new forms. Thus, the original commodity owners opposed each other only as commodity owners, then one became a seller and the other a buyer, then each became buyer and seller in turn, subsequently they became the accumulators of hoards, and finally, they became rich people. Thus the commodity owners leave the process off circulation as different people than they were when they entered it. 122. 5. Capital. To this point we have considered the categories of a simple commodity economy. Given the breadth of the theme, we shall examine the following categories more briefly. In the transition from simple commodity economy to capitalist economy, we already see a vivid example of applying the law of the unity of opposites. View it from the outside. The difference between them is seen in the distinction between the two formulae of circulation, CMC and MCM. The two formulae are antithetical to each other. In the second formula, the acts of purchase and sale are the reverse of what occurs in the first. In a simple commodity economy, circulation includes sale for the sake of purchase. In a capitalist economy, circulation includes purchase for the sake of sale. In the first formula, the commodity plays the role of extremes. In the second formula, it is money. In a simple commodity economy, circulation is completed in order to exchange one use value for another. In a capitalist economy, the purpose of circulation is the expansion of value, i.e. the acquisition of surplus value. Despite this contradiction between the two formulae of circulation, they constitute a unity that is evident both in their historical origin and in their simultaneous operation. Historically, the second formula, MCM, resulted from development of the first formula, CMC. It was only as a result of protracted development of the simple commodity economy that capitalist economy appeared with its inherent formula of circulation, MCM. However, once the latter formula of circulation appeared, being characteristic of a capitalist economy, the formula of simple commodity circulation CMC did not disappear. On the contrary, it reached its widest development precisely from this time onwards, since citizen lie in the capitalist period thought commodity production and circulation embraced the entire economy. Thus circulation in the form of MCM, being antithetical by nature to circulation in the form of CMC, operated simultaneously with the latter and is based upon it. Insofar as the two phases, MC and C1M1, are acts of circulation, the circulation of capital constitutes part of commodity circulation in general. But insofar as they are functionally determined parts, or stages in the accumulation of capital, capital completes its own circuit within the general commodity circulation. 123 Thunideo Thetwo forms of circulation is revealed in their interdependence. The circulation of capital cannot be completed in the absence of commodity circulation in general. On the other hand, commodity circulation occurs in forms that are inherent in capitalism. The circulation of capital, MCM, can only be completed when there is a commodity in the market, labor power completing its own circulation in the form CMC. The worker sells his labor power for money in order to use that money to purchase necessary means of consumption. On the other hand, the circulation of labor power, in the form CMC, is impossible in the absence of capital's circulation in the form MCM. Alongside this interdependence of the two forms of circulation, we also observe their interpenetration. The circulation of capital includes in itself the circulation of labor power, since the capitalist purchases labor power, and conversely, the sale of labor power by the worker, i.e. the act, from the worker's viewpoint of entering the circulation MC simultaneously signifies the purchase of labor power by the capitalist, i.e. the act of entering the circulation MCM. The unity and opposition of the two formulae of circulation, CMC and MCM, simply reflects the fact that the capitalist economy is simultaneously a further development and a negation of the simple commodity economy. It is a further development of the simple commodity economy because it arose historically from the simple commodity economy and at the same time operates on the basis of commodity and money circulation. On the other hand, however, the laws of commodity circulation, in the conditions of capitalist economy, acquire a form that is antithetical to the forms that distinguish them in a simple commodity economy. If simple commodity economy was based upon the exchange of equivalents, in capitalist economy we are dealing with the capitalist's appropriation of the worker's unpaid labor. The exchange of equivalents, the original operation with which we started, is now turned round in such a way that there is only an apparent exchange. The relation of exchange between capitalist and worker becomes a mere semblance belonging only to the process of circulation, it becomes a mere form which is alien to the content of the transaction itself, and merely mystifies it. 124. But this antithesis between the laws of simple commodity economy and the laws of capitalist economy as note lamine tethirunity for the original transformation of money into capital takes place in the most exact accordance with the economic laws of commodity production and with the rights of property derived from them. 125 In other words, the capitalist economy represents simultaneously both a further development and the negation of the simple commodity economy. The laws of appropriation or of private property, laws based on the production and circulation of commodities, become changed into their direct opposite through their own internal and inexorable dialectic. 126 The connection between simple commodity economy and capitalist economy has the character, therefore, of a unity of opposites. Now let us turn to the characteristics of capital itself. In the formula MCM we already see two of the basic features of capital. First, capital is self-expanding value, i.e. value that acquires surplus value, and second, capital finds itself in continuous movement, alternately taking the form of money and then the form of the commodity. These two features of capital are connected precisely with the fact that capitalism is, on the one hand, the negation of simple commodity production and on the other hand its further development. Insofar as capital is self-expanding value, it is distinguished by specific features that are absent from a simple commodity economy. These specific features are essentially the class relations between capitalist and worker, including the appropriation by the former of the latter's unpaid labor. On the other hand, capitalist relations do not eliminate commodity production but instead develop upon its basis. Just as in commodity production we have the constant movement of money and commodities, so capital must alternately take the form of commodity and money. In Volume 2 of Capital, Marx emphasized the need to study both of these sides of capital. Capital, as self-expanding value, does not just comprise class relations, a definite social character that depends on the existence of labor as wage labor. It is a movement, a circulatory process through different stages, which itself in turn includes three different forms of the circulatory process. 127 In other words, we must study capital both in the sphere of production and in the sphere of circulation. Marx devotes the first volume of Capital to investigating the former and the second volume to the latter. Let us consider capital in the sphere of direct production. From this point of view, we see that capital is the class relation between capitalists and workers. The emergence of these class relations signals the appearance of acute class contradictions in the society of commodity producers, which we have hitherto regarded as a homogeneous environment of completely identical commodity producers. We know that in this case the stratification of a society of identical commodity producers into two antithetical classes was a long historical process, accompanied by the violent seizure of land from the peasantry, the ruin of small commodity producers and the plundering of colonies. This was the process of primitive capitalist accumulation. The separation of the means of production from the workers, and the appearance of capital, only occurred as a result of this long and violent historical process. We must not suppose, therefore, that Marx arrived at the category of capital by way of a simple logic inherent in development of the categories of simple commodity economy, i.e. the commodity and money. The category of capital, for Marx, is a reflection of actual reality, since real phenomena, corresponding to the categories of simple commodity economy, grew by way of a long historical process into other real phenomena corresponding to the category of capital. It is precisely because the new production relations between the class of capitalists and the class of workers became manifest in reality itself that Marx introduces into his system the new category of capital. But, on the other hand, since the new production relations between capitalists and workers operate on the basis and in the form of production relations between commodity producers, the category of capital does not eliminate the categories of commodity and money but is the further development of these same categories. The appearance of capital signified the appearance of contradictions within the previously homogeneous environment. In Marx's words, the polarization of the commodity market occurred together with the appearance of two kinds of commodity owners, namely, the owners of the means of production and the sellers of labor power. 128 There was a further development of the process of alienation that we observed in simple commodity economy. But, whereas in simple commodity economy the commodity and money were alienated from labor only after the labor process was completed, in capitalist economy the alienation of labor power from the means of production takes place even before the process of direct production. These means of production confront the possessor of labor power as someone else's property. The buyer, conversely, is confronted by the seller of labor as another's labor power. 129 This process of alienation and detachment of the means of production from labor power is emphasized by Marx in several of his works. Marx says the means of production oppose the worker as alienated and independent, as the alienated, independent conditions of labor. 130 The means of production assume an alien form, a detached form and an antithetical form, i.e. a form in which they are opposed to the worker and, for exactly that reason, acquire the social character of capital. 131 What occurs is the process of alienation, Entfremdung, of the means of production through their becoming independent, Verselbständigung, of the workers. Thus the appearance of capital marked the appearance of contradiction within a previously homogeneous social environment. What occurred here was the appearance of the greatest class antitheses and contradictions in the history of the world. This appearance of contradictions between classes is decisively important because it prepares the subjective factor of class struggle, which creates, on the basis of all the antitheses and contradictions created by capitalist economy, the possibility of transition from this economy to a higher stage. Thus it is precisely here, in this sphere of class polarization that we have been describing, that the central knot of contradictions of capitalist economy is tied, which must resolve all of the latter's inherent contradictions. The entire grandiose knot of diverse antitheses and contradictions in the capitalist economy can only be resolved thanks to the powerful class contradiction between capital and labor that occurs in the sphere of direct production. The contradiction between capital and labor does not eliminate their interaction. The means of production, constituting capital, are created by human labor, and from this point of view they represent objectified labor as distinct from living labor. But in the conditions of capitalist economy, this objectified labor has come to dominate living labor, capital has subordinated labor to itself and absorbed it. This inclusion of labor in capital occurs when labor power exchanges itself for variable capital and is already part of capital in the process of direct production. This interaction between capital and labor imposes special features upon both of them and evokes a certain bifurcation of both capital and labor. Because capital must be exchanged for labor power, it separates into two parts. That part of capital spent directly on the purchase of labor power is called variable capital. The part of capital spent on acquiring material means of production is called constant capital. The need for this bifurcation of capital is explained by the dual character of labor as abstract and concrete. Insofar as the capitalist is interested in appropriating unpaid labor, he expends capital on the hiring of labor power. But insofar as the worker's labor is not merely abstract but also concrete labor, in order to be applied it requires the presence of determinate means of production. In order to set labor power in motion, the capitalist must buy not only this labor power but also certain means of production. Accordingly, part of the capital must be converted into constant capital. We also see a bifurcation in the sphere of labor. Due to the fact that labor is purchased by capital, it separates into two parts, paid and unpaid labor. The value created bethworkers laboris divided into two parts, the value of labor power and surplus value. In turn, the surplus value bifurcates and assumes two forms, absolute and relative surplus value. And in this connection Marx notes not only the difference between these two forms of surplus value but also their interdependence and the passing of one form into the other. 132 Thus far we have established two divisions. Capital separates into constant and variable, and the value created by the worker's labor separates into the value of labor power and surplus value. But we must not forget that the value of labor power is exakt leitsamest he variable capital. Indeed it is precisely variable capital that pays the value of labor power. If we therefore include the value of labor power in capital itself, we reach a new antithesis of capital and surplus value. Thus we have three pairs of contradictions: 1. Constant and variable capital, 2. The value of labor power and surplus value, and 3. Capital and surplus value. The relation between constant and variable capital determines the organic composition of capital, C/V. The relation between surplus value and the value of labor power determines the rate of surplus value, S/V. And finally, the relation between surplus value and capital determines the rate of profit, S/C and V. Each of these magnitudes is characterized by a certain tendency of movement that depends, in the final analysis, upon the development of labor productivity. As the productive power of labor grows and the successes of technique advance, the relative measure of constant capital increases by comparison with variable capital, and thus the organic composition of capital rises and creates the basis for a powerful concentration of capital. This development of labor productivity which cheapens the means of consumption of the workers and thus the value of labor power, acts in the direction of raising the rate of surplus value. Finally, the rise in the organic composition of capital creates a tendency to reduce the rate of profit. From capital in the sphere of production we turn to capital in the sphere of circulation. We have thus far considered capital as the class relation between capitalists and workers, i.e. we have considered the specific features of capital that distinguish it from simple commodity economy. As we already know, though, capitalist economy is the further development of the same commodity economy. With the appearance of capital, the commodity and money do not disappear, they become subordinate moments of capital's own movement. Capital alternately takes the form of commodity and money when passing through different stages. In the circulation MCM both the money and the commodity function only as different modes of existence of value itself. Value is constantly changing from one form into the other. 133 Whereas in simple commodity economy we observed the process of division of the commodity into the simple commodity and money, and thus the division of value into the commodity form and the money form, now it seems that we revert to value in general. Capital is self-expanding value. This value alternately takes first one form and then the other. Those who consider the autonomization, Verselbständigung, of value as a mere abstraction forget that the movement of industrial capital is this abstraction in actu. Here value passes through different forms, different movements in which it is both preserved and increases. 134 The process of the independent isolation of value here reaches its highest development. In capital, the autonomization of value, Verselbständigung, appears much more powerfully than in money. 135 Capital in circulation represents a unity of opposites of the commodity and money. We have seen that capital, in the sphere of direct production, is a unity of opposites of materialized and personal factors of production that are alienated and isolated from each other, which takes a contradictory class form. In just the same way, capital in the sphere of circulation represents unity of opposites of the commodity and money, in other words, of commodity capital and money capital. Finally, capital as a whole also represents a unity of opposites, namely, a unity of capital in production and capital in circulation. The reproduction process of capital as a whole is the unity of its production phase and its circulation phase, so that it comprises both these processes or phases. If they were only separate, without being a unity, then their unity could not be established by force and there could be no crisis. If they were only a unity without being separate, then no violent separation would be possible, implying a crisis. 136. We can summarize. We can consider the appearance of capital as a process in which are simultaneously realized, 1. The sociological law of the differentiation of social groups and classes, 2. The economic law of the reification of production relations between people, and 3. The general dialectical law of the unity of opposites. We already observed, in simple commodity economy, the process of the differentiation of functions between commodity producers. We saw the appearance of new social characters on the part of the commodity producer, the accumulator of a hoard, the creditor, and the debtor. But all of these were the sort of functions that were alternately fulfilled first by one commodity producer and then by another. These functions were not crystallized in specific persons. True, Marx noted that the function of creditor already revealed the capacity for a more stable crystallization. 137 i.e. the capacity to become fixed either permanently or for a long time in particular persons. But in simple commodity economy, as a general rule, the creditor and debtor are not members of different classes but only different functions that are alternately fulfilled by different commodity producers. It is only with the appearance of capitalists and workers that the division of commodity society into classes occurs. Only from that time does there appear an acute class contradiction between persons who possess the means of production and persons who are condemned for an entire lifetime to sell their labor power. This appearance of class contradictions marked an entire historic upheaval allied from a society of homogeneous commodity producers to a society of commodity producers who are torn apart by class contradictions. Parallel with this growing complexity of the production relations between people, the economic forms of things also became more complex, whereas previously the product of labor assumed the form of commodity or money. No camino social form capital. In capital, the fetishization of production relations acquires a more concealed and obscure form than in the commodity and money. Already, in the process of direct production, capital becomes a very mystical being, since all the productive forces of social labor appear attributable to it, and not to labor as such, as a power springing forth from its own womb. 138 In the process of direct production, the productive forces of labor already appear to be the productive forces of capital. Capital emerges as value that is capable of self-expansion. Further fetishization of production relations between people occurs in the sphere of the circulation of capital. This sphere of circulation gives receipt new determinations of form. 139 to new forms arising from the process of circulation. 140 For instance, the forms of fixed and circulating capital and so forth. For this reason the illusion appears that value and surplus value emerge in the process of circulation. The process that we have described, of the differentiation of social groups and the reification of production relations between people, takes place on the basis of the general dialectical law of the unity of opposites. The appearance of capital signifies the appearance of class contradictions in the formerly homogeneous social sphere of commodity producers. The unity of opposites between capital and wage labor in the sphere of production, the unity of opposites between the commodity and money in the sphere of circulation, and the unity between capital in production and capital in circulation. In all of these phenomena we see the realization of the general dialectical law of the unity of opposites. 6. The circulation of capital. Marx's doctrine concerning the circulation of capital results from his teaching on the unity of capital in production and capital in circulation. Actually, capital in circulation must assume two different forms, money capital and commodity capital. Consequently, capital in circulation divides, and in place of the former two-sided division of capital we get a three-sided division, money capital, productive capital, and commodity capital. This is the doctrine of the different functions or phases in the movement of capital. In reality, these different phases of capital's movement stand apart from one another as three detached forms of capital that are opposed to one another. On the surface of phenomena we see, 1. Industrial capital that is involved directly in the process of production, 2. Commodity commercial capital, or merchant capital, that is involved in servicing the sphere of circulation, and 3. Money commercial capital that is in the hands of money capitalists and lent by them to capitalists in production. We have here three completely separated forms of capital, belonging to three different groups of the capitalist class, moving as if on the basis of completely different laws and opposing each other as independent spheres of capital investment. What is it that constituted the upheaval caused by Marx in his teaching on the circulation of capital? This upheaval is the same as the one caused by his teaching on money. The contradiction between the commodity and money, which oppose each other in space, was transformed by Marx into the sequence of the commodities movement through two antithetical phases. Marx regarded objects that are distributed alongside one another in space as different phases of the movement of one and the same process in time. Marx also applied this approach in his teaching on the circuit of capital. He showed that all three spheres of capital, existing beside one another in space, must be considered as different phases or stages of movement of one and the same capital, i.e. as parts of a single integral process and not as independent and isolated phenomena. Money and commodity capital must be deprived of their separation and be regarded as detached parts of the single process of capital's movement. Money capital and commodity capital, in so far as they appear and function as bearers of their own peculiar branches of business alongside industrial capital, are now only modes of the independent existence, verselbständigt, of the various functional forms that industrial capital constantly assumes and discards within the circulation sphere. 141. Thus Marx reduces the external antithesis of three detached forms of capital to a sequence of phases in the movement of one and the same capital. Every capital must pass through three phases: the first is money capital, the second is productive capital, and the third is commodity capital. From the contradiction between phenomena in space we turn to the development of phenomena in time. We convert the external antithesis of the three detached forms of capital into an internal antithesis of capital as a single process that necessarily passes through three distinct stages of movement. The structure of volumes 2 and 3 of Marx's Capital becomes clear to us from this point of view. In the third volume of Capital, commodity commercial capital and money commercial capital emerge as detached and independent spheres of the application of capital. But we cannot understand the laws of their movement as long as we consider them as detached and isolated forms of capital. The laws of their movement can only be disclosed if we consider these forms of capital as parts and moments of the process of capital's movement as a whole. And it is precisely in Volume 2 of Capital that Marx transforms commodity commercial capital into the commodity form of industrial capital. Money capital, commodity capital and productive capital thus do not denote independent varieties of capital, whose functions constitute the content of branches of business that are independent and separate from one another. They are simply particular functional forms of industrial capital, which takes on all three forms in turn. 142. Once we have reduced the three opposing forms of capital to three phases in the movement of one and the same capital, we consider these three phases as revealing the internal contradictions that are hidden in the nature of capital. The necessity of the differentiation within capital of three distinct phases or stages of movement follows from the very nature of capital, which represents self-expanding value alternately taking the forms of commodity and money. In this movement is revealed the internal antithesis hidden within capital. In this function as circulation capital, it is distinguished from its own existence as productive capital. These are two separate and distinct forms of existence of the same capital. 143 We find the different forms with which capital clothes itself in its different stages. 144 Once capital alternately passes through three different phases: money, productive and commercial capital. At any moment one part of capital is in one phase, a second part in another, and a third in a third phase. The sequence itself of the phases of capital's movement in time leads to the simultaneous existence of three different forms of capital in space. The sequence in space is itself only a result of the sequence in time. 145 The forms are therefore fluid forms, and their simultaneity is mediated by their succession. 146 In order, therefore, to understand the laws of capital's movement, we must consider capital as a unity of opposites, or as a unity of three different phases. But that is not all. Suppose we do see capital as the unity of three phases: money, productive and commodity capital, i.e. in the form of circulation MC, P, CM. Although we have taken into account all three phases of capital, our investigation is still one-sided because we began with the money form capital and concluded with the money form. From this one-sided viewpoint, the circulation of capital appears to us as the circulation of money capital. The circulation of capital will appear differently to us if we begin and end our examination from a different viewpoint with the phase of industrial capital. In that case we have a circuit of productive capital, P, CMC, P. Finally, if we begin our examination by taking the phase of commodity capital, we have the circuit of commodity capital, C1M1C, P, C1. The mercantilists considered the entire circulation of capital from the first point of view, the classics did so from the second point of view, and the physiocrats from the third point of view. As a result, the investigation of capital by the economists of all three of these schools had a one-sided character. We only reach a complete representation of the circulation of capital when we consider it from all three points of view, i.e. as the circulation of money capital, as the circulation of productive capital, and as the circulation of commodity capital. If we take all three forms together, then all the premises of the process appear as its result, as premises produced by the process itself. Each moment appears as a point of departure, of transit, and of return. The total process presents itself as the unity of the process of production and the process of circulation. The production process is the mediator of the circulation process, and vice versa. 147. We see just how necessary the application of the law of the unity of opposites is for understanding capital's movement. We must consider the process of capital's movement not simply as the unity of three antithetical phases but also as the unity of three circuits of capital. The total process is in fact the unity of the three circuits, which are the different forms in which the continuity of the process is expressed. 148 Marx does not stop with reducing the opposing forms of capital to the unity of capital's movement through three different phases. Analytically reducing the entire process to its unity, he then shows us how the three independent and separate forms of capital become detached from a single capital. He follows the process of the separation and alienation of the different forms of capital from each other. This alienation consists of the fact that the different functions of capital, for instance the commercial operations, now become not the incidental operations of the industrial capitalist himself but instead separate out and become the special operations of a special group, the merchants. What occurs is the detachment of a special group from the capitalist class, devoting itself to servicing the commercial or the money circulation. Of course, this breakup of the capitalist class into three separate groups is explained, in the final analysis, by development of the material process of production by expansion of the market and the growing volume of production. These changes in the process of the production and exchange of commodities make it impossible for the industrial capitalist to combine in his own person the functions of director of production, of merchant, of banker, and so forth. A separation and alienation of these functions from one another occurs. For example, special groups of merchants appear. From this moment, instead of being an incidental operation carried out by the producer himself, this function, trade, now appears as the exclusive operation of a particular species of capitalist, the merchant, and acquires independence, verselbständigt, as the business of a particular capital investment. 149 The separation and detachment of money commercial capital occurs in exactly the same way. A definite part of the total capital now separates off and becomes autonomous, verselbständigt, in the form of money capital, its capitalist function consisting exclusively in that it performs these operations, for the entire class of industrial and commercial capitalists. 150 This separation of a special group of capitalists is a clear illustration of the further differentiation of social groups and of the further deepening of the social division of labor. With regard to separation of commercial capitalists, Marx writes that it is a particular form of the social division of labor. 151 As we see, commodity commercial capital and money commercial capital are only detached parts of the single process of the movement of capital. It follows, in the first place, that the laws of their movement can only be understood on the basis of the general movement of industrial capital as a whole, and secondly, that these detached forms of capital acquire a certain relative autonomy that appears in the specific laws of their movement. In other words, the movement of these detached parts of capital can be understood only on the basis of the law of the unity of opposites. Marx frequently emphasizes this dual character of the detached parts of capital. On the one hand, he emphasizes their connection with the movement of capital as a whole. The movements of this money capital are thus again simply movements of a now independent, verselbständigter, part of the industrial capital in the course of its reproduction process. 152 On the other hand, however, once this part of capital becomes detached, it has already assumed a certain relative autonomy and becomes subordinate to particular laws. In commercial and money-dealing capital, the distinction between industrial capital as productive capital and the same capital in the sphere of circulation attain autonomy, verselbständigt, in the following way. The specific forms and functions that capital temporarily assumes in the latter case come to appear as independent forms and functions of a part of capital that has separated off and become completely confined to this sphere. 153. Engels also emphasizes this relative autonomy of the parts that have separated off. Engels considers this process of separation of the various forms against the broad background of the social division of labor. Where there is division of labor on a social scale, the various sections become mutually independent. Production is, in the final analysis, the decisive factor. But as soon as trade in products becomes independent of actual production, the former follows a trend of its own which is, by and large, undoubtedly dictated by production but, in specific cases and within the framework of that general dependence, does in turn obey laws of its own, laws inherent in the nature of this new factor. It is a trend having its own phases and reacting in turn on the trend of production. 154. In the same way, the trade in money develops in its own way subject to the special laws and distinctive phases determined by its own nature. 155. It is precisely this relative autonomy of commodity commercial and money commercial capital that conceals from our view their unity and connection with the process of industrial capital's movement as a whole. If commercial operations were not conducted by a special merchant, but instead by agents employed by the manufacturer himself, this connection would not be obscured for one moment. 156. But once the detachment of a special group of merchants has occurred, commodity commercial capital externally separates from industrial capital, and precisely this autonomous separation conceals various moments of the movement. 157. Money, productive and commodity capital, being in fact only moments of the single process of capital's movement, become detached and acquire a certain autonomy, acting or so it seems from the outside autonomously and independently of each other. This is exactly why economists, observing the outer surface of phenomena and considering commodity commercial and money commercial capital in their detached form, were notable to understand the internal laws of capital's movement. They came to the most absurd conclusions concerning the emergency of commercial profit within the sphere of circulation itself. It was only Marx who succeeded in clarifying the problem of commercial profit, because he shattered the external illusion of the independent movement of commodity commercial capital and considered it as inextricably connected with the movement of industrial capital as a whole. Only application of the law of the unity of opposites enabled Marx to resolve this difficult problem. As we see in his teaching on the circulation of capital, Mark again shout us the realization of the three laws mentioned above. On Theon and we observe a picture of the gradually increasing complexity of the class structure of society. In the teaching on simple commodity economy we had to dealing with simple commodity producers. In the doctrine of capital, we deal with the production relations of two classes of society, the capitalists and the workers, and finally, in the teaching on the circulation of capital, we see a further complication of the social structure, the disintegration of the capitalist class into several special and independent groups, industrial, commercial and money capitalists. As the complexity of the production relations between people and of the social forms of things grows, the process of reification and the fetishization of people's production relations also develop. Commodity commercial capital and money commercial capital acquire an independent form, separated and detached from the direct process of production, and, thanks to this, the illusion arises of the formation of surplus value in the circulation process, and the production relations between members of society take on a more intricate and fetishized character. The process of increasing complexity that we have been describing, along with theoryification of production relations between people, occurs in conformity with the general dialectical law of the unity of opposites. The movement of capital, which we previously considered as a single process, falls apart into a series of detached and relatively autonomous spheres, in each of which we find specific forms of movement. Contradiction emerges within a group of phenomena that form a unity, but, on the other hand, unity is preserved between these opposing phenomena. The detached parts of capital, commodity commercial, money commercial, and productive capital, although they possess relative autonomy, are still altogether subordinated in their movement to the laws of industrial capital's movement as a whole. The movement of the production process continues to prevail over all the parts of capital that have become detached from it and acquired their own outwardly independent and alien form. 7. The dissolution of surplus value into incomes. As we have seen above, the value of the annual product in capitalist society, including the value of the expended means of production, splits into capital and surplus value. We have already traced the process of the complication and detachment of the separate parts of capital. Now we must consider the process of the gradual complication and detachment of the different parts of surplus value, in other words, the process of the dissolution of surplus value into separate types of non-labor incomes, the profit of enterprise, interest, commercial profit, and ground rent. Marx devoted the greater part of Volume 3 of Capital to this question. In a letter to Engels, Marx wrote, "In Buki I with uncommitto the conversion of surplus value into its different forms and separate component parts." 158. The disintegration of surplus value into different forms of revenue is a process that runs parallel to the process described above of the disintegration of industrial capital into separate and autonomous forms. Actually, once the dissolution of capital into commodity commercial, money commercial, and industrial capital belonging to different groups of capitalists and constituting separate branches has occurred, it is perfectly understandable that surplus value has also divided into separate parts, acquired by different groups of capitalists and having different forms. On the surface of phenomena we already encounter these different types of non-labor income in finished and independent form, or, as Marx says, in solid form. We already encounter forms of income that are separate from one another. The profit of enterprise, commercial profit, interest, are externally distinct from one another, and appear to move independently of each other, each on the basis of its own inherent laws. And in this case the first task facing Marx was to uncover the unity lying at the basis of these different forms of non-labor revenues in order to deprive them of their seeming independence and present them as detached parts of a single mass of surplus value. In their theory of value the classics had already outlined a way to resolving this question, but they were still not familiar with surplus value in its general form. It was only Marx, with his doctrine of surplus value in Volume I of Capital, who really revealed the unity underlying all non-labor revenues. It was with good reason that Marx considered the very best part of Capital to be his doctrine of the dual character of labor along with that of surplus value, that is, the treatment of surplus value regardless of its particular forms as profit, interest, ground rent, etc. 159. In another letter, Marx spoke even more clearly of the singularity of his doctrine of surplus value, in contrast to all previous political economy, which from the outset treated the particular fragments of surplus value, with their fixed forms of rent, profit, and interest as already given. I begin by dealing with the general form of surplus value, in which all these elements are still undifferentiated, in solution as it were. 160. Here Marx expressed the central idea that guided him throughout his entire investigation, the idea of conversion of the frozen and detached social forms of things, which externally oppose and contradict one another, into parts of a single fluid process, parts of the single mass of social labor at the disposal of society. As we have already seen, however, Marx never restricted himself to the analytical reduction of detached social forms to a single process of which they are parts. In addition, he always takes the reverse synthetic route and shows us the process of gradual detachment and alienation of these different social forms, the process of the genesis of forms. The causes of this detachment of the separate forms of surplus value were clarified in the doctrine of the circulation of capital. The detachment of separate spheres of capital investment occurred as the process of material production and exchange expanded. Simultaneously, the class of capitalists dissolved into separate groups, and surplus value dissolved into separate types of non-labor revenues. Just as the separate forms of capital move as if independent of each other, so the different parts of surplus value become detached from one another and acquire the form of separate and independent revenues, moving as if on the basis of different laws. The different components of surplus value appear in the form of mutually independent revenues. 161. The division of profit into profit of enterprise and interest completes the autonomization, Verselbständigung, of the form of surplus value, the ossification, Vernocherung, of its form as against its substance, its essence. 162. Together with profit, a special form of revenue appears, interest, which moves on the basis of distinct laws. The appearance of interest means the further detachment and alienation of surplus value from its source, social labor. Whereas profit still retains a memory of its origin in labor, with interest the connection between revenue and the surplus labor of the workers is completely torn apart. 163. Thus interest-bearing loan capital, as Marx often puts it, is the most alienated form of capital. This self-acting fetish is completely torn apart from the direct process of production, having acquired independent existence and appearing to be an independent source of non-labor revenue. The process of the fetishization of social relations reaches the extreme. In ground rent we find an equally extreme detachment and fetishization of the social relations between people. Since in this case one part of the surplus value seems directly bound up not with social relations but rather with a natural element, the earth, the form of mutual alienation and ossification, Entfremdung und Vernocherung, of the various portions of surplus value is complete, the interconnection definitively torn asunder and its source completely buried, precisely through the assertion of their autonomy, Verselbständigung, vis each other by the various relations of production which are bound up with the different material elements of the production process. 164. The various parts of surplus value, which in fact serve to express social relations between people, fasten onto separate material elements of production and seem to originate in the latter. The land appears to bring forth rent, capital begets interest, and labor creates wages. Capital, landed property, and labor appear to those agents soft productiones threesperity and independent sources, and it appears that from these three arise three different components of the annually produced value. 165. Vulgar economists generalize these notions of the capitalists with the Trinity formula that Marx critically scrutinized in Chapter 48 of Volume 3 of Capital. 166. Instead of reducing the different types of non-labor revenues to their single source surplus value and surplus labor, vulgar economists, with their formula, only reflect the external detachment and alienation of different forms of non-labor income that strike the eye on the surface of capitalist society. The detachment of different forms of non-labor income explains to us the illusion that in capitalist society. The value of products, if we subtract the value of expended means of production, breaks down into three component parts which take the shape of autonomous and mutually independent forms of revenue, namely wages, profit, and ground rent. 167 But these forms of revenue, being results of the production process, are simultaneously its presuppositions. The capitalist, upon entering into the production process, already anticipates the need to acquire a definite sum of profit, interest, and ground rent as a result of this process. It seems to him that the value of the product consists of these revenues, and the revenues appear to him as something primary with the value of the product as something derivative, which is acquired as a result of adding up revenues. He perceives the entire process not as the dissolution of a value magnitude given in advance into three parts which assume the mutually independent forms of revenue, but conversely as the formation of this value magnitude from the sum of the component elements of wages, profit, and ground rent, taken as determined independently and separately. The reason why this illusion would necessarily arise is that in the real movement of individual capitals and their commodity product, it is not the value of commodities that appears as the premise of its own dissolution, but, on the contrary, the components into which it can be dissolved function as the premises for a commodity's value. 168. This illusion explains the debate that bourgeois political economy is waging up to the present day over which is the primary element, value or revenues. We already find two answers to this question in Adam Smith, who correctly claimed that the value of the product dissolves into revenues, but then he mistakenly thought the value of the product is composed of revenues. The first viewpoint was adopted and further developed by Ricardo. The second viewpoint became the basis for the schemes of vulgar economists. Marx carried forward the work of Ricardo. He began his investigations with the value of the product, defined as a quantity of labor in the commodity, and then disclosed the origin of surplus value and the process of its dissolution into the separate non-labor incomes. But Marx did not stop there. He pointed out that revenues, being the result of the production process, become simultaneously its presupposition. In particular, the average profit, added to the costs of production, forms the commodity's price of production. Thus the revenue, namely, the average rate of profit, being secondary in relation to the value of the commodity, in turn determines the commodity's price of production. These seeming independency of the separate types of non-laboring income does not alter the fact that they are all components of a single mass of surplus value and move within limits determined by the magnitude of the latter. And since surplus value, together with the value of labor power, are only parts of a common sum of value, newly produced by the labor of workers, it is understandable that a close connection and interaction exist between the movement of non-labor revenues and the movement of wages. With his teaching on revenues, Marx created a scientific basis for the understanding of class struggle, and he underlined this fact in his letter to Engels, where he sets out the contents of volume 3 of Capital. Since those three items, wages, rent, profit, interest, constitute the sources of income of the three classes of landowners, capitalists, and wage laborers, we have the class struggle, as the conclusion in which the movement and disintegration of the whole shit resolves itself. Der Klassenkampf als Schluss, worin sich die Bewegung und die Auflösung der ganzen Skies auflöst. 169. 8 crises. We have traced the grandiose process of the detachment and alienation from one another of the different production relations between people and the various parts of social labor, which take on distinctive and independent forms: the commodity, money, capital, and surplus value, the different forms of capital, and the various non-labor incomes. This process of detachment and alienation of people's production relations, and the corresponding social forms of things, arises due to the disorganization and anarchy of capitalist production. But, on the other hand, the development of capitalist economy is accompanied by enormous growth of the productive forces and ever-increasing integration of the process of material production, which embraces the most diverse parts of the globe and makes them all into elements of a single system of the social division of labor. This growth in unity of the system of material production occurs parallel with a multiplication of the social forms of things, which have become frozen and alienated. Are externally antithetical to another and act with relative autonomy. This detachment of the production relations between people, and of the social forms of things, is one of the main moments to which Marx points in his theory of crises. Marx considers a crisis as the moment when the external detachment of separate processes has reached its greatest force, when their relative autonomy and their movement according to their own relatively different laws leads to destruction of the unity of the social production process, a unity that lies at the foundation of all these detached forms. When the assertion of their external independence, Selbstständigung, proceeds to a certain critical point, their unity violently makes itself felt by producing a crisis. 170 Our task does not include the presentation of Marx's theory of crises. Marx sees the fundamental cause of crises in the inevitable contradictions of a capitalist economy between his driven for unlimited growth of the productive forces and the limited basis of the production relations between people. It is the unconditional development of the productive forces, and therefore mass production on the basis of a mass of producers who are confined within the bounds of the necessary means of subsistence on the one hand and, on the other, the barrier set up by the capitalist's profit, which forms the basis of modern overproduction. 171 Here Marx shows, in abbreviated form, the fundamental causes of crises. On the one hand, the mighty development of productive forces on the basis of cooperation, machines, and other advances of technique lead to colossal growth of production, but the limited conditions of distribution and consumption. 172 Under capitalism, which are the other side of the production relations between people, do not correspond to this colossal growth of the productive forces. The constraint that development of the productive forces encounters in the conditions of distribution and consumption lies first in the fact that production can only be conducted so long as it provides the capitalist with the average rate of profit, and secondly in the fact that the consumption by an enormous mass of society, on the basis of antagonistic relations of distribution, is reduced to a minimum that varies only within narrow limits. 173 The contradiction between productive forces and production relations is expressed, therefore, in the contradiction between production and distribution and between production and consumption. The crisis is directly expressed in the impossibility of realizing commodities at prices that deliver the average rate of profit, i.e. in the contradiction between the process of the direct production of capital and the process of capital's circulation. In crises, therefore, is manifested the contradiction between all the aspects of a single process of social production that have become detached from one another, between production and circulation, production and distribution, and production and consumption. Crises are inherent only in the capitalist economy, not in a simple commodity economy. But since a division of the commodity into commodity and money, and thus dissolution of the single act of exchange into two independent acts of purchase and sale already occurs in simple commodity economy, here there is already a possibility, although not a necessity, of crises. 174 It is interesting to show that all the forms of detachment that we have been considering above of people's production relations and of the social forms of things are considered by Marx to be the conditions or moments of a crisis. We began our presentation with dissolution of the commodity into the commodity and money. This metamorphosis of the commodity, in which the contradiction between value and use value is already manifested, is the most abstract form of crisis, and therefore the formal possibility of crisis. 175 Since they, purchase and sale, are connected with one another, the detachment, Selbstständigung, of these two interconnected moments can only show itself forcibly, as a destructive process. It is precisely in a crisis that they show their unity, a unity in difference. The independence that these interconnected and complementary moments have assumed in relation to each other is forcibly destroyed. Thus the crisis manifests the unity of two moments that have become detached, Selbstständigten, from each other. 176 Therefore, the dissolution of the commodity into commodity and money creates the first and most abstract possibility of a crisis. In the doctrine concerning the functions of money, we traced the gradual alienation of money from the commodity. This alienation became very pronounced in the function of means of payment. Indeed, the appearance of this function of means of payment begets the second condition for the possibility of crises, since, given the connection of a whole series of commodity producers through a chain of debt obligations, the impossibility of one of them selling his commodities immediately affects the entire series of others. It can therefore be said that the crisis in its first form is the metamorphosis of the commodity itself, the falling asunder of purchase and sale. The crisis in its second form is the function of money as a means of payment. Both these forms are as yet quite abstract, although the second is more concrete than the first. 177 In a capitalist economy, with its widespread branches connecting debt claims and the obligations of commodity producers, development of money's function as means of payment plays an especially important role as a condition making the appearance of crises possible. 178 Thus far we have been dealing with the categories of a simple commodity economy that give rise to the possibility of a crisis but not the necessity. The necessity of crises lies not in the conditions of a simple commodity economy but in the conditions of a capitalist economy, to which we now turn. The contradictions inherent in the circulation of commodities, which are further developed in the circulation of money, and thus, also, the possibilities of crisis reproduce themselves, automatically, in capital, since developed circulation of commodities and of money, in fact, only takes place on the basis of capital. 179 Insofar as we are investigating the sphere of the direct production of capital, we will not find any new elements that would explain to us the possibility and necessity of crises. It is true that, insofar as the process of production is the process of producing surplus value, it already contains those contradictions that find their expression in crises, but this possibility of crises can only show up due to dissolution of the process of production of capital into the process of direct production and the process of circulation. 180 In this dissolution we find reproduced, in a new form and on a new basis, the dissolution of the commodity into the commodity and money, which, as we have already seen above, represented the first and most abstract possibility of crises. The total process of the reproduction of capital is a unity of its phase of production and its phase of circulation. It is one process that passes through trois processes et its phases. Therein lie samar developed possibility abstract form of crisis. Crisis is the forcible establishment of unity between moments that have become detached and the forcible detachment of moments that are essentially one. 181. A crisis arises on the basis of detachment of the sphere of capital's circulation from the sphere of direct production. We have seen, however, that even within the sphere of circulation capital takes the different and detached forms of commodity commercial and money commercial capital. Each of these has relative independence from the process of production and moves on the basis of specific and particular laws. This detachment of the different parts of capital also constitutes one of the important conditions for a crisis. Detachment of the sphere of trade from the sphere of production, the dissolution of trade into wholesale, retail, etc., and the independent and unique movement of loan capital and interest. All of these phenomena, as we know, play a significant role in explaining the course of crises. Following the detachment of different forms of capital, we considered the detachment of different parts of surplus value in the form of specific non-labor revenues, profit, interest, commercial profit, and rent. We entered the sphere of distribution, in which the production relations between people emerge simultaneously as those of distribution. For Marx, the relative autonomy of movement that separate revenues acquire is also one of the most essential moments affecting the crisis. We know that the separate types of revenue are not simply the result but also the presupposition of the production process, and above all that is the role played by the average rate of profit, which is the regulator of the expansion and contraction of production. The capitalist anticipates in advance the average rate of profit and, depending upon the possibility of receiving a higher or lower rate of profit, he either expands or contracts production. This autonomous role of the average rate of profit, which is anticipated in advance by the capitalist, has enormous significance for understanding crises. Essentially speaking, the crisis comes exactly when the conditions for the capitalist to receive the average rate of profit disappear. Periodically too much is produced in the way of means of labor and means of subsistence, too much to function as means for exploiting the workers at a given rate of profit. 182 In this connection Marx attaches enormous importance in his teaching on crises to the law of the tendency for the rate of profit to fall. However, the presuppositions of the production process include a note on lithe norm of profit budel theather non-labor venus. Their magnitude is taken as pre-given, and participants in production expect in advance to acquire these non-labor revenues in a certain amount. One part of the average profit, in the form of interest, confronts the functioning capitalist from an independent position as an element already presupposed in the production of commodities and their value. The same can be said of ground rent. 183 So long as production continues under the previous conditions, these revenues are actually received in the customary measure, and the expectations of production participants are in fact justified. But with the change of production conditions that accompanies the onset of a crisis, the possibility of acquiring these revenues in the customary sums disappears. With the onset of a crisis, we clearly see the inadaptability of these detached social forms of things, and particularly of the different forms of non-labor revenues, to the conditions of the production process. In the conditions of a crisis, the fixed charges interest, rent which were based on the anticipation of a constant rate of profit and exploitation of labor, remain the same and in part cannot be paid. 184 The crisis puts an end to the seeming autonomy of different forms of non-labor revenues. So long as the production process moves in unchanging conditions that are continuously repeated, it can appear that the separate revenues really are independent of each other and that their sum constitutes the value of the commodity. As we know, however, the sediferent antithetical forms of revenue are in fact connected through the unity of the entire mass of social labor and the mass of value that it creates. In normal conditions, the connection of different revenues with the value of commodities, and their limitation as a result of this value, is not detectable on the surface of phenomena. 185 But a crisis, which changes the general conditions of production and thus the conditions for the formation of value and surplus value, reveals the interconnectedness of all incomes and their subordination to the law of value. It is crises that put an end to this apparent independence of the various elements into which the price of production dissolves and which it continually reproduces. 186 The distributive relations of capitalist society, which, in Marx's words, are merely the other side of the production relations, form the basis for the appearance of a contradiction between production and consumption. The antagonistic relations of distribution reduce the consumption of the vast majority of society to a minimum level, only capable of varying within more or less narrow limits. Consequently, the more labor productivity develops, the more it comes into conflict with the narrow basis upon which consumption rests. 187 On the one hand, a characteristic feature of capitalist society is precisely the separation of production from consumption and the antithesis between them. On the other hand, the unity of these two moments is forcibly restored in a crisis. 188 Crises reveal with particular clarity the character of capitalist society as a unity of opposites. If capitalist society did not constitute a system of detached and relatively autonomous production relations between people and social forms of things, a system replete with the greatest contradictions, crises could not occur. On the other hand, however, these same crises reveal the character of this system as a unity and display the subordination of all the detached elements to its single regulating law of value. Crises temporarily re-establish equilibrium, but only in order to create the basis for a wider development and intensification of capitalism's inherent contradictions. The conditions are increasingly created therefore for the onset of a grandiose crisis that destroys the very system of production relations in capitalist society and makes necessary the transition from the capitalist form of economy to the socialist one. 9. Conclusion. The development of Marx's theory through the 3 volumes of Capital can be seen as a clear example of the application to political economy of the dialectical law of the unity of opposites. Crossing from one form of production relations to another, Marx shows the process of their gradually increasing complexity, of the gradual appearance of qualitatively new forms that are antithetical to the previous forms, and the process of their gradual detachment and alienation. Parallel with the appearance of contradictions within a group of phenomena that constitute a unity, these detached forms are all the more closely bound together due to the material unity of the entire production process. Forms that are antithetical and detached from each other preserve their unity. The fundamental concept, upon which Marx builds his entire system, is the concept of a determinate mass of social labor and the value it creates. This mass of value constitutes the general frame within whose limits the entire system of capitalist economy moves. Within this mass of value, a mass of surplus value become detached and in turn constitutes the framework within whose limits all the forms of non-labor revenues move. Considering all the social forms of things as variations of the form of a single mass of value, or a single mass of social labor, Marx discloses the internal law that unites them. He destroys the external independence and isolation of separate economic phenomena, considering them as subordinate parts and forms of a single process of the movement of social labor. The external autonomy and alienation of all economic phenomena in capitalist society has its basic cause in the anarchic and unorganized character of the latter, in the dissolution of society into a number of partial and independent undertakings that find themselves in a relation of reciprocal alienation from one another. 189 This relation of mutual alienation between people finds its expression in the whole of economic life, in which the appearance of strangeness prevails. 190 The production relations between people are reified and fastened to the material elements of production, being alienated from human labor itself and from one another and taking on an irrational and estranged form. It is precisely in this external form that they are understood by the capitalists themselves and by vulgar economists. The classical school Heidelreich cleared a path for revealing a single dynamic and fluid process of the development of people's production relations behind the social forms of things. It is the great merit of classical economics to have dissolved this false appearance and deception, this autonomization and ossification, Verselbständigung und Vernocherung, of the different social elements of wealth. Vis-a-vis one another, this personification of things and reification of the relations of production, this religion of everyday life, by reducing interest to a part of profit and rent to the surplus above the average profit, so that they both coincide in surplus value, by presenting the circulation process as simply a metamorphosis of forms, and finally in the immediate process of production reducing the value and surplus value of commodities to labor. 191. According to Marx, the classics destroyed the detachment of the different forms both of non-labor income and of capital and revealed in labor the source of value and surplus value. However, apart from the fact that the classics did not fully resolve this problem, only outlining the way to a solution, their method suffered from the following essential deficiency. The classics attempted with the help of analysis to see the detachment and alienation of forms of wealth from one another to their internal unity in the final analysis, to labor. But the classical school was limited by this analytical reduction and did not take the reverse synthetic route. It did not show how different forms arise from unity, gradually separating and becoming externally independent of one another. It did not show us the process of the gradual development and formation of forms, the process of the genesis of forms. 192 Since the classics could not move from unity to the variation of forms on the surface of phenomena, when explaining the latter they often fell themselves into vulgar, fetishistic notions, resulting in the mixing up of the labor point of view and the vulgar point of view in the system of the classics. Marx managed not only to uncover the unity lying at the basis of contradictory phenomena but also to trace the entire process of the genesis of forms, which leads to differentiation within unity and the appearance within it of antithetical forms. Marx considered the social forms of things, which appear externalito butonomuzond alien tunianother tope the stranged form of appearance of economic relations. 193 Marx traces the process of the gradually increasing complexity of the reification of production relations between people. The relations of production become objectified and acquire an independent existence, Verselbständigung, in relation to the agents of production. 194 There occurs a mutual detachment of production relations, which are now bound up with the various material elements of the process of production. 195 The further the differentiation of society proceeds, with its stratification into different classes and groups, the more complex become the production relations between them, the more detached from one another are the different spheres of the process of social production themerftischiesderesicial relations, and the more concealed is the internal law on the basis of which they move. The actual production process, as the unity of the immediate production process and the process of circulation, produces new configurations in which the threads of the interconnection get more and more lost, the relations of production becoming independent of one another, sich gegeneinander verselbständigen, and the components of value ossifying, sich gegeneinander vernochern, into independent forms. 196. The vulgar economists confined themselves to consideration of economic phenomena in their reified, detached and isolated form, This means that they also confine themselves to considering the surface of phenomena, to investigation of the appearance of phenomena. In contrast to them, Marx wants to uncover the internal law of the phenomena. For that purpose he deprives economic phenomena of their seeming external autonomy, considering them in their internal connection with one another as parts of the single process of social production. From this point of view, the interaction between them already has the character not of an interaction between detached phenomena that are alien to one another, it is already a case of their interaction within the limits of a single process, in relation to which they are only externally detached parts and forms. They already emerge not as detached from one another, but as the parts of a single production process that have become detached, not as alien to one another, but as the alienated production relations between people and the social forms of things. And this is precisely why they already emerge not as indifferent to one another, but instead as simultaneously connected with one another by a relation of unity and a relation of antithesis. In Marx's words, the vulgar economists consider the different forms of surplus value and the forms of capitalist production not as alienated and fremd, but as alien fremd and indifferent forms, merely different from one another but not antagonistic to one another. 197 This is precisely why economic phenomena appear as the detached and alienated parts of a single process. They are not indifferent to one another but find themselves in a condition of contradiction and struggle with one another. This struggle of the different opposing and contradictory elements of capitalist economy, finding their highest expression in the struggle between the classes of capitalists and workers, prepares the ground for a real removal of the alienated and detached forms of social life and for a genuine revelation of the unity that lies at their basis. The more the power of alienated labor, capital, over living labor grows, the more the conditions are created for the elimination of this alienation. It is precisely because capital develops the powerful productive forces of labor, which can no longer operate within the limits of capitalist production relations, that it also prepares its own end. Capital shows itself more and more to be a social power, with the capitalist as its functionary, a power that no longer stands in any possible kind of relationship to what the work of one particular individual can create, but an alienated social power which has gained an autonomous position, entfremdet, verselbständigt Gesellschaft like Macht, and confronts society as a thing, and as the power that the capitalist has through this thing. The contradiction between the general social power in Tohage capital has developed and the private power of the individual capitalists over these social conditions of production develops ever more blatantly, while this developmental contains the solution to the situation in that it simultaneously raises the conditions of production into general, communal, social conditions of production. 198. Marx thinks of the social revolution as the destruction of the alienated and detached forms of production relations between people. Appendix. Pages from the life and creative work of economist II. Rubin, 1992, **. Ludmila Elvazina and Yakov G. Rokitinsky. We conclude this volume with a biographical essay, written in 1992 by Ludmila Elvazina and Yakov G. Rokitinsky, 1940-2013, the two Russian scholars who led the effort to restore Isaac I. Rubin to his proper place in the history of Marxist scholarship. In addition to the document that follows, Ludmila Elvazina was responsible for the original Russian-language publication of Rubin's essays on Marx's theory of money, which we have translated as Document 19 in this volume. 2 years after the biographical essay, Yakov G. Rokitinsky also published the NKVD transcript of Isaac Rubin's final interrogation in Aktyabinsk, Kazakhstan, in November 1937. The most remarkable revelation in Rokitinsky's later article was an inventory of scholarly materials that the NKVD took from Rubin at the time of his arrest. 1. The list included the following. 1. The history of economic thought in the second half of the 19th century, written on foolscap and apparently intended as a continuation of Rubin's book A History of Economic Thought, which ended at the mid-19th century with John Stuart Mill. 2. A 380-page work on Johann Karl Rodbertus. 3. A 429-page work on the Anglo-American School. Rokitinsky speculated that these probably included Alfred Marshall in the UK and J.B. Clark in the US. 4. a 110-page work on Adam Smith and his teaching on capital. 5. 8 notebooks on the theory of economic crises. 6. 3 notebooks on the distinctions of Marxist socialism. 7. 3 notebooks on Henri de Saint-Simon and other economists. 8. 148 pages on the mathematical school. Rokitansky thought this would probably have included such writers as Leon Walras, Wilfried Pareto, William Stanley Jevons, Francis Edgeworth, Gustav Cassel and Knut Wicksell. 9. 148 pages on Walras. Rokitansky had difficulty deciphering the handwriting on the NKVD list, but Walras was his best guess. 10. 20 pages on Wicksell. The name of Wicksell was also Rokitansky's best guess, and 11. Several other notes and drafts by Rubin. Discussing the scholarly materials seized by the NKVD, Rokitansky added, "There are reasons to think that the list of scientific works, confiscated at the time of the arrest, was compiled at the request of the professor himself. Apparently, he hoped to have these manuscripts returned after he was released. Perhaps he also had his family in mind. It is most probable, however, that the scientific works written by Rubin in Aktyabinsk were destroyed after he was shot." 2. Isaak Rubin was interrogated on November 23. On November 25 he was charged with leading an anti-Soviet, Trotskyist organization, whose purpose was to agitate against the leadership of the Communist Party and the Soviet government, to spread rumors that would aid the fascist states, and ultimately to restore capitalism in the USSR. On November 25 the tribunal sentenced Rubin to be shot. The sentence was carried out on November 27, 1937. Ludmila Elvazina and Yakov G. Rokitansky on the life and work of Isaak Illich Rubin. The name of Professor Isaak Illich Rubin, 1886–1937, author of several extremely interesting works on theoretical problems of political economy and the history of economic thought, frequently appeared on the pages of various publications both before and after the revolution. Towards the end of the 1920s he emerged as one of the leading economic scholars in the country. Rubin's articles provoked sharp debates, and his lectures were very popular. But it was precisely during the 1920s that Isaak Illich was subject to a series of arrests. His fate as a permanent prisoner was unique even for those years. His scientific accomplishment was amazing. While a captive, he continued to think and work intensively in prisons, concentration camps, and exile, as well as during the brief intervals between arrests. In November 1937 this scholar was executed, his books were relegated to special depositories, and for half a century his name was struck from his country's scientific life. One of the goals of this article is the restoration of historical justice. The authors have drawn upon a wide range of archival materials, including those held by the former KGB, as well as upon previously unknown works by the scholar and manuscripts and documents that were kindly provided by Doctor of Biological Science M.V. Jeltenkova and Engineer V.V. Jeltenkov, niece and nephew of Professor Rubin. Two of Professor Rubin's most important works were long ago translated, published, and positively received in the West. 3 in our own country, the books and works by this scholar remained until very recently in the special depositories of libraries, while his scientific views were either ignored or not assessed in an objective manner. A brief biographical note in the Encyclopedia of Political Economy provided just about the only mention of Rubin, and even that reference repeated the customary interpretation. Rubin led the so-called idealistic tendency in political economy, sometimes called the Rubin school in the literature. Rubin's position was subjected to sharp criticism in the works of Soviet economists. For is it not time to recall the dramatic fate and scientific achievement of this talented researcher? Isaak Illich Rubin was born on June 12, 1886 to a well-to-do Jewish family in Dvinsk. His father was a homeowner and hereditary honorary citizen of the city. From the age of 5, the young boy attended a Keter. 5 He then completed the classical gymnasium in Vitebsk, and from 1906–10 he studied in the law faculty of Petersburg University, where the economic disciplines were taught by then famous professors I.I. Kaufman and M.I. Tigan Baranovsky. Upon completing university, II. Rubin became a specialist in the areas of economic science and civil law. In his biography he later recalled, "Since an academic career was closed to me, after completing university I busied myself for several years with practicing law, mainly labor law, and at the same time, in 1913-14, published several scientific works on civil law." 6. We have managed to find the works on legal issues mentioned in this autobiography, which involved commentary on a number of articles of civil law. 7. And on the law concerning soldiers' pensions. 8. In 1912 Rubin moved to Moscow, where he first worked as a barrister, and from 1915 to August 1917 he was secretary of the Union of Cities and of the Zemstvo Union. From May until the beginning of November 1917, he worked at the newspaper Izvestiya Moskovskovo Rabochevo Sovta. There he published 10 articles, on the mechanism of settling labor disputes with the help of conciliation boards, on ways to combat unemployment, on the 3 All-Russian Congress of Trade Unions, on the creation and functioning of municipal and trade union labor exchanges, on national service, etc. 9 Rubin's brochures on conciliation chambers and the arbitration court. 10 and on unemployment insurance, 11 published in 1917-18, were also devoted to social issues, as were more than 15 articles in the journals Raboki Mir and Pro Volsite Dello. Here are the titles of just a few of them: Unemployment and the Struggle Against It in the Moscow Region, Trade Unions and the Regulation of Industry, The Nationalization of Factories, Revolution and the Economy of Germany, Social Classes in Hungary, and the Proletariat in Austria. These materials are not simply of historical interest. Today it is still possible to learn much from them that is useful concerning our own pressing economic problems. In 1919 Isaak Illich's scientific and teaching activity commences. Here is another excerpt from his autobiography. In 1919 I was invited by D.B. Ryazanov to translate the works of Marx. At that time I began, together with Sh.M. Dvoleski, to assemble the collection Osnovnyi Problemy Politiskoy Ekonomii, which appeared in 1922. From mid-1919 until 1921 I taught social sciences for the Moscow military technical courses, and in the summer of 1920 I taught a course in political economy for teachers under the People's Commissariat of Education. From February 1920 until 1922 I worked at the Commissariat of Education on a commission to create programs for schools, on a commission to draft curriculum plans for universities, and as head of the Department of Social Science at the Humanitarian Pedagogical Institute. In February 1921 I was appointed professor of First Moscow University, and subsequently I taught political economy at First Moscow University, at the Institute of Red Professors, at the Institute of National Economy, and at Sverdlovsk University. By the early 1920s Rubin emerged as one of the country's leading scholars. He became an historian of economic thought, a translator and commentator on works by West European economists, and a brilliant lecturer. And it was at precisely this time of Rubin's rapid scientific rise that he found himself, in February 1921, behind bars. In terms of his political convictions he was a Social Democrat. He joined the Bund in 1904 and did active propaganda work amongst Jewish workers in the Pale of Settlement. In 1905 he was arrested, but he was amnestied after the Tsar's manifesto of October 17. Rubin had no enthusiasm for the October Revolution, fearing that counter-revolutionary forces would come to power if it were defeated. Following October he continued his activities in the Bund's Moscow organization. When a split occurred at the Moscow Conference in 1920, he remained with those who refused to merge with the RCP. Together with this group which declared itself Successortothbund, Rubin left the meeting hall. In his address to like-minded thinkers on the tasks of the trade union movement, he defended the need for trade unions that are independent of the state, as organs of proletarian class spontaneity that are constructed from top to bottom on the electoral principle, preserving a constant and close bond with the working masses and accountable to those masses. 12 Rubin was elected to the Central Committee of the Bund and became its secretary. It was precisely on account of his being part of the Bund's leadership that he was arrested on February 20, 1921 and committed to the Butirsky prison. Citizen Rubin, his trial concluded, was arrested on 20.11 of this year, in the Viperd Club, at a plenary meeting of the Central Committee of the Bund, SD, of which he is secretary. Among the party literature that was gathered, nothing was found that would indicate any illegal character of his party work. Taking into account that the investigation did not establish any concrete grounds for prosecuting Citizen Rubin, I would consider it possible to end the case against Citizen Rubin and to return the correspondence and documents seized from him. 13. This recommendation was implemented, and the arrestee was freed on bail and with the obligation to appear immediately upon summons from the VCHK the Chika. 14. The next time Rubin was seized was on the night of 5-6 November of the same year, 1921. He was a deputy of the Moscow Soviet, and the Menshevik fraction of the Soviet protested. We believe that this latest raid by the VCHK can only be regarded as a continuation of the Polisiov short-sighted terrorism Partov leading Kirkosov the Communist Party against the RSDRP, the Russian Social Democratic Workers' Party, whose economic program, in its essentials, the RKP the Russian Communist Party is currently attempting to implement. 15. But his fellow scholars saved him. The investigation file includes a letter to Thevchk from then rector of MGU Moscow State University, the famous historian V.P. Volgin. It is dated November 6, 1921, i.e. it was sent on the day of the arrest, and it gives an account of Rubin's teaching activity at MGU. Here is the text. On the night of 5-6 November, Isaak Illich Rubin, professor of the Faculty of Social Sciences and the Department of Political Economy, was arrested in his apartment. His arrest causes significant damage to the faculty's teaching as he gives classes there in the theory of Marxism, of which he is himself an adherent, and this course is an essential component of the basic program of the faculty's teaching. In view of this fact, it is vitally important to the Presidium of the University in the interest of properly conducting the University's educational work that Professor I.I. Rubin return as quickly as possible to his teaching duties, and for that reason the Presidium submits to the All-Russian Extraordinary Commission its urgent appeal for a most expeditious review of Professor Rubin's case and, as soon as possible, for a change in the measures of personal custody to which he is subject. Convinced of Professor Rubin's loyalty to the governing authorities, the Presidium asks that the All-Russian Extraordinary Commission release him on bail to the members of the University's Presidium, and takes upon itself full responsibility for ensuring that, in the event of his being released, Professor Rubin will be on call to the appropriate government organs and will not in any manner abuse the trust placed in him upon being released from arrest. 16. The case also involved a letter from A.V. Lunacharsky to V.P. Menzinsky, the vice-chairman of the VCHK, dated November 14, 1921. Rubin, it says, works intensively at NERCOMPROS, the Commissariat of Education, and it asks that the review of his case be accelerated and, if circumstances permit, that he be returned as soon as possible to fulfilling his duties. On November 19 the Dean of the Faculty of Social Sciences at MGU Moscow State University, N.M. Tukhin, also sent a letter to the VCHK. Fourth is reason and taking into account the fact that Professor Rubin is entrusted, as a valuable teacher and steadfast Marxist with conducting a special seminar on Marx's theory of value which is attended by a large audience, the Faculty Office of the Dean hereby requests the earliest possible release of Professor Rubin from arrest so that he might continue to conduct classes, since a major interruption of them in mid-semester is extremely undesirable. 17. The petitions from his academic colleagues were effective. On November 22, 1921, a resolution of the Presidium of VCHK declared, Citizen Rubin is released from custody on bail in the charge of the President of Moscow State University, Comrade Volgin. The investigation of the case continues. 18. During his two brief stays in prison in 1921, I.I. Rubin continued his academic work. In letters addressed to the prison authorities, he asks permission to receive the books and notebooks etc. required for his work. Following November 1921, I.I. Rubin was free for 1 year and 3 months. He taught again at MGU, the Institute of Red Professors and other educational institutions, published a number of reviews and articles, and prepared the first edition of his major work, Essays on Marx's Theory of Value. 19 On February 27, 1923 the professor was arrested anew. This time he spent more than 3.5 years in prison and exile. On April 13, 1923, the NKVD Commission on Administrative Exile resolved to intern Rubin in the Archangel concentration camp for 3 years. 20 The resolution was justified as follows by Ivanov, the assistant head of the 2nd Department of the OGPU, the Unified State Political Directorate. Taking into account that the investigation does not have sufficient evidence to bring II. Rubin to trial under Article 62, but that his anti-Soviet activity has been fully demonstrated, I propose that this case and its conclusion be submitted to the NKVD Commission on Administrative Exile with the recommendation that Citizen Rubin Isaak Illich be held in the Archangel concentration camp for a term of 3 years. The case is concluded and to be deposited in the SOGPU archive. 21. For Rubin, this sort of decision was the equivalent of a death sentence. A very sick man, he could hardly endure 3 years in a northern concentration camp. For a month there was a struggle for the scientist's life. His colleagues did everything to prevent him from being sent away. His wife, Polina Petrovna Rubina, 1884–1958, made many efforts. On April 19 she sent a letter to the USSR ambassador to Germany, N.N. Krestinsky, asking that he help to secure a review of the sentence and its immediate suspension. She recalled that for the past 3 years Isaak Illich has been involved in his work of studying Marx's theory of value, the result of which was the book by Isaak Illich, Essays on Marx's Theory of Value, which appeared a month ago and was published by Gosses. The State Publishing House in Moscow. 22 NN. Krestinsky responded quickly to the letter. I believe he wrote to Deputy Chairman of OGPU, I.S. Unschlicht, that in his case it would be more proper to let him go abroad. When he is abroad, he can do no harm to us. For this reason I raise the question of reviewing the decision and of exiling Rubin from the country. 23 On April 23, Polina Petrovna requested OGPU to review the sentence and replace it with exile abroad or to some provincial city. She added, if such resolution is not possible, I ask that he be left in one of the Moscow prisons. 24 On May 10, 1923, the OGPU commandant of Butyrsky prison received the order to hold up until further notice, in view of his illness, the dispatch of citizen Rubin Isaak Illich, who has been sentenced to Archangel concentration camp. 25 True, the leadership of OGPU still sent him away in the autumn of 1923, but to the Suzdal concentration camp rather than Archangel. The file of the investigation includes a letter from there, written by II. Rubin on October 28, 1923, 8 months of imprisonment have severely undermined my already poor health, cardiac neurosis, pulmonary tuberculosis, chronic stomach disease. In Suzdal I have been kept in a basement cell with huge damp areas on the walls. Rubin noted that his confinement in Suzdal was even more agonizing and damaging to his nerves than the very harsh regime to which he had been subjected in Butyrka. 26 Soon afterward Rubin was returned to Butyrsky prison. The OGPU's severity towards the scholar was primarily due to the fact that he did not change his political views. He spoke of himself as a political prisoner and ventured dangerous démarches. I hereby declare that today, May 1, 1924, the holiday of the international working class, I am undertaking a one-day hunger strike in mourning for the comrade socialists who have perished in prison and exile, and as a sign of protest against the unprecedented brutal regime used by the Bolsheviks against socialists. 27 In such circumstances it was very difficult for those who wanted to make things easier for Rubin to secure any positive results. The director of the Institute of K. Marx and F. Engels, academician D.B. Ryazanov, was even prepared to take responsibility for his bail. Later he recalled, despite all my attempts at persuasion, Rubin remained steadfast. He refused to be freed under my warranty. giving me his word that he disclaims any practical work and is prepared to devote himself entirely to scientific work. And if one of the old comrades calls on me in caution, it was assumed that he would not be living in Moscow. I will not inform on him and will only let you down. Rubin's sister, B.I. Jeltenkova, also pleaded for him. In the summer of 1924 she submitted a request to A.I. Rykov, the chairman of Sovnarkom, the Council of Ministers, for her brother's early release. If it is not possible for him to be released, she wrote, I ask that he be exiled for the remainder of his sentence to one of the cities near Moscow. 28 In November 1924 Rubin's fate took a definite turn. The intercessors finally managed to agree with the leadership of OGPU on a solution to the problem. On their advice, apparently, II. Rubin appealed to Menzinsky on September 4, 1924, to replace his remaining sentence to the concentration camp with exile to one of the provincial cities of European Russia, or to somewhere in Crimea. 29 On December 19, 1924, a special meeting of the OGPU Collegiate ordered that Rubin be released from prison and sent, for the remainder of his term, to the city of Karasubazar on the Crimean Peninsula. 30 In Karasubazar, renamed Belogorsk since 1944, the scholar and his wife had 2 rooms in a single-story cabin. Their life was not serene. Moreover, during the winter Rubin's health deteriorated. The leadership of OGPU decisively refused a request to move him to some other locale in Crimea that would be better for his health. In April of 1926 the scholar wrote, due to the impossibility of a timely change of residence, I spent the winter of 1925-6 in a condition of permanent illness. I was bedridden for 3 months and suffered acute articular rheumatism, with the result that my health, especially my heart condition, seriously worsened and now requires long-term special treatment. 31 On April 13, 1926 the term of exile ended. Rubin's colleagues did everything they could to secure his return to Moscow. This is how, on March 29, Sh.M. Dvoleski justified the need for the scholar's return to his work of teaching at the Institute of Red Professors. Rubin is presently the leading expert on Marxism, apart from Bukharin. His principal work, in my view, is a brilliant interpretation of Marx's theory of value. In any event, I cannot think of a single other work in this field that is on the level of Rubin's book. He is also involved with the history of economic thought. He has been able to do an excellent study not only of Marx's predecessors and contemporaries but also of current bourgeois literature on economic theory. Of course, it would be impossible for us to find a second such teacher for the Institute. My opinion of Rubin, so far as I am aware, is the common view of our comrade economists. Bukharin also holds him in very high regard. 32. On April 9, 1926, the rector of the IGP Institute of Red Professors, academician and historian M.N. Pokrovsky, called for Rubin's return to work at the Institute. Since Professor Rubin is an outstanding expert in the area of Marx's economic theory and in the history of economic thought, and since the IGP is lacking in precisely such leaders, it considers it permissible to request that he be allowed to reside in Moscow in order that he may be employed, as previously, to conduct seminars in the basic courses. Professor Rubin's political position will have no influence on such highly qualified party members as the students at the Institute of Red Professors. 33. But these petitions were ignored. The conclusion of the case reads, during his time in exile Rubin remained as before a Menshevik, adopting an implacable position towards the Soviet authority and maintaining contact with exiles in other cities, with the consequence that his residence in any of the central industrial areas, upon completing his exile, constitutes a social threat. 34 The scholar was forbidden, for a period of 3 years, to live in Moscow, Leningrad, Tula, Nizhny Novgorod, or Ivanovo-Voznezhensk. At the end of August he received permission to settle in Saratov. However, the OGPU received still more petitions. At this stage, in addition to academician D.B. Ryazanov, A.I. Rykov and N.I. Bukharin also pleaded on Rubin's behalf. In October their intercession had an effect. Rubin was allowed to visit Moscow for 3 weeks, and on November 26, 1926, a special meeting of the OGPU Collegiate resolved to grant Rubin Isaak Illich early release from punishment and to allow him to reside freely anywhere in the USSR. 35 In Rubin's autobiography we find these words: "From 1923 until 1926 I was busy with literary scientific work on Drodi. A number of scientific works. 36 At first sight this may appear curious. Indeed, throughout this time Rubin was in a cell at Butirsky prison, in the Suzdal concentration camp the Naganin Butirka Anthonynex Elite Karasubazar. But when paging through the investigation of his case, one becomes convinced that during his confinement Isaak Illich really did work intensively. There is a record of all the books, journals, and other materials that arrived for Rubin from 1923-6, and also of all the times when he was permitted to send out manuscripts that he had completed in prison. In addition, the case file includes voluminous correspondence that is indicative of his intensive scientific work. The prison authorities did not suppress the professor's scientific studies. Up to the time of his arrest he had completed a number of tasks and secured publications with various publishers, including the Institute of K. Marx and F. Engels. At that time the heads of these institutions could still exercise influence upon the leadership of the OGPU. The case file includes numerous letters from individual scholars and institutions, above all, from the Institute of K. Marx and F. Engels, to the OGPU requesting the dispatch to Rubin of one or another publication. Here, for example, is a letter from Sh.M. Dvoleski dated September 4, 1923. Please send the enclosed book Recordund Markels Word Theoretiker by I. Rosenberg to II. Rubin in Butirsky prison and advise him that the book is being sent so that he might write his introductory chapter. The book, together with Rubin's introduction, will be published by the Moskovsky Rabochyi Press and will be included in the economic series that I am editing. I ask you not to delay, so as not to postpone the appearance of the book. 37. And here is a letter from IME the Institute of K. Marx and F. Engels to the OGPU on June 21, 1924. The Institute is entrusting Comrade A.D. Markov with 1. Delivering for Rubin the translation of Marx's contribution to the critique of political economy in 2 copies, the manuscript of the translation and its typed version, and 2. With acquiring material for the Institute that we learned of from your Secretariat. 38. During his captivity, from the spring of 1923 to the autumn of 1926, the scholar completed a total of approximately 20 scientific works, including monographs, translations of books and articles involving economics, forewords, articles in journals and in the BSE Great Soviet Encyclopedia, and commentary on texts. This work included the second edition of Essays on Marx's Theory of Value, 1924, expanded to twice the original length, the translation and foreword to I. Rosenberg's Teorie Stoimosti u Ricardo iu Marxa The Theory of Value in Marx and in Ricardo, the second edition of the book, with R. M. Cabot, Narodno Hozjaistvo v Okerkaki Karting Kak, 1924, The National Economy in Essays and Pictures, an introductory article for the book by W. Liebknecht, Historia Teoriae Stoimosti v Anglii, 1924. History of the Theory of Value in England. Rubin was also scientific editor for the translation of this book, the translation of a book by G. Levy with the Russian title Osnovi Mirovovo Hozjaistvo Foundations of the World Economy, as well as the books Historia Ekonomической Мысли, 1926, A History of Economic Thought, Physiokraty, 1925, The Physiocrats and Sovremeni Ekonomisti n Azapade, 1927, Contemporary Economists in the West. During this same period II. Rubin prepared a new translation of Marx's contribution to the critique of political economy and a series of articles and reviews for the journal Archiv K. Marxa I. F. Engels A. Archive of K. Marx and F. Engels. He also compiled the anthology Klassiki Politiskoy Ekonomia IOT 17-19 v. Classics of Political Economy from the 17th to the 19th century, providing each section with his own thoughtful introductory remarks. For the first edition of the Great Soviet Encyclopedia he wrote, while in prison, the articles on the Austrian school, amortization, and vulgar political economy. In Butyrske prison Professor Rubin began the manuscripten o Kerkapodiariaden eg Marxa essays Marx's theory of money. There he developed further the ideas in his essays on Marx's theory of value. This work continued in 1927-8, when the manuscript was completely rewritten and prepared for publication. In the scientific work of our country, this was the first special investigation of Marx's theory of money. However, the professor did not manage to publish the work, and it remains unknown to this day. 39 Fortunately, the manuscript has been preserved by II. Rubin's relatives. Doing scientific work in the conditions of detention was a great feat for the scholar. In Suzdal concentration camp he had to write and read with the light of a kerosene lamp. A quite indicative episode occurred following December 19, 1924, in Butyrske prison. The order came to release him from prison and send him on to Karasubazar. But the prisoner requested a postponement of his release. His motive: I have hand two large works o novicious educational nature, Krestomatia po historii politiskoi economia. A reader on the history of political economy, some 450 pages long, which must be sent quickly to Gosses. And the final editing will take no more than 6-7 days. In case of a speedy departure, I will be deprived of the opportunity to send the only manuscript, the fruit of half a year's work, and at the least it will be delayed by 2-3 months. 40. This unusual request from the detainee was granted, and his stay in the prison was extended by several days. By December 27, 1924, II. Rubin completed the entire work, and only then was he sent into exile. In Karasubazar the professor worked no less intensively. In the director's archives of the Institute of K. Marx and F. Engels there are 5 Crimean letters by II. Rubin. They speak of receiving books from the IME Institute of World Economy Library and of returning them, of the translation into Russian of K. Marx's marginal notes on A. Wagner's Lehrbuch der Politischen Ökonomie, 2nd edition volume I, 1879, and of the translation into German of Rubin's article Stolzmann Kack Kritik Marxis Stolzmann as a critic of Marx. 41 Concerning this article, he wrote on August 14. I hope that you will act expeditiously in order that all my corrections will quickly be made. In view of the difficulty and crucial character of the theme, appearance of the work without my corrections would be most undesirable and would inevitably provoke unfavorable criticism of carelessness in the work, technical terms, quotations, the title, etc. Hence, if the manuscript has already been sent to the press, I request that you urgently notify the editors, without waiting for the manuscripts, that corrections have been made to the article and that they absolutely must be included. 42. The self-sacrificing scientific work of II. Rubin from 1923-6 certainly deserves recognition in the history of science. Of course, without the solidarity and assistance of his professor colleagues he would not have been able to work, nor would he have managed to get out of his prison cell and then from exile to Moscow at the end of 1926. Had it not been for their assistance, not a single one of the numerous scientific works that he wrote from 1923-6 would have seen the light. In the foreword to the 3rd edition of Essays on Marx's Theory of Value, Rubin wrote, "In the appearance of the first 2 editions of this work, I received significant assistance from D.B. Ryazanov and S.H.M. Dvoleski, to whom I extend my sincere appreciation." 43 At the end of 1926 II. Rubin was given a position at the Institute of K. Marx and F. Engels. Here he enjoyed significant opportunities for fruitful scientific activity. He soon headed the Office of Political Economy, which in those years was the center for preparing K. Marx's economic writings for publication and possessed a unique collection of approximately 14,000 books on problems of political economy and the history of economic thought. 44 At the Institute from 1927-30, Rubin prepared for publication Marx's Contribution tot Kritik of Political Economy. 45 Translated several other writings by Marx, began work on a new edition of Capital, and collaborated in compiling several thematically focused collective works. He translated the classics of political economy, in particular Adam Smith's inquiry into the nature and causes of the wealth of nations. He also continued his own research in the areas of economic theory and the history of economic thought, publishing several new articles. 46 each year saw republication of his History of Economic Thought, the most famous textbook used for this course. 47 He regularly produced detailed scholarly critiques of foreign and Soviet literature on problems of political economy and the theory of Marxism. 48 He also resumed his teaching activity at ICT, the Institute of Red Professors, as well as at the Institute of National Economy, MGU Moscow State University, the Institute of Economics, and Ranian, the Russian Association of Scientific Research Institutes for the Social Sciences, giving lectures on political economy, capital, and the history of economic doctrines. His lectures always drew large audiences and attracted lively interest in scientific circles. II. Rubin stood out among economists in the 1920s with his attempt to approach Marx's economic theory in a more scientific manner. He did not, of course, overcome the one-sided and apologetic interpretation of Marxism that had become the only permissible social theory after 1917. However, as distinct from the overwhelming majority among the first generation of Soviet economists, Rubin tried to see Marx's views within the context of the 19th century system of economic science. This could not go unpunished. In 1928 a discussion began concerning II. Rubin's book Essays on Marx's Theory of Value. The discussion initially took the character of a scientific dispute, but then the critical commentary on the book's ideas and positions passed over into political accusations. The author was condemned for falsification of the economic theory of Marxism, for an idealistic approach to economic categories, for detaching form from content, etc. His ideas were branded with the term Rubinshchina, 49, and he was personally declared to be the leader of an idealistic tendency in political economy. 50. The discussion came to an end at the beginning of 1930 with an article by V. Milyudin and B. Borelin, on the disagreements in political economy, published in the journal Bolshevik. 51 The theoretical organ of the task VKP, B, the Central Committee of the Communist Party. Soon Rubin began to be hounded in the national press. In a Pravda article of November 19 he was labeled a participant in a recently exposed Menshevik Kulak group of wreckers. 52 At the beginning of 1930 the scholar was compelled to end his teaching at ICP and other educational institutions. On November 22 he sent a letter to the editors of Pravda in which he denied participating in the activities of any groups of wreckers, but on December 1 he submitted his resignation from the Institute of K. Marx and F. Engels. 53 By the beginning of the 1930s it was difficult for any independently minded social scientist to continue working. After securing victory over his political opponents in the leadership of the VKP, B, Stalin set the repressive machine in motion against dissidents both within the party and beyond. In these conditions the fate of a former political prisoner, an original scholar whose work had created a stir in economic science, was a foregone conclusion. The denouement was accelerated by two factors: first, by the organization at the end of 1930 and the beginning of 1931 of a show trial, according to Stalin's script, against former Mensheviks, and second, Stalin's desire to do away with academician D.B. Ryazanov, whom he hated. Rubin's arrest did not take long, coming on the eve of 23-24 December 1930. For nearly a month the officers of the OGPU failed to secure the evidence they needed. Rubin's sister, B.I. Jeltenkova, speaks of this in her recollections. 54 Her information is confirmed by the investigation which includes Rubin's original response to the arrestor I acknowledge any guilt. I have had absolutely no relation whatsoever with the Menshevik Party since 1923 and have not even had any contact with persons who might be assumed to be members of the Menshevik Party. 55 During trial preparations, savage methods were applied to extract the necessary depositions. 56 Stalin himself defined them as early as October 1930 in a letter to V.P. Menzinsky. First, acquaint those accused with the assigned testimonies, then interrogate most severely and put those who refuse to cooperate through the SYS. Tem. 57 Stalin was especially interested in the depositions of Rubin, who was subjected to the harshest methods of pressure: endless interrogation, beatings, solitary confinement in a stone cell the size of a man, humiliation and torture, sleep deprivation, and so forth. 58 Finally the Schaller Sirius Lilandex, housed by endless humiliations, could endure no more. B.I. Jeltonkova recalls. My brother agreed to confess that he was a member of the Program Commission of the Union Bureau, and that he, Rubin, had kept documents of the Menshevik Center in his office at the Institute, and when he resigned from the Institute he had handed them over in a sealed envelope to Ryazanova's materials on the history of the Social Democratic movement. Rubin had supposedly asked Ryazanov to keep these documents for a short time. He decided to make it look as if he had deceived Ryazanov, who trusted him totally. My brother stubbornly kept to this position in all his depositions. Ryazanov had trusted him personally, and he, Rubin, had betrayed that trust. No one could shake him from this position. 59. On February 8, 1931, the OGPU investigators forced Rubin to write a letter to Ryazanov, in which he requested the latter to return the non-existing documents since they were supposedly needed for the investigation. 60. On the evening of February 12, Stalin summoned academician Ryazanov and, with V.M. Molotov present, presented him with the fabricated letter from Rubin. On the eve of 15-16 February Ryazanov was arrested. On February 20 a confrontation occurred. After the first 3 questions, Ryazanov broke it off. He saw the intimidated and trembling Isaak Illich Rubin, barely able to squeeze out a word, and apparently understood it all. My brother right then was taken to his cell. In his cell he began to beat his head against the wall. Anyone who knew how man self-controlled Rubin was can understand what a stat had been brought to. 61. Of course one can accuse Professor Rubin of betraying the man who, in 1923-6, saved him from certain ruin, returned him to science and helped him right up to the time of his arrest. But one must also take into account the circumstances in which this drama occurred. What could a scholar do to oppose the deadly grip of the General Secretary and his henchmen? Even at the price of his own life he could not have saved Ryazanov. At the trial of the Union Bureau of the Task RSDRP, Mensheviks, from 19 March 1931, II. Rubin was sentenced to 5 years of imprisonment. On September 22, 1933, the Collegium of the OGPU decided to amend the previous sentence of Rubin Isaak Illich and send him to Tagay for the remainder of his term. 62 Then he found himself in Aktyabinsk, Kazakhstan. Having visited him there, B.I. Jeltonkova recalls. In Aktyabinsk my brother got work in a consumer cooperative, as a plan economist. In addition he continued to do his scholarly work. My brother told me that he had no wish to return to Moscow. He did not want to meet this former circle of acquaintances. That showed how deeply he was shaken by all that he had been through. Only his great optimism, which was characteristic of him, and his deep scholarly interests, gave him the strength to live. 63. On 19 November 1937 Professor I. Rubin was again arrested. On this occasion he was charged with creating a counter-revolutionary organization. On November 25 a troika sentenced him to be shot, and he was executed within a day. We are publishing for the first time the exact date of the scholar's death, November 27, 1937. We have managed to determine this date after studying the corresponding archival materials of the KGB, which are now declassified. Until now the date as for I. Rubin's life are given as 1886 year of death unknown. That is what is found in the Political Economy Encyclopedia to which we referred at the beginning of this article. 64 In the years 1989-91 II. Rubin was unconditionally rehabilitated with respect to all the trials of the 1920s and 1930s.